I invite our Creator Spirit to be with us, with each and every one of you for being here today on this special meeting. I give thanks for your safe travels here, and I'll ask for safe travels back home. My name is Ben O'Harry, Saplonik, Cleveland. I'm with the Alaska Native Veterans Association. We have the honor to be able to come and post colors for you this morning. So it is in our tradition that when we post colors, we don't post traditional military style. We post the way we choose to post. One of the things we do is we invite any veterans that are in the house, if they'd like to come join us, we will be in the back. You'll see us in the back, and we'll be getting ready to post colors when the convention starts. So for those that are having a good breakfast, I hope you have an enjoyable breakfast. It looks good. And I hope you have a productive meeting here today. Koyana, thank you.
Okay, if I can call Second Traditional Chief Andy Jimmy up to the stage to call us to order.
Good morning. I'd like to call a special convention to order. 9 o'clock, 8:30?
8:30.
Thank you.
8:32 I got. Got to be exact. Let's see. And then now if I can either have Daisy Northway come up here, or if you have a microphone and you push the right side lower button, once it turns red, if you would do our opening prayer, please.
Father God, thank you for allowing us into your presence this day. We ask blessings on each one of us as we go on to represent those we serve to the best of our abilities. Lord, we also ask for blessings on our Chief Trimble Gilbert as he remains in the hospital, and also the family of Chief Wilbert Edis. We ask blessings on his family, give them strength to go through the next few days, and ask that you provide blessings that everything will go well with his family. In Jesus' name we ask, amen.
Thank you, Daisy. And now I'll ask Benno Cleveland and the Alaska Native Veterans to post the colors. Please.
Okay.
So I know I just saw Benno at the back of the room. He must be getting his guys together. If somebody back there can let him know if he didn't hear. Okay.
Hi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Please rise for our colors. One, four, mark. All right, mark. On left, mark. On left, mark. Flag bearers, mark time, mark. Second, mark time, mark. Detail, up. Right, face. Flag bearer, the first post colors. Go to your stands. Post colors. Flag bearers, rejoin formation. Veteran, present arms. Order, arms. About face. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your veterans. These are the veterans that have come out in full color for your convention today. It's because of their sacrifices, their services, that we're able to be here to celebrate our way of life, our culture, our language, and the way we choose to live. So some of these veterans are combat veterans. They carry physical and emotional wounds that'll be with them for the rest of their lives. So when we march out of here, I would like for you to show you respect and love and scream and holler and applaud and let them know you respect and care for their service. Detail, right, face, forward, mark.
Thank you to the Alaska Native veterans who we've been working with for years to post the colors at our conventions. And we've given them a $1,000 donation for posting the colors here today. Now for the section I like to call Norma's Reminders. There she is, Norma. Norma, who plans to retire after the March convention this year. So let's see. Please turn off or silence your cell phones. If your cell phone goes off during the meeting, you're buying lunch today. Let's see. The Christmas Bazaar moved to today since we're trying to do a one-day convention. So it's an excellent opportunity to get your Christmas shopping done in the Northern Latitudes area next to the main lobby of the Westmark. In the full board of directors meeting, only tribal directors or their alternate in the director's absence will be recognized to speak. Traditionally, tribal chiefs and past TCC presidents will also be recognized to speak. All others must be recognized by their tribal director to address the convention. On COVID, we've got Employee Health will be offering COVID and flu vaccines to delegates, alternates, and spouses now until 3 p.m. today. If you would like to receive either of those or both, stop by the Harper Room, which is just on the other side of the Red Lantern Restaurant out here to the right. For all other beneficiaries, please contact TCC Central Scheduling at extension 1053 to schedule an appointment for COVID or flu vaccinations. And now I get to introduce cousin, although my staff gets mad when I call you cousin. Chief Olvey from Eagle, who is our Credentials Committee Chair and also recently elected Chair of our Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. So I'll invite Karma up for the credentials report.
Good morning. So the November 2023 Credentials Committee report. The Credentials Elections Committee reconvened and was called to order at 7:40 a.m. on November 1st, 2023 by Chief Karma Olvey to review the list of delegates and alternates to the November 2023 Special Convention and meeting of the Tanana Chiefs Full Board of Directors. 4 out of 6 members attended and quorum was established. Present members include Chair Karma Olvey, Robert Walker, Rhonda Pitka, John Dementif, Robert Thomas of Lake Machumana, and Robin Brown, TCC staff, and were also in attendance. The committee then reviewed the credentialing resolutions for the November 2023 full board special convention meeting. The final credentialing list was reviewed by the committee and all 42 tribes submitted resolutions. There are 16 revised resolutions for this convention. The list will be read as the official roll call for the Board of Directors. Robert Walker moved to accept the November 2023 delegate list and Rhonda Pitka second. Vote was unanimous. Robert Walker moved to adjourn at 8:10 a.m. and Rhonda Pitka second. Vote was unanimous. As no further business came before the committee adjourned. Can I get a motion to accept the credentialing report? Tanya Garnett. Leo Lolnitz. Second, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay.
Thanks, cuz. And now to do the roll call, I'd like to introduce and ask Secretary Treasurer of Tanana Chiefs Conference, Charlie Wright, to the stage.
Good morning to you all. Okay, starting with ANVIC, Director Robert Walker. Graylin, Director William Painter. Alternate Bradley Painter. Thank you. They're busy. They're not here today. Holy Cross, Director Eugene Paul. Shagluk, Director Roger Hamilton Jr. McGrath, joining us via Zoom this morning, Alice Dale.
Here.
Medfra, Leonard Andrews. Alternate, Shauna Heitree. I better put on my glasses, can't see. Thank you. I lost my spot now. Okay, Nikolai Philip Runke. Alternate is Claude Petruska. Takatna Thornus Abram. Talida Olin Tickner. Via Zoom. Alternate Jimmy Nikolai. Okay, moving on to Dot Lake. Director Tracy Charles Smith. Alternate Chance Shank. Eagle Karma Alvey.
Here.
Healy Lake Patricia McDonald via Zoom. Alternate Marie Haley. Northway Director William Chai Albert. Tanacross Director Herbert Demet. Tetlin Director Alexander Joe. Toke Native Association Daisy Northway. Arctic Village Galen Gilbert via Zoom. Alternate Michael Lee. Beaver Director Rhonda Pitka.
Here.
Birch Creek Director Jacqueline Balaam. Canyon Village Ethel Sokolauskas. Sorry if I messed up your name there. Alternate Director Julie Biddle. Chalkitsik Patricia Salmon. Circle Dennis Carroll. Fort Yukon Nancy James. Alternate Mary Solomon.
Here.
Venatai Paul Tritt via Zoom today. Alternate Director Gary Simple Jr. Alakakit Director Gordon Bergman. Alternate Harold David. Loudon Director Charlie Green via Zoom. Alternate Director Ronald Brigette.
Here. Here.
Caltech Georgiana Madras via Zoom. Alternate Kevin Saunders via Zoom. Kaikuk Leo Lalnitz. Nulado Rebecca Agnes via Zoom.
Here.
Ruby Patrick McCarty Zoom. Alternate Don Honey Jr. also via Zoom. Moving on to Alatna, Jerry Sam. Evansville, Frank Thompson. Fairbanks, Tanya Garnett. We have Hughes. Thelma Nikolai via Zoom. Lake Minchumina, Robert Thompson. Manly, Leah Woods. Alternate, Elizabeth Woods. Minto, Lori Baker. Nenana, Caroline Ketzler. Rampart, Michael Wheel. Alternate Director, Margaret Moses. Stevens Village, David Kriska. Tanana, Julie Roberts Hyslop. And that's our list today.
Uslia hasn't been called.
Who?
Uslia? I didn't hear the call.
I seen a line through it, so I didn't know what the stated not attending, so I will ask for Huslia, Director Norman Brigette.
Present.
Thank you, Norman. So a quorum has been established?
Believe so.
Yes. Anybody?
I'm looking at our big table of lawyers and parliamentarians to confirm that we've got a quorum. I believe we do, though. My rough count was I had 10 that didn't respond, but I could be off a little bit. We have a
Hi,
quorum.
Charlie.
Go ahead.
Hi, Charlie. This is Galen Gilbert. Sorry, I just got through on the phone. If you the roll call for Arctic Village, first chief Galen Gilbert is present, and the alternate second chief Mike Lee is present.
Thank you, Galen. Have a good morning.
You too. You too.
And then if staff can notify me if any of the missing tribes log in on Zoom or on the phone later, so that we can get them counted in the quorum. So with that, with our one-day agenda, do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Moved by Chalkitzik, second by Lori. Any discussion on the agenda? Julie?
Yes, when do we get to reschedule some of the business?
So as we went through the agenda that we were working on for the 2.5 days, some of the stuff we're going to try to make sure we get done in March, if it can wait to then. Some of the things like the opioid settlement, we know is important to our tribes to get us all on the same page so everybody knows what they can expect. We had talked about having one of those region-wide Zooms like we had during the pandemic, where we can cover that in the next month or so, hopefully. Does that answer your question? I want to make sure that we're covering everything that you guys want to cover. Julie? And then I'll come back here.
It's because we've been talking for so many years about the crisis with the different kinds of addictions. And I don't think, we really have any kind of solutions that I can see. So to me, having that discussion sooner than later, I think is very important for us because we know what's going on.
Yes, and I totally agree. That's why we left it at the end of the day, the substance use and the different options that we have. My hope when we get to that point is to cover not only us, but FNA and other agencies so that we're all on the same page of what's available by our different organizations, and then try to identify what's missing. What are the gaps? Because we are hearing our tribal members talk about, well, this person couldn't get in here, get in there. So I want to make sure that we're identifying those to figure out, okay, how can we fill some of those gaps? Now, originally, and I apologize for the abbreviated agenda, but originally we're going to have, I think, a half day to really take our time, cover a lot of Q&A, but with the one-day agenda, that's where we've left it. Now, maybe what we can do, we've got a couple of options. We originally planned for this to basically cover substance use summit basically, but now it's only, a couple of hours on the agenda. Maybe what we could do is get through today and schedule still a substance use summit in the months ahead. If my staff will probably get nervous. If we can try to schedule one before March, I think it'd be ideal if we could December, January, maybe even February, try to put together something. Maybe that could help get us all on the same page better and identify gaps that we're running into. Would that work? Okay. Thank you, Julie. Patricia?
Good morning. I was looking through the agenda, but whenever we schedule a meeting early November, we should consider Halloween. It kind of split up. We were going to work, with the school and everything, and I just had to leave because we have like 3 flights a week, and it just kind of made things weird for us. Just want to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did hear that comment. That issue came from, I believe, the McGrath chief. And so we've already tried to look at the calendar for next year and push it back another week to give us more time. The hard part, we try to plan ahead as much as we can, but the hard part that we don't know, and for some reason it seems to come out a month or two ahead of time, is we don't know yet, I don't think, when the NCAI meetings will be. And the bigger one is the tribal nations, because we're still waiting to hear confirmation on those. And those are 2 things that could come in and basically bump our fall special convention. So, but that's what we're looking at for next year to try to make sure that we don't run into the Halloween holiday, is push it back a week.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussions on the agenda? Chief Walker. It's the right side button. It should turn red and your microphone.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we talked, Robert Walker, First Chief of Anvik, as we talked at our 4-village meeting down in Anchorage during the AFN, we discussed some of the issues that TCC would need, and one would be to hire or contract an anthropologist to work with us and work with the tribes with resolutions, and go back into past resolutions too for game and fish, where it could be written up properly and presented to the Federal Board of Game. And the other issue was that this fish commission that we have, we either have to go back and contract somebody like Stephanie Quinn Davis, something in that department, where they could work with us, the tribes, and probably, if possible, form another department with TCC on this, where it would be an ongoing thing until we can resolve a lot of these issues. I really find this is important, because every time we do something, our resolutions just end up on the shelf a lot of times too, with this Board of Game and Board of Fish. And to have somebody to go and talk down at the Fish Committee meeting and the Board of Game, to be there to testify. A good example would be this bison program that we just did down there. And now we find out that the tribal people don't have a customary and traditional use for this, because the federal government had noted that the woodland bison is an extinct animal. So I'm trying to find a way around it by doing a resolution or proposal to work with TCC employee Michelle Quillen, where we could put this in for the, not only for the Lower Yukon tribe, but other tribes as who will get bison in the future. So, Mr. President, I think this would be something to talk about and something to put on the agenda if we have to do a resolution to do this. I'd be glad to step forward and present that in the March meeting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And definitely at the Lower Yukon subregion, we heard loud and clear. What I feel like is we've had so much focus on our salmon lately that we need to make sure that we're not forgetting about the game as well. And so with your recommendation, if we can work towards that, I'm happy to do that. I know that our TRSP department talked about, I forget what it was, 180 proposals have come into Board of Game. And the Board of Game meets right after our March convention. So it's a matter of our staff going through all 180 proposals to try to go through and see which ones are of concern to us, and then make sure that we're there to advocate. I believe it's the weekend right after our March convention.
Yes, that is, and like I mentioned, if you get an anthropologist to go through all this, she or he could put in all the game management units, federal land, state land, et cetera. So this would be very important, because when you do present it to the Federal Board of Game, Rhonda Pitka could understand that too, because she does serve on the Federal Board of Game. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the agenda for today? If not, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. We have an agenda. Thank you.
Mr. President. This is Thelma Nikolai from Hughes. I just needed to let you guys know that I'm on Zoom.
Okay, we have you down. Thank you. So now to go into the welcome, I'll ask Andy Jimmy to come back up. And I apologize if it wasn't clear, usually we would have First Traditional Chief Trumbull Gilbert from Arctic Village here. He's not able to attend for some health reasons. I think a lot of people know I'm trying to be careful and not get in trouble with the lawyers and violate HIPAA. So I'm walking a fine line, but Andy Jimmy, our second Traditional Chief from Minto and Chair of our TCC Health Board, will do the welcome. Thank you, Andy.
On behalf of our first Traditional Chief, Trumbull Gilbert, I welcome all of you. I visited Trumbull in the hospital the other day, and he seemed to be doing pretty good the day I seen him, so hopefully it's nothing too serious. Coming from someone who's been with TCC for many, many years, we came a long way. We had some great leaders that broke the trail for us. All we have to do is stick together, work together, achieve the goals that they set for us. We heard many, many speeches. A lot of them, it's unity. Everyone spoke about unity, how great it is, how we can't do things alone. We got a great administrators. We have people that been with us for a long time. So we need to support them. And it's always good to see people coming for these conventions. And I always speak about unity. It's the only way we can stick together. We can't, like David Sam always tell me, he say, you're not just working for Minto, you got to work for the whole region. And I really honored to serve you as second Traditional Chief, following some great Traditional Chiefs. Spent a lot of time with all three of them. First three, I will never be able to hold a candle to them, but all we have to do is do the best we can. And it's so great to see you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy. So good morning, tribal leaders, delegates, elders, and tribal members. Welcome to TCC's Fall 2023 Special Convention Day. Before we get started, I want to take a moment and acknowledge that someone is missing from this room with us today, because last week we lost an exceptional leader and tireless advocate for our region, First Chief Wilmer Vetus of Hughes. His loss is felt here in this room, all across our region and state. Chief Vetus was an innovative leader who demonstrated tribal self-determination every day. I ask that you all stand and join me in a moment of silence for our late chief, who we've tipped his chair up here in the front. Thank you. Now, out of respect for the recent losses, we've made significant changes to our agenda. Our priorities for today will focus on patient travel and housing, a proposal for a potential property acquisition, hatchery fish pros and cons, and try to get direction from the tribes on if we support or don't support hatchery fish on our rivers, food sovereignty, and substance use abuse treatment programs. Now, I apologize, like I said, for the abbreviated agenda. This week, or these last few weeks, have been pretty tough and stressful at work, trying to figure out how we can conduct the business that we're trying to conduct, but also be respectful for the losses that we've had. And I hope through your approval of the agenda that you understand we're trying to do the best we can under the circumstances that we're in. I have to take a moment and acknowledge the ongoing challenges we face in managing our salmon resources. The battle with the State of Alaska Board of Fish and Kuskokwim litigation, as well as the federal North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, has been a continuous one, and we will persist and do everything within our power to ensure that our tribal voices are heard. As I keep saying, if the state and feds actually managed the fish and game and did their job, we wouldn't be having these issues. And I think we all would agree that either tribal co-management or full management is the solution. In your packets, you have a copy of the most recent Chiefs report. And as many of you already know, I've been providing my report and updates at all of your subregional meetings and to your tribes quarterly to ensure that tribal leaders have the most current TCC information. I want to go ahead and highlight a couple of things TCC has been working on this past year. Our executive board of directors approved TCC to offer culture camp funding to our tribes. So if your tribe is planning on hosting a culture camp in your community, TCC will allocate $10,000 per tribe per year. All you have to do is get a donation request to my office. Our executive board also approved a FY24 Economic Development Grant Program of $75,000 per tribe. Please keep that and all the past year grants in mind when thinking about projects in your villages. Also, Dave PM and TCC's Community Development and Infrastructure Division has been working hard on finding funding opportunities to expand broadband and implement solar projects in our rural communities. So far to date, in broadband, We've applied for 130 million in grants. We've received just over 70 million. And we've been notified that we wouldn't receive 60 million. And currently we're prepping applications that are due the end of January of 65 million. Also in Dave PM's department, the energy and solar projects, we've applied for 158 million in projects. We've only received so far 8 million, so we're pending 150 million. And we've also applied for a Delta to Tok intertie of 64 million in grants that would connect the Upper Tanana region to the Golden Valley lower cost power. There are also various funding opportunities for tribes in regards to solar projects. Currently, we're working with about a third of our tribes, and I really encourage all of you to reach out to Dave Messier, AKA Dave PM, if your community is interested in a solar project and trying to lower the cost of electricity in your tribes. The Bureau of Land Management recently released its final draft supplemental environmental impact statement, or SEIS, for the Ambler Road project, which confirmed that constructing the road would have devastating impacts to our subsistence resources and lands. This is a small win in the fight to stop the road, and TCC will continue to advocate to protect our lands and waters. If interested, there's an in-person advocacy opportunity with BLM this Thursday night at 7 p.m. at Ravens Landing here in Fairbanks. Now, I've also heard that comments were made this year at AFN at the annual convention that insinuated that all interior tribes are in support of the Ambler Road. I think I also heard all Kayakuk River tribes are in support of the Ambler Road. And I want to clarify that. I want to clarify that TCC is under the direction of our tribes, our full board, resolutions opposing the Ambler Road, and we will continue that fight. TCC recently took over operations of the Fairbanks Native Association's detox center, now called Withdrawal Management Services. The facility opened here in Fairbanks under TCC management October 25th, and the facility is open 24/7 and is open to all Alaska residents who will receive 24-hour medical supervision and assistance in their next steps of recovery. Pursuant to Resolution 2023-16 for a basketball house, TCC polled the tribes and received a 38 for, 2 against, 2 abstain to purchase the land that used to be the old Captain Bartlett Inn property. An RFP will be coming out soon, but initial thoughts are to have a double gym, locker rooms, workout room, commercial kitchen, meeting/classrooms, and a lobby. Much more planning is to come with our partners to get us to an RFP for design and hopefully a conceptual design picture that we can all look at the March convention. In closing, I want to emphasize the importance of your presence here and the role you play in shaping the future of our tribal communities. Your voices matter and your actions have a profound impact on the lives of our people. Together, we will navigate the challenges before us, strengthen our tribal unity, and continue to safeguard our way of life. Once again, welcome to the Tanana Chiefs Conference Fall Special Convention Day. I look forward to working with all of you as we continue to work towards our vision of healthy, strong, unified tribes. Masicho. So I apologize, but with the full day agenda, we're going to roll right into the patient travel and patient housing panel. So I'll ask Jacqueline Bergstrom, our health director, to come up and take over up on stage. And it looks like she's given the head nod or the native like that to the panel to come up here.
That was supposed to be subtle. Thank you, Chief. Okay. Yeah, sure. Like you said, you want to sit on that side? Or either way. Does it matter for communications which side the people are seated? Doesn't matter. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Jacqueline Bergstrom, and I serve as the Health Director for Tanana Chiefs Conference. First off, I want to acknowledge all our chiefs, our leaders, executive board, our health board members, our elders, our youth, and those in our communities. And I want to express my condolences to those who have lost loved ones. It's impacting everyone. It's impacting our staff members. It's impacting many of us who may not be directly related, but have had an opportunity to work and know people over the course of time. So I do want to acknowledge that. And so with the sort of abbreviated agenda, we have about an hour to give you an update on patient housing and patient travel. You're all very aware about, I'm not sure if it's the number one frustration, but it's definitely in the top 3 of frustrations, has been for the last couple of years, patient housing, patient travel. And it's not lost on us. We have heard you. And so it's been harder to get flights to Fairbanks, to Anchorage. It's harder to get rooms in Anchorage, here in Fairbanks, when people do have to travel. And we've heard loud and clear, a lot of times they get their information very last minute. We know that some appointments have had to be rescheduled because of it. So we heard it, and it's really our number one priority to get resolved, not only for us, but also for ANTHC. Because when we were diving into all of this, it's been clear there's issues in some of our internal processes, but there's also issues at the statewide level. Part of it is airlines, some of it is the state of Alaska Medicaid, some of it is at ANTHC patient housing. So it's a multitude of things. And there is an effort at all levels to improve all those processes. Everyone's understaffed, but that's only one factor. And so I want to acknowledge that. And kind of during this time that we have, give you an update on what we have found, where we have made improvements so far. We're not done. But this is an update. And we did internally within TCC, we had like a 2-day deep dive workshop. I think it was early June, to look at our internal processes and really take it from the start to the finish. Like, what are we doing? Where do we have gaps? Where do we have duplication, things that are unclear? And so we identified a sheer number of things. Something similar was done through ANTHC and ANMC leadership at the statewide level. So that was a 2-day deep dive in August, and they identified, I think it was 50 or so priority areas that they needed to work on to get fixed. Some of that is internal to them. Some of that is in collaboration with state and other stakeholders. So there's a lot of things that are being worked on. We know that there's been some significant positive changes. That's been great, but we're not there yet, because we've heard it and we've spoken with many of our leadership and others at a variety of meetings, sub-regional meetings, as well as sometimes in the grocery store we get stopped because there is a situation. So what we're going to do today, since we have like not that much time, is we have gathered some of like the frequently asked questions and things that we really want to share that have been fixed, but we will definitely have time for questions from the audience as well. And so today we are joined by Marilyn Anden, our Deputy Health Director for TCC, Jennifer Eden, who was named the acting manager over patient travel and patient housing and the patient shuttle. We pulled all of that under one manager to help mitigate some of the challenges there, as well as Alan Vierling, who is the new administrator at the Alaska Native Medical Center. And he spent a couple of days with us this week, and that has been fruitful. We were also able to make it out to Minto earlier this week and heard from our health aides, their perspective in regards to what they're going through, what they're hearing from their patients when they have to fly folks down to Anchorage. And so Ellen got more information there. So with that, I'll ask all of them a few of our frequently asked questions so we can get that out of the way and get those important things, updates across, and then we'll open it up for questions from the floor. So first of all, Jennifer, what we hear a lot is people who say, you know, I really don't understand this whole travel process. Who do I call? I can't get a hold of our staff or travel staff. And what do I do after hours or on the weekend when I have a travel issue?
Hey, good morning.
Closer.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Can someone help? Oh, look at that, Tyler and Rob. Okay. While they're working out that issue, maybe Ellen, one of the questions that came up not too long ago is when someone is going down to Anchorage and requires an escort, but someone may not be available from their village or from Fairbanks, but they may have a relative or someone down in Anchorage who could function as an escort for them. Is that an option?
Thank you very much for the question. It's absolutely an option. Periodically, what happens in Anchorage is we just drop the ball or we give out information that's not correct. We want to own that right up front. If you come to Anchorage and the escort is in Anchorage, they absolutely can act as the escort. That is not a problem.
Okay, thank you for that. And while we're on Anchorage, the other really significant frustration that we've heard from many of our patients is whenever they have to go to ANMC or a patient housing, they have to wait and sit there for hours waiting for a room in the patient lobby, and that is exhausting. Is that something that can get fixed?
Thank you again. So this is one of the primary things that we've worked on. And today, actually November 1st, we make some significant changes. Historically, what's occurred is that we've not had a check-out time. So patients would come and they would not leave until 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. And that meant that we couldn't put patients coming in. And so long history there of how that has been working for the last few years. Today, November 1st, the checkout time became 12 noon. And so today we changed this. But in order to make it work, there we go. In order to make it work, we needed to do a couple of other things. So we have put an elder lounge in place that is open today. It has the appropriate TV sets and phone chargers and coffee and water and all that sort of stuff. But that happened today, so that should be a significant win because it'll give us access to rooms. The other thing that happens today, if you've been to the pharmacy at ANMC in the hospital, they have a system called NemoQ, where you come in and you basically take a ticket, but we call you when we're ready. So we've put the same system in place that is now in the lobby of the patient housing. So when you come in, you'll quickly register. We'll give you a number, if you will, and then we'll call you as soon as you're ready, as soon as we're ready, and then you don't have to stand in line. The elder lounge is going to be used somewhat differently. When you come in as an elder, we're going to ask you to go to the elder lounge, and then we will walk right to you. You don't even have to stand. We'll put you in the lounge and we'll have somebody come right to where you're sitting to help manage that. The other things that happened today that went live this morning is that we put 2 separate desks in. So there now, when you walk in, you'll go to the left to register, and to the right is the desk for all the other questions. So if there's a question about meal cards or appointments or anything else, that now goes to the right. So we split those lines up so that registration would not be as long. That's the game plan for that. There's several things we're working on. We recognize that this has been a challenge, and we also, quite frankly, recognize that the better we get with getting patients access to care, the more challenging our housing issues have a tendency to become if we don't fix them. So we are very well aware of this and are putting changes in place, and we are looking forward to the feedback to see how well it works.
Okay. Thank you, Ellen. And while we're on the topic of patient housing in Anchorage, I think another frustration that we've heard from many of our patients is that when the patient housing is full and patients are going to stay at a different hotel, that they still have to go to patient housing for whatever reason, and then get paperwork there, and then they have to go, then they're able to go to the hotel and check in there. Why can't they just go straight to the hotel and be done?
That's a great question. That's an excellent question. So the way it works today, we don't always know who's going to arrive. We do roughly 135,000 hotel nights a year. So we put 400 people in our spaces on the campus, and even with 400 rooms that we manage, we still can have up to 200 people that are in the housing within Anchorage. And in the summertime, it's very, very difficult, as you can imagine. So since we don't know who's going to arrive, we try and fill up our hotels first. We try and fill up Q House and Patient Housing and Spring Hill first. And what occurs is that we don't know who's going to show up. And so people have to come and check in, and they get a meal card, and then we go from there. We try and arrange housing. If we know in advance, we try and secure rooms at various places around Anchorage. The other thing we're hampered by is if patients have Medicaid approval, they can stay where they want. Not everybody wants to stay on campus for several different reasons. That's the reason why. That doesn't necessarily make it any easier on the patient. We need to do a few things first. Our first target is to be able to get to Spring Hill, to the Marriott, without stopping at patient housing. That's the first thing we need to fix. So we'll fix that one. That's in process. I think we've got a good plan. We'll try and make that one work relatively quickly. Other hotels in Anchorage, it's a little bit harder because, again, we don't know if we're going to need that hotel room. And if we secure the hotel room, we pay for it anyway. So there have been nights in the summertime when we paid $10,000 for rooms that did not get used. The hotels made the money. We didn't have a patient because we didn't know who was coming. So this goes back to that confirmation process that's really super important for us, is if patients can confirm that they're coming, it allows us the leeway of securing rooms. But if nobody confirms, and right now about 50% of all of our patients do not confirm. So about 50% of the time they don't confirm. That's why that one piece of the process is really, really important.
Okay, so it sounds like there's still more work to be done there. So thank you for that, Ellen. Going back to the question, I think your guys' mic is working, ladies. Thank you. So Jennifer, the question earlier was, what we hear a lot is people, they really don't understand exactly the travel process and how to get a hold of our staff, especially on the weekends and after hours. So can you explain what our process is and that we have who might be on call?
So like Jacqueline said, we had a 2-day improvement event, and one of the biggest concerns from staff and from patients that we learned was that they don't understand the process, like Jacqueline said. We have not historically provided enough information to you all about how to access services, how to submit requests and manage your part of the requests. And so we are working on a bunch of patient education, and we want to flood the region with the information so that there is no question about what to do. There have been concerns about feeling homeless when they come in from medevacs and not knowing how to access housing. We do have somebody on the travel staff on call 24/7. So there's always somebody available to help with travel and lodging issues at any time. During the weekday, during regular business hours, you just call the clinic and it's extension 3711. I know there have also been concerns about not being able to contact the travel coordinators themselves because right now the calls funnel through our travel admin staff and then they pass the message along. We are, with additional staffing and reorganizing of roles and responsibilities, reevaluating that. So you will have, at some point when we have our positions filled, direct access to somebody who can really help you right on the spot. One other thing that we want to prevent is having you have to call multiple times altogether to find out the status of your travel. We are exploring different systems to manage our travel to provide a lot more transparency. I think in our recent meetings on Monday, somebody mentioned that if we can track our pizza order from order through delivery, we should be able to figure out how to track our travel and have it transparent to you so you don't have any questions. After hours, if you need to call, you just call the clinic, same clinic number. It'll route you to a different phone tree. It's option 5, and option 5 will take you to the after hours answering service, and they can connect you directly and do a warm handoff to the person on call so they can help you with their travel or housing needs after hours. If patients are medevaced into the hospital and are discharged before we open at the clinic again, the hospital staff is directed to call the travel staff on call directly. They have the cell phone number so they can call and get housing arranged directly.
Thank you for that update, Jennifer. I do think at times that there's still times that does not work 100% perfectly. We are aware that especially at FMH, at times they have itinerant staff or travelers, and not everyone may have been informed about that process. So we do know that there is a little bit more work that needs to get done to make sure that that happens every single time. I'm going to ask Marilyn. Marilyn, so one of the things that we have heard quite a bit is that when patients have appointments in Anchorage, they have to, we book their travel early in the morning. They have to go at 6 a.m. or whatever it is, and maybe even before that to get out of the village, and then go to Anchorage, do their appointments, and then it's going to be the late flight, 11 p.m. or so, to get back to Fairbanks. That is beyond exhausting. Can you explain what our directive is to not make that happen? And what we're doing?
It is a Medicaid reg that you're on the first flight in and the first flight out around your appointment. But with people traveling, sometimes to Fairbanks, several hours and then down to Anchorage and getting to their appointment and returning that same day, it's difficult. Or even just into Fairbanks, if you have to come in the morning and leave in the evening, it doesn't work out well. And we're expecting patients to be at the clinic all day and then just rush back home. So we're working to advocate with Medicaid on that for the people coming into our villages. But we're also asking our staff to work with people to make sure, especially elders, aren't being rushed into town, getting to their appointments and having to go back home. So we do ask our patient travel staff to work with elders and those who need extra time here in Fairbanks. And we're covering the cost because it's outside of Medicaid regulations.
Yeah. So I think that's, and I just want to reemphasize that because Medicaid has rules and regulations that we have to abide by. There's a lot of advocacy going on at the statewide level to make changes to be more patient friendly. But while that is happening, which can take some time, we are sort of overriding that Medicaid rule and say, okay, this is not acceptable for our patients and our elders. So even if they have Medicaid at that point, we will cover the cost that it takes to not have them travel on such a outrageous travel schedule, basically. While we're on Medicaid, there is also a challenge with booking Medicaid hotels. And so those who have Medicaid have been asked to like make their own hotel reservations. And sometimes that is cumbersome and burdensome. Marilyn, did you want to address that one?
Yeah, as we're making the travel improvements, and Jennifer's been working closely with the Medicaid or the staff here in Fairbanks for patient travel, we were having patients traveling in who had Medicaid book their own hotels. It's just a process that we had in place for a long time, and we realized it wasn't working. So what we're doing now is we have one person in our patient travel who's booking all hotels stays here in Fairbanks, whether it's through TCC at Bertha Moses Patient Hostel or at Sophie Station. We're going to be booking those hotels. So before, again, patients were calling in and trying to find available Medicaid hotels, but we know what those hotels are, and we have close contact with them, so we're able to book it easily. And so we've about 2 weeks ago, we took that process over, so we'll be doing that. So it should make it a lot easier for the people flying in to make sure they have somewhere to stay before they leave the village.
Okay, thank you. One more for Jennifer. We've also heard concerns about not having access to meals and when patients did not have Medicaid vouchers, and if they're not staying at Bertha Moses, where how do they get access to food?
So about 2 weeks ago, after acknowledging the fact that not having meals when you come into town, if you're not staying at the patient hostel, has been a big hardship on people, we started providing meal tickets to all authorized travelers and their escorts coming in. So no matter what place, what location you're staying at, you will be provided meal tickets if you want them when you pick up your vouchers at Chief Andrew Isaac. So if you are not staying at a hotel for whatever reason, the meal tickets are still available at Chief Andrew Isaac as long as the travel has been authorized.
Okay. We're volleying here. Marilyn, patients who were staying at Sophie's were asked to provide like a credit card or a security deposit. We have been notified actually by several of our patients that is a hardship. What are we doing to mitigate that?
Yeah, so some of the hotels we're partnering with and contracting with to house patients who travel into Fairbanks do require a security deposit, just like when you're on travel. That is something that the hotels say they need to do. So if you or someone you know is traveling and they can't cover that security deposit, please have them contact patient travel and we'll work with them. We just want to make sure that they're able to get to their appointment. And if we put them at a hotel that requires the security deposit, we'll work with them to make sure they can get checked in.
Okay. Thank you. Going to my left, Ellen, didn't forget about you. One of the frustrations that we've heard many times, and just in the last few days, it came up, and I think you heard it from Minto as well. We have patients who may have had surgeries done at Alaska Native Medical Center, and then they need to come back for a follow-up appointment. And it takes quite some time from traveling from the village to Fairbanks down to Anchorage, all the things you have to do down there, and then you get in with your provider and they look at you, it's 5 minutes, and they're like, you know what, awesome, great. Well, you're done, you're good to go. And then they have to do all that travel back home. And so they're like 3 days out of their week for a 5-minute appointment. That has been a frustration for a sheer number of our patients, and we totally get that. So what can we do differently?
So thank you very much. It is frustrating and it creates a lot of other problems because downstream we go through the travel and housing process. So the best answer is how do you prevent the travel? And in our case, we think that telemedicine is really the best answer, especially for these follow-up visits that we know are going to be brief. There's some education that we need to do with the community health aides because I make sure that we're seeing the right things when we set up the televisit. But we think that the use of telemedicine is really underutilized here in Alaska. We think that there's probably, we could double or triple the number of cases that we do. That would keep care closer to home, which is one of our primary goals. So I think that's an important piece of this. The other piece, obviously, is if you don't have to travel, you don't have to worry about childcare. You don't have to worry about taking care of family. You don't have to worry about getting off from work. There's a lot of benefits to not traveling. So the use of telemedicine is really something we have to drive. And we've had a lot of conversations around this. And so we now have a chief medical officer for the entire state, chief medical informatics officer. So it's a doc who spends time on computers, basically, and making that process work better. So those are the individuals that we've tasked with this. One of the reasons why we've gone to Minto and we've gone to Accutan and Cold Bay and other places is so that we could hear directly from the individuals who have to struggle with this. Because if you sit in Anchorage, you may not know, quite frankly. And if you're a doctor or provider in Anchorage, you may not know. So we think it's important that we get out and have that conversation. But that's our plan going forward.
Okay, thank you. And so I know we're going to have more conversations about that, but I think telehealth definitely has a role there, and it can help alleviate some of those travel needs. Marilyn, when we have patients who need to be in Anchorage for their care, we've heard several times that people kind of may have heard that we have patient navigators down at ANMC who are TCC staff, but it's not apparent necessarily where they are located, how to get a hold of them. And so what are we doing to make sure that everyone has that information?
Yeah, so TCC does employ 2 patient navigators that works closely with our patient navigator program here in Fairbanks. Down in Anchorage, they're located on the ANTHC campus. What they try to do is first we put a flyer with their contact information in all patient travel packets. So anybody going down to Anchorage will get that flyer in their packet. And then the navigators are kind of scrubbing the schedule to see who's going down for the week and if anybody's going to be going through surgery or anything. They're making contact with people prior to them leaving. So they'll try to call all patients that are going down to Anchorage before they even leave Fairbanks. And then the other thing they're doing is they're rounding in the hospital. So if anybody's admitted to the hospital down there, they'll go to their room and check in with them if there's anything they need. Patient housing down in Anchorage also has their information, and we've been working with Alan to make sure that people down at ANMC are aware of the employees that we have down there so they could share their contact information or just direct them their way so they could help out. And then the other thing is we're talking with ANMC and Alan to see if we could have them located in the hospital, a couple times a week or just anytime to make sure their presence is known.
Okay, thank you. So despite all the things that we have put in place, we still heard just a few days ago, and Ellen was there when it was mentioned, the frustration that we've heard at sub-regional meetings and multiple times is people who know that their travel request was put in like 4 to 6 weeks prior to their appointments, and they're like a week out from their appointment and they still haven't seen their travel paperwork, and they're getting anxious, and I get that. And so what's going on with that, and why does it take 4, 5, 6 weeks to get that travel going? And I think that's probably something that's partially answered by Ellen and partially by Jennifer. Where do we go first? Internally, TCC first, and then we go to you? Okay.
Sure. So part of the problem was just the volume of travel authorizations that come through. I was looking at the data over the last few days, and I calculated that over the last 3 years, we've averaged over 1,200 travel requests every month. And our travel staff has been relatively small to accommodate that amount of volume. And so we actually Jacqueline authorized 3 additional travel staff members to help. And so we're building our team. We're moving roles and responsibilities around. Notifying patients has been kind of a hot potato. Nobody's really taken responsibility for it. It's either the health aides or the clinical staff or the travel staff. And so there's been confusion around that. We've changed that. And so now we have one person solely dedicated to calling all of the patients. So once the flight is booked, the travel request will go to the housing person to book the housing. Once the housing is booked, it will go to the notification person. That person will be contacting you directly. And then it'll go to the next step of printing all of the paperwork that is required. So we do know that that has been an issue. I've researched many, many complaints about that and have just found that there was a lack of a stable process, but hopefully that will be resolved.
Thank you. And then Alan, I think you have some additional.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is one of the most frustrating things, I think, for any of us. I can't imagine making plans to travel on Thursday where I had to be someplace on Friday. That just doesn't make any sense at all. And so we acknowledge that that's a challenge. Part of this is a Medicaid issue and how the Medicaid approval process goes. Part of this is an issue about the sheer volume. That's a challenge. And I'll be honest with you, part of this is how it looks when you come to Anchorage and you walk into that office to see them work, because they've got a computer system that is far, far outdated and doesn't allow them to toggle between computer programs. All of us who use Windows as part of our work life can toggle between many, many things. You cannot do that in patient housing and patient travel. So that is part of the challenge. Part of the challenge is that we do 43,000 flights a year. 43,000. We spent $27 million last year, and the folks that answer the phones answer one phone call every 1.2 minutes. Last year, they answered 500,000. They made 300,000. And quite frankly, we get overwhelmed. So sometimes it's a staffing issue. But the other thing, and this is the more subtle piece of this, is that we historically have operated in a scenario that was last minute. It's been that way for a long time. And I think it's probably caused us to have some bad habits. And it's caused us to not think necessarily out of the box about how to solve the issue. One of the challenges that we're running into, one of the things we're trying to work on is if we know we need Medicaid approval, and that's going to take a bit, why not go ahead and make the flight? And then if we don't get Medicaid approval, change the flight instead of waiting until you get, so we want to think in terms of steps, and maybe we don't think holistically. We don't think all the way through logically about this, but there's a lot of good work going on. These are great people. Out of 500,000 phone calls, we've dropped literally 25,000, which is really a small number that get dropped. And of course, we don't have an answering machine. So you got to wait on the phone. It takes us, the longest it takes us to answer a phone, if you look at our numbers, is about 22 minutes, which seems like a really long time. And in 22 minutes, I can get a lot of work done, right? I can get all my wife's laundry taken care of. I can walk the dogs. There's a lot I can get done in 22 minutes. And the challenge is people don't always want to wait, and we don't have an answer machine. But there's a lot going on there, but we are changing that process. We're going to update the computer systems to something that's much more modern, 2023, and we're working hard at that. But we acknowledge that frustration, and I mean, every time it happens, we groan too, because we never want anybody to be dissatisfied with dealing with us.
Thank you for those answers. And I do want to reemphasize what Jennifer indicated. We are still not fully staffed. We have identified the need for additional staff, and I actually have told them to overstaff because there's always someone who's going to be out for personal leave or illness or whatever. And so I rather overstaff and get that as out of the way as a part of the equation of the challenges. With that, I also want to acknowledge that our staff are pulling quite a bit of overtime, and I'm assuming that's the same down at ANMC, to try and address all the issues and really serve all our patients. So I do want to say thank you to them, because I know it can be challenging for them to hear us talk about all the things that are a challenge with travel all the time. They are really trying to get everyone situated. And I know it's a lot of additional hours for them. So thank you to our staff. And at times hearing our frustration, our patients' frustration, we also realize that there's sometimes frustration on our staff side. So thank you for the work that you are doing. And we have some of our staff in the room. So if anyone has like very specific individual challenges of issues that they would like to address, we have patient experience, we have patient travel, we have the patient shuttle, and then our panelists will be available for sidebars during the day as well. I think we kind of like went through the majority of like the most frequently asked questions and most common situations that we have noticed. So we'd be glad to answer any specific challenges that anyone may have or questions from any of the delegates. I see Chief Karma Ulvi.
I was just wondering, I noticed back in the day, there used to be a lot of taxi services. And I noticed there's not very many taxis. And so I was just wondering, how do patients get from the airport to like Chief and to their hotel and that kind of stuff?
Jennifer?
We have 4 shuttle drivers. And so you can contact the shuttle. I don't have the phone number with me right now, but I can give it to you afterwards. You can contact the shuttle directly. And that's actually what we want people to do coming from the village or from the villages into the airport to get to the clinic, to pick up their travel paperwork there. They can take you to any of the TCC buildings. They can take you to FMH to get the meals. We have acknowledged that with the addition of the meals tickets provided to everybody, there's going to be a lot more demand on the shuttle. And so Amanda and her team is ready to start shuttling patients from all of the hotels over to get their meals at the hospital.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the question. And you're absolutely right. There's less taxis, cabs, even Ubers. That seems to be a challenge as well. Yeah. I saw
Mary
Solomon for Yukon.
alternate
Yes.
delegate from
Yep.
Fort Yukon. I'd like to recognize Daisy Stevens to speak on some of these issues
Mhm.
over that way.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Daisy. Can someone help Daisy?
Good morning.
Yep,
Can you hear
it's
me?
working.
I always hate to be the one to bust your bubble there, Jacqueline. You put yourself on a rosy pedal all the time.
Mm.
We have problems.
Mhm.
We have a lot of problems. And a lot of these chiefs don't know that. I'm going to share a story with you. And it's like a nightmare story that happened October 13th when I went to Anchorage. I went down to get my cataracts and other procedures that I had to have done. And I was supposed to stay there for 10 days. Unfortunately, the person that was supposed to be my escort had to cancel because of emergency family issues. I wouldn't let her go with me because she needed to take care of them. So I went ahead and went to Anchorage by myself. I got to patient housing to check in. And they said, well, where's your escort? And I said, she had a family emergency, so she's not going to be my escort. But I have my niece here. She took a week off from work so that she could be my escort. And I was in total shock when they told me at the front desk of patient housing, oh no, she can't be your escort because she's local, meaning that she lives in Anchorage. Every one of us have relatives that live in Anchorage. And we should be able to use our relatives down there that are willing to take time off from their own work to be an escort. That night, I didn't take my medicine because my escort was not with me and I'm supposed to take it when she's there. I went to my appointment the next morning and unfortunately it was canceled. So now I have to wait until April for that procedure. I had other procedures and I asked them, well, what do I need to do to make her my escort? And they said, oh, we'll take it to the upper management. Meaning, Alan, meaning that their upper management they're talking about is within patient housing. It's not on the board. It's not, it has nothing to do with the board. It has to do with upper management of patient housing. They're the ones that decide who's going to be your escort or if they can or not. I was told she couldn't be my escort all the time I was there. I told her, you know what? I said, I'm trying to save you money here. My niece is here. She's ready to be my escort. She took a week off from school, work to be with me. Oh no, well, that's not our problem. Our problem is that she cannot stay with you in the hotel and she can't eat the food that we have because we're not going to give her a meal ticket either. It was very fortunate that I heard that there was an e-board meeting in Anchorage, and I went to them and I explained to them what happened. A lot of you know that I have health issues that I need to take care of personally, and it is being done. But when you run into something like this, ANMC has patients that are scheduled several months ahead, and I know that. They're overbooked all the time. But I can't see where we cannot use Anchorage residents as escorts because they're willing to do it. They said, no, she can be your escort for one night and you can choose what night that will be there. And I will be there for 10 days. And I said, I can't tell you when I'm going to be sick. It happens on a spur of a moment. I said, and if I'm by myself and I get sick and I have no escort, what's going to happen? I guess I'm lucky I'm standing here physically telling you this nightmare story, and it needs to be changed. And it's the upper management of patient housing that is making these decisions. I have no problem with ANMC doctors or nurses. They treat us like human beings more than they do at Chief Andrew. At Chief Andrew, you just get pushed aside. But I would like to see that policy changed. And when I'm down there, I see a lot of patients there that are cancer patients. And guess what kind of food they live on? They live on microwave food all the time they're there. I personally would like to see that changed because cancer loves microwave food. And that's all they live on. Before the pandemic came around, that used to be the best restaurants in town where people all over the town would come over and eat food. But no, you don't see anybody there. You see people there giving their tickets away to other patients because they're going to be there longer. They sell one can of Spam for $8. But I'm going back down December 13th, and I'm going to be there during Christmas and New Year's. And I would like to get this escort changed because I don't think that's right. even though I had my niece down there ready to be my escort, they made me come up with another name. And I had to send for another niece who had to take time off from her work to come down and be my escort in order to finish all my procedures. I don't think that's right. And I know that a lot of chiefs don't know what happens there at A&MC patient housing. And that's why I want to share my nightmare story with you. It's crazy. I should have already been going into surgery, but now I'm going to have to wait for Christmas and New Year's to do this. So I think I would be willing to meet with Alan personally if he wanted to. I'm not going to force him, but if he wants to hear exactly what happens, then he might need to meet with me before he leaves. And as far as Chief Andrew goes, Chief Andrew needs to step up to the plate and treat us like human beings. They're there because they count us in their funding. That's what they're there for, to help us. But no, we get pushed aside. And Jennifer, you said to call the after hours phone number. One of these days, give it a try. Because it takes over an hour to get through on that emergency number after hours. And even then, you hang on for 30 minutes, you get cut off. And then you'll get back on and they'll say, please hang on, we'll help you in the order you call. Well, I was a number 1. The next thing you know, it cut me off. And I'm back to number 10. You know, these little things like this, it's hurting me. But it's not only hurting me, it's hurting a lot of our patients out there. And a lot of patients are not going to speak up, especially the men in our tribe. They just do whatever they're told to do. The men in our tribe is valuable to us. They're our leaders. But yet when something is wrong with them, they're not going to speak up in meetings and tell you this happened to me because they're men. I hold them up on a pedestal. And I love and respect each one of them. Little things like this need to be resolved. And we've been going through these kind of problems for the last 10, 15 years that I can recall. And it's like going through the same thing all the time. I think this is the year for the chiefs to start taking action. We've been talking for 50 years on drugs and alcohol, and then we're going to be talking again about it. Let's do something with aftercare. Aftercare might be the program we need to go after. But I know I'm getting carried away because I have a lot more problems. But I leave on the 13th of December, and I don't want to have to be told that your escort can't stay with you because she's local. That's not fair either. So if you can resolve that problem as a director and ask and tell me what I need to do to resolve this problem, I wouldn't be here busting your bubble then, Jacqueline, because you have a big problem that needs to be solved.
And we are very aware of that, Daisy, and I hope that with some of the answers that we were able to indicate that we are in the process of resolving it, but it's kind of like peeling an onion. There's layers and layers and layers, and so we're not done yet by no means are we done, but we have made some improvements. And the situation that you ran into with not being allowed an escort who was local in Anchorage, that blew all of us away. It was like, where did that come from? That doesn't make any sense. So we're in total agreement there, and that has been resolved. I think Ellen wants to address it too.
It came from the management of patient housing.
So first off, I want to say thank you for bringing that up. I was sitting in the boardroom when I was made aware of this issue, and I resolved it as quick as I could. That said, I'm going to come find you right after this. I get the opportunity, and I'm going to give you my business card, my personal cell phone number. You can call me because it shouldn't have happened. It was a mistake. I need to get it corrected, and it needs to be corrected forever. And that's my commitment to you, is we will fix it. I didn't come here to keep it the same way. I came here to make it better. And so I'm going to come talk to you. We're going to fix it. But had you not called, I would have never known. I cannot thank you enough for doing that. It meant a lot to a lot of people. So thank you very much, and we're going to take care of it. And as to food, I need about 6 months, and we'll fix the food. But I need about 6 months on that one because I got to work through some contracts.
I'm really concerned about the food because we have a lot of cancer patients down there. And I'm tired of seeing them live on microwave food. Cancer loves microwave food. And I'm lucky I have a son down there who cooks once in a while. And he goes over to patient housing and they put a stop to him. They told him he couldn't bring food into the building. So he's been outside. If he's their patient advocate and he's outside with fish and moose meat, he'll give it to them outside. But we need our type of food down there. We don't need no microwave food.
We thank you for
Thank
that.
you very
Gracie.
much for listening to me.
Yes.
And Alan, you might want to share your phone number with these chiefs that are in the building.
We're making sure that they have all the contact information before they leave, before the end of the day. Thank you, Daisy. Earlier, I did see Chief Julie Heislop had her hand up. Thank you, Daisy. Oh, okay.
Good morning. Thank you, Jacqueline and the panel for giving us some insight onto some of the issues, that we continuously face in our villages. Many of us come from small villages where we don't even have a health aide in some of our villages. And so one of the questions I had was, when you don't have a health aide in the village, who is making the contact for some of these patients in our villages? That's just one question I have. Even though we have a clinic in Tanana and we do have health aides, we do have a PA, people still fall through the cracks with a lot of their travel. A lot of people are getting their travel last minute. And, and I know that the doctors are the ones who are ordering these types of follow-ups. And so I'm not too sure if it's communication between, the doctor's office and patient travel. Somewhere, communication is not being given properly. And then onto the airlines, for some of our villages, some villages have like Everett's and Wrights flying into their villages, but most of us only have Wrights and they don't fly on weekends. Even just to schedule a meeting, like how TCC was doing, I would have had to spend a couple extra days here, and that's just not fair to a lot of our patients, who get stuck in their villages. And moving on to Medicaid, we've been challenged, with this type of process for many years as people. You have to be poor to be on Medicaid. And so for the ones who don't qualify for Medicaid, it just makes more challenges for our patients, to get follow-up care. But, a lot of, I think when you say advocating for Medicaid, who is advocating and on what level? And is Congress even making some of those changes, because we've been dealing with this for a long, long time now. And is there other ways that TCC can think outside the box of getting some of those, maybe private insurance companies involved? You know, I really think that, we need to really think about how we can provide better care for some of our patients that we do have. And a lot of them fall outside of that qualifications for certain kinds of treatments, you know, that they're receiving. And so, and one question I was thinking about was the ratio of patients from each region. TCC doesn't have a hospital here, and we all know how Fairbanks Memorial treats us. You know, and it's really bad from what I can hear. You know, I haven't had, you know, knock on wood, any problems myself having to go to Fairbanks Memorial except with family members, but the relationship between Chief Andrew and Fairbanks Memorial just seems to be getting worse. It doesn't seem to be getting better. So most of our patients have to go down to Anchorage now. Just even to get, you know, a root canal, you have to go to Anchorage. I mean, it's just a lot of extra travel. I was told that if I want to get a root canal, I had to go to Anchorage. So those are the kinds of things, you know, that we're dealing with, you know, as people. And so, and I know that Bethel has a hospital, Dillingham has a hospital, Kotzebue, a lot of these regions have hospitals. And how many of those patients are going to ANMC from those areas that actually have hospitals? I'd like to see some kind of a chart made on TCC region versus Bethel region for the ones who have hospitals. And are they all necessary to go to Anchorage for their treatments? And so that's just one question I would like to have answered, you know, maybe before the next convention. But, you know, getting back to what some of the concerns, you know, Daisy was talking about, and I totally agree, you know, that, you know, we've been working on this for so long now, so many years on just trying to come up with solutions. And, but I just really want to thank, you know, the doctors who do come out to our villages on a regular basis. I think that really helps us a lot when they do come out to our villages and, you know, give us that extra attention that we need, you know, as patients in our villages. So I just want to say, you know, thank you to the doctors, and especially to Dr. Schultz, who comes to Tanana. You know, I just really appreciate him and his staff, you know, who does that. But I'd like to know a little bit more on how we're advocating for changes in Medicaid. And also, are we going to make progress in the airline travel industry? Because we've been talking about that for a long time too. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments and questions, Chief Julie Hyslop. So on the Medicaid regulations and requirements, there are statewide efforts. And so TCC, there's several of us that are involved with the Medicaid Task Force. And the state of Alaska Medicaid has representation there that goes all the way up to the commissioner. And earlier this year, we had the assistant administrator from CMS, who CMS oversees Medicaid and Medicare. He came to Alaska as well. And so he went around. And so we had an opportunity to talk with him, as well as many others had an opportunity. And so we discussed a sheer number of these rules that might make sense in lower 48 country, but not up here. So he was made aware of that. And then we were actually able to resolve one issue that we had that was a significant hold up here, which had to do with like Medicaid eligibility, that Medicaid, for state of Alaska Medicaid, was on a monthly basis determining who was eligible or not. And so we had to wait until they made that determination. What is it today? It's November. If we had a patient who has to come in like first week of December, we would have to wait till November 20th or thereafter before they would have updated the rolls for December before we could make travel arrangements. That was mind-boggling and crazy making. It's like, okay, some folks may have fallen off the rolls, maybe for whatever reason, but the majority of people is most likely still going to be eligible. So once we figured out that that was a significant issue, TCC was the one who kind of like brought that to the table and said, okay, can we just have presumptive eligibility, assume that they are Medicaid eligible unless you determine later on that it's not the case, and then we'll fix it on the back end. We got Medicaid to, and especially when we found out that that was not a CMS requirement, but a state of Alaska imposed rule. And so as soon as we found that out, the state acknowledged that and said, okay, we're sorry. And so that got changed. And so we have had CMS's ear on a number of things at the Region 10 national level. We've also been pretty heavy on the advocacy with the purchased and referred care requirements and whatnot for travel, because some of those requirements that Indian Health Services has on the books about what's the levels of emergencies and whatnot, that may have made sense 30, 40 years ago. It doesn't make sense in today's world. And so they have acknowledged that and just announced last week, at least that's when I heard about it from the IHS director and her leadership team, that they have changed that and they're starting to change it. And so we'll have a lot more leverage, and they're moving away from those levels of urgency, and it's a lot more patient-centered. If services are not readily available within a reasonable amount of time, then you have to go outside and find other providers to provide the service. So there has been quite a bit happening at that advocacy level. As far as airlines, we've heard from Ryanair that they're looking at some expansions. We've heard from Rights that they're looking at maybe more flights down to Upper Kuskokwim and potentially down to the Lower Yukon. With all of that, recently also Raven mentioned that they're scaling back. So it's not. I think it's still an issue. I don't know what the answer is. At times they're quoting that they don't have enough pilots. So I'm not quite sure, but we know that it's even harder, not only in the summer, but even now we were told that we can't get any charters with rights. And so it impacts everyone. And I don't have a good answer. I'm not sure if our chief chair has any.
What I would add is, while right now it appears at least that Wrights has capacity with planes and pilots, and I think they're looking to expand into Lower Yukon for the, I think, first time in recent years. Everett seems to be the one right now that's having the issue with pilots, I believe, to where we have limited to no charter capacity with Everett's, while we're having to depend on Wrights quite a bit more.
Thank you. And then, thank you, Chief. And then I think your last point in regards to TCC, Chief Andrew Isaac Health Center, and FMH leadership. We had started leadership meetings before the pandemic, and then during the pandemic, a lot of that was kind of like took a back seat. We have restarted those meetings for collaboration because we are concerned. We have heard significant challenges at times with how our people are treated and are mistreated. And so we are addressing that. We're trying to also get some of our case management staff on site at the emergency room. We think that might help, at least during the daytime, but that position just opened up and hasn't been filled yet. We do have a case manager for inpatient services. We also do have our patient experience staff who started rounding on patients who are in the hospital at FMH to just make themselves known and just ask if there's anything that the patient needs help with. So we're trying to work through those relationships, but we know we have ways to go. I saw Chief Rhonda Pitka and then Patty.
Hi.
Yes,
So
yeah.
Our relationship with the Fairbanks Memorial Hospital Board has always been pretty contentious. My suggestion would be, because we have such a large amount of tribal members living in the Fairbanks area, that we set forth like an advocacy effort to get elected to that particular hospital board. Because I don't see them making any improvements. And that's the one way that we know how to make improvements. We can come to this venue and we can advocate about ANMC or the Fairbanks Memorial Hospital till we're blue in the face, but we're not seeing any improvements or movements in those particular systems. ANMC has always been a challenge for the people in the interior to attend. And I appreciate that we have, longstanding board members and things like that, but I think that if we have maybe staff members from the health field that would join those boards, that would be very effective. If we can maybe get some of our e-board members to do that also, I think that might be something that we should encourage, because, these people are here to represent us and our interest in a lot of different venues. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chief Pitka. We had, when Victor Joseph was, I think he may even have been still health director, it definitely was a topic of conversation when he was our chief chair for TCC, had requested that we had a TCC seat on the FMH board of directors. And at the time that was not granted.
Well, even if that's not granted, they have an election process that I think that we need to be informed on and that we need to learn what's their election process. Because I've seen different board members that don't maybe represent our interest in particular, but there are a lot of people in this room that would be good advocates, including a lot of members of your staff. And, and they don't have the challenges of time like the village chiefs do. Thank you.
Yes. No, thank you for that. And we'll make that request again. I saw Patty's, I'm sorry. Okay, Patty and then our chief.
I just like to, I think I mentioned it before. I was really surprised that, and people are complaining about records that are not shared between our clinic here and ANMC, and I think I mentioned it before. It seemed like that this one person had to take CT here in Fairbanks and then was referred to Anchorage and has to go through the same process. I was wondering if anybody would begin that process where they could share files or something, because it just seemed like with technology the way it is, it would just speed things up for our patients. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And yes, there are challenges with that, and not everyone is on the exact same record. When referrals happen, the information is supposed to flow back and forth, but it goes from through different systems. And we have identified that there sometimes stuff gets stuck in one system, or people are not aware that they need to look at a different spot for that information. And so our longer term goal is that ideally everyone would be on the same record and be easily able to see that. And we had some conversations with Alan and some of his staff yesterday and some of our leadership on what that would look like moving forward. But that's going to be a multi-year process and project. So thank you for that. Director Sam Latna.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joey Salmon, Second Chief of Latna, and I'm happy to hear that you guys, TCC is looking at improving patient travel, because again, health does not discriminate against our people, whether AIDS or anything else like this. And it can be very emotional, as we heard from our former speaker already before. And a couple of things that I've got to bring up is dealing with airlines can be challenging, just because again, they seem to take preference over tourism or hunters. And then whenever we're probably 5 minutes or a couple minutes late, they'll certainly bump you off right now. And then again, that'll be able to put more stress on the patients that are traveling. And then again, I did not know here exactly how long you've been having the 24-hour call in for dealing with your patients, but then I'm glad to hear that, and then hopefully people will be able to take advantage of that, because again, that's just an avenue to ease travel for people who's going to be traveling to any destination for their health issues. The other item that I probably bring up too is that living in the interior, we didn't really see high quality care from FMHC or TCC before, and we've lost a few folks with different issues saying, take this meds and don't worry about it until things come up too late. So I hope that I would like to find out how far is TCC travel willing to help people, because again, we're not only going to be traveling out to Anchorage, probably Seattle or Minnesota for different health issues, and then this is going to be critical for keeping our people alive. So that's something I would like to check on. And we also do have a lack of health aides in some of our communities. And then again, this is where the actual patient will have to make contact with their provider to set up travels, and then so that's where things will have to begin. So all these issues were all tied together, and I'm just happy to hear that you guys are improving, but then there's so much more to work on yet, and then these are some of the concerns I'm bringing before you.
Thank you, Chief Sam. Airline issue, yes, we are running into that same issue during summer season with hunters and tourists, and so it's harder, and a lot of them take flights that we then can't have our people travel on. I think that's an issue that's continued to be addressed by administration. 24/7 on call for our patients. We've had that actually in place, for quite some time. So I think we need to do a better job of making sure that everyone has those phone numbers for after hours when you're stranded here in Fairbanks or in Anchorage. Our patient advocates in Anchorage are answering 24/7 as well, and their information has been fairly widely spread, but I think we still need to do a better job in getting those numbers across. Traveling outside for care as needed or when indicated, yes, that does happen, and that does happen usually in conjunction with A&MC, who then makes the referrals outside. And even when we're looking at starting to provide cancer services here in Fairbanks, there are going to be times that you have to go to Anchorage, Seattle, or beyond, because that's where the level of expertise resides that you need. There might be a way with that expert far away to collaborate when they say, okay, certain aspects of the treatment plan can be provided in Fairbanks on site or maybe in Anchorage. So those are all options and opportunities. Your point of people who have passed and concern with quality of care, we have really improved on looking at a number of diagnoses. We've improved our quality management efforts and peer review with our providers. And so whenever there is a question about someone who had an unexpected outcome, like why did this happen? And it's kind of like a surprise to us, to family members, to whomever, our staff are following a process to look into that to see, is there anything that happened in this situation where there was something missed in the process? And so, and based off that, there is, it might be staff education, it might be patient education, it might be a process step that we didn't have in place that we need to put in place. So there is a lot of emphasis and effort on that. And our lack of our community health aides, the last point, lack of community health aides in some communities having been unstaffed for quite some time. That is an issue. We're trying to have more itinerants to go out and help cover. We've also had conversations with a couple of our communities, like, you've been unstaffed for a long time. If you happen to have tribal members who may not be residing in your community, but maybe elsewhere, who might be interested for itinerant staff and travel in for a couple of weeks and then go back to Anchorage or Seattle or wherever it is that they reside, we're willing to entertain all those options. So I just wanted to make a plug for that. And if there's no health aid, we do have our teams and care coordinators help coordinate the travel And I've seen Daisy's hand out of the corner of my eye several times, and I have my chief chair in my corner there. So Daisy.
Comment, sorry, a comment here, on the health issues. I know, having been a former member of the health board here many years ago, kind of like my friend Andy Jimmy, oldie but a goodie. Lots of problems that have been encountered, some that have been fixed. And there's still a lot to be done. Gathering from everything that, we've been hearing throughout many of our meetings throughout the years, nothing is at 100% yet. My comment or suggestion in this way would be when you as a administrative staff have those committee meetings discussing these various issues and knowing that we have a health board, we have, which is an advisory board to the e-board. Knowing that we have those people, is it possible just to randomly pick a village person from time to time, and I don't think it has to cost the chiefs any extra money to just sit in there and listen and offer the village's perspective on all these things. It really does make a big difference. You all live in the urban area, you're what we call concrete Indians. We live out in the villages. We see and live differently. Every day of our lives, we're struggling to survive, to make sure that we are being well taken care of. Some of us can get up and stand up and speak for ourselves. There's a lot of people who cannot do that. There are people who fall into the cracks of the system between Medicaid and Medicare. Some people don't understand the difference between the two programs. For Medicare, you have to have at least 41 quarters of work in your lifetime to be eligible for Medicare. Medicaid is a welfare program. That's the difference. I myself have had issues. When I fell and broke my ankle, I had to wait for 8 days before I was able to come in and to get my surgery. And I had to go to a private doctor. But thank God, Tanana chiefs knew of it. So they took care of their part of it. After my husband's insurance, my Medicare, which took 80%, and then my husband's insurance took some, and since I didn't get a bill, I'm assuming that TCC took care of the rest. So these are the things that we encounter, and maybe it would be just something to think about, is just to invite someone from the village periodically. I don't think there'll ever, just like the fisheries program and everything else, I don't think there'll ever be an answer to the perfect world, to the perfect health issues that we have as a people. No matter how hard we try, it will never be perfect. There will always be a little glitch in the system. So let's try to work together and think of creative ways to make things work. And then on a personal level, how do we get replacement cards? Do we get them from ANMC or the chiefs? Whenever we get surgeries, like for hip replacement, knee replacements, whatever, we are issued a card at ANMC that allows us to get through the airports, without having to be x-rayed to death. I lost my wallet way back, I think January or so, and I had to go to the airport, I think 2 or 3 times after that. And, you know, a lot of things could have been avoided had I had that card. So that's my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those suggestions. Our health board members are, majority are from our villages, but the meetings are open. And I know that the health board members are asking villages also for concerns, but yeah, meetings are open. We're always welcoming people in to share their concerns, and some of that could go through Zoom as well. Someone said something. And then the replacement cards for A&MC, I saw, yeah, we're gonna get that taken care of. Yeah, Chief Walker is our last one. Okay, okay, yes, Chief Walker.
Thank you, Jacqueline. You know, just listening to all these people, tribal people speak, and this is really should never be happening, actually, to tell you the truth. But anyway, going back to Jennifer, Marilyn, Alan, we are from the Lower Yukon subregion. We are with YKHC, Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation. So a lot of this does not pertain to us because we have our own organization. And one of the things that took me back here, I went to Andrew Isaac Clinic to get Victoza right after the March meeting. And they said they don't carry that no more. So I had to come down to right next door here to the clinic here and get it there. And we called our provider down in YKHC and they just up and jumped and took care of it. So I'm just kind of a little surprised here too that I don't know how many other people has diabetes or borderline diabetics and have to get this, get these shots. So, but I was kind of surprised that being an organization. So maybe somewhere along the line that you guys are going to have to drop back and take a look at a real hard look at your clinic and your travel and your patient housing and everything, because we have issues too, but you guys have more issues than we do. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And on the medication, we can sidebar on that. Our pharmacy has a fairly large curriculum or formulary, not curriculum, formulary where we carry a lot of medications. At times, there are shortages on certain medications, so we may or may not have them on the shelf, and then we have to go to an alternative, or it might be a medication that's not on our formulary that then could get added to it. And sometimes things are updated as well.
Yes, and one more thing too, as the chief of ANVIC, when we do have a very serious incident or something that happened, when I call YKHC, I just tell them the stopwatch is running, and that's what I tell them. And it goes for all 4 other villages too, when how we work together with our chiefs. So when you tell them the stopwatch is going, somebody's going to get moving. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you for that, Chief Walker. Oh, to my right. Sorry about that. Manny Carlo, the Nakanaga.
Yes, good morning. I'd
morning.
just like to say one thing that my brother, Wally Carlo, he's been on the Fairbanks Hospital Board for 30 years. And they're having their meeting right now. And we were talking about it this morning. He was going to bring up issues as the emergency room and the communication between Andrew Isaac and Fairbanks Memorial Hospital. They seem to be off timing. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. I knew he had been on the board. I didn't realize he was still on the board. Thank you for that. Okay. Patty.
I'd just like to ask maybe a report during either the convention. I don't know if it'll go through the health board. I could put it on the agenda, but I was wondering about military services whenever the weather goes down out in the bush, how that's working out. I'd like a report on the service, the medevac that they're doing.
Okay, yeah, that gets activated through Anchorage. If the regular medevacs can't fly, then it rolls to, I think, the state emergency medical office down in at J-Bear, and they can activate a military flight.
Boy, you give Jacqueline the microphone and she goes, long time. I jokes, sorry. So for Alan Vierling from A&MC, we have a gift of a birch bark basket made by Lena Ticket. For the staff, the gift is just working for the people. I did hear Jacqueline's cell phone go off during that, so we can thank health for the lunch today. We'll be doing an AJ to the health department for that one. I do want to touch real quick on, as we got into all of this, I did hear from Val at A&MC that they currently own 600 hotel rooms in Anchorage, and they're still having to contract and pay for 200 more per night. So really what I want to be able to say is they've already had one, if not two, patient travel meetings down there, inviting, I think, a bunch of folks in. It's not just a TCC issue. And so the things that we're dealing with here are very similar to Anchorage on a little smaller scale. And in relation to that, that's a kind of a good segue into the next section. We're going to take a break, but we'll be talking about trying to come up with a solution for the patient housing issue here in Fairbanks. So with that, let me check my time real fast. We're a little off schedule, 10:40. So maybe if we can come back at 10:50, we'll take 10 minutes. And then at that point, I'll hand it off to Ben to go through the hotel land presentation. Thank you. Can you hear me? I want to recognize Jerry Isaac, past president, and Spud Williams, past president, in the back. Welcome. First off, at the end of the last section, I don't know if everyone heard me, but we do have past presidents Jerry Isaac and Spud Williams in the back. So welcome. And then I believe Dorothy Shockley is here from Peltola's office. So by all means, hit her up if you have concerns that you want to get to Peltola. So now I'll hand it over to Ben Schilling, our CFO, to walk us through the one main action item that we want to make sure to go through and take official action on at the end of the presentation. So take it away, Ben.
Good morning. And I know when I was standing in the back, I was having trouble hearing a little bit. So if anybody does have trouble hearing, just wave your hand and I'll try to talk even louder. It's always an honor to be here to present to you all. Thank you for allowing me to do that today. And like Brian said, we're just going to take you through a brief presentation of kind of our thought processes that we went through to present this decision to you all to purchase this hotel. Rest assured that even though this is a brief presentation, there's been many, many hours of diligence that's been going on over the last few weeks. And so why do we need a hotel? As you heard in the last presentation, patient housing. And here in Fairbanks, as well as in Anchorage, during the peak summer months, there's just a real shortage of housing. And so if we have some rooms that we have control over, hopefully we can address that better. We had the Willow House. That was just a poor location for a hotel, but it's a great location for Housing First. And Housing First is such a huge need and has a huge waiting list that was a great decision to make that change. Bertha Moses is a great location, but it's just too small. So we're going to keep that in place, but these additional rooms should give us an ability to address that housing need. So the hotel we're looking at is the Best Western on Airport Road. They provide breakfasts. They have an elevator. They've got accessible rooms. There's a laundry room. They've got Wi-Fi. They've got a workout room. So it's got a lot of the amenities that we didn't have at Willow House that we've heard that there's a real need for. So where is it? It's also got 2 vacant riverfront lots that come with this purchase. So that's significant. You can see that kind of shaded area at the very top is actually the river. The shadows are falling on the river itself. Keep going. If you're not familiar with where it is on the map, you can see that it's just right there off Airport Road across from Fred Meyer. It's very accessible to the airport. Good shopping. The shuttle service can run through there very easily. So how does it fill our needs? It's got 67 rooms. We don't need that many rooms right out the block for patient housing, but we, as you've heard from A&MC, that we only expect it to grow. So it gives us a lot of room to expand into. We've got enough to have a reserve block right now and still have commercial rooms available to subsidize the operation of the hotel. And again, those 2 riverfront lots that are available for future development. Some of the key stats, again, 67 rooms. It's on 3.7 acres. In 2020, there was a large $2 million upgrade on the hotel. So even though it was built earlier, it has been refreshed recently. The purchase price is just under $14 million, $13,875,000. The funding to cover the cost of this hotel would come out of our COVID funds that we have. Some of the financial information, and this is a look back 3 years ago, or the last 3 years. So what we've done is just given you some averages over the last 3 years. Gross revenues are about 2.3 million. Net income is about 500,000. So it's currently running as a profitable organization. We've adjusted their numbers a little bit to account for They were debt financed. We're not planning to be debt financed, so that 500,000 is adjusted for that. Their average occupancy over that 3-year period is about 70%. So that's great. That runs anywhere from like 96% in those peak summer months to a low of 50%, in this time of year, in the November, December timeframe. Now note that our results, even though this is what they've done, our results will probably be a little bit less because we are going to pull that block of rooms out of the availability. So, and we're going to be able to adjust that block as our needs fit, but we do expect that reservation to cause the gross revenues as well as the net to come down. But this just shows you kind of where it's been running. So again, what's the condition of the property? So it was refreshed again in 2020. We've done numerous inspections. We've done structural, electrical, mechanical, fire and safety, geotech. We've been drilling on those vacant lots as well as the lots there where the hotel is. So like I say, we've done an extensive due diligence period on this. And we've found that while you would expect with any building that there is some deferred maintenance that will need to be addressed, there are no major repairs that are needed. Nothing significant. We're not going to have to put another $10 million into this facility. What are some of our plans to try to lower the risk of jumping into the hotel market? Well, one, we're going to have a reserve block for our patients, okay? So that we can try to make sure that we always have enough rooms. As was mentioned, we know that people will still have some choice if they've got a voucher, but we're hoping to make this hotel a desirable place that they'll want to take their vouchers here. We're going to continue with the Best Western franchise. That gives us some name recognition, pricing, and marketing. It'll keep that commercial block of rooms profitable. That's our hope, that by keeping that in place, we're going to continue with the existing management company to operate it. They're familiar with the facility. They've been doing it for the last several years. And will be no change in staffing. As you've heard from both TCC, from the medical side of things to the TCS side of things to administration, hiring people is a huge challenge right now. By keeping the existing management company in place, we don't have to try to staff this thing up, come December 1. It'll come with all the existing staff with it. Down the line, we can pursue some 105L funding to help offset the costs of our patient block. So that's also going to help mitigate that cost or that decreased revenues that we expect from having a patient block. The future potential. So we've got, again, 67 rooms. We only probably need about 20 to start with, but we can expand as needed. That gives us a lot of room to expand before we can take over the hotel entirely as a patient hotel. Those 2 vacant lots for the riverfront, that could be used for maybe an elder facility down the line. If we go through our needs assessment and decide that that's what, that you all want or need, that gives us a great location that we could put that. So what are we asking for today? We're asking for a motion to authorize the executive board to complete this purchase. This is the actual verbiage that we're going to be looking for later on. So it's the purchase the Best Western and those lots 5 and 6 of the TVSA subdivision. So in trying to get us back on schedule, that was my brief presentation. Ready for any questions that you may have. Yes, Eugene. Chief Paul.
So yeah, good presentation, Ben. I guess my one question would be, when you talked about locking in the franchise, continuing with the Best Western name, product. So I'm thinking, I know it's good that, money-wise, that we have a backing, if it was going to be purchased today. But my question would be, are we going to be tied into like the commercial side? You could see Westmark in summer times here. I know for us operating and running a business like that, but the competition between summer rates and winter rates, we as village people keeps these doors open most of the year round. We pay for the summer rate, we pay for the winter rate. We, you know, because we still have to travel through the summer. We still have to pay like $400 a room. So you're saying in this locked-in franchise, as a tribal member putting in our money to buy this operation, are we gonna be locked in those summer rates with also with the tourism? With the franchise, you know, like I said, franchise of Best Western.
Right. So the franchise agreement is a year-to-year agreement. So when we first start off, you know, we'll be locked in for a year. But if we decide after that year that we don't want to continue on with the franchise, we'll have those outs every year. In terms of how we've managed the room blocks, we are going to pull a block of rooms out of the commercial, you know, what's available for Best Western to book into, and that'll be our patient block. The other rooms, the commercial rooms, will have the same sort of rate structure that they've had, where higher in the summer and lower in the winter. But our patient block will be managed by us, and so that'll be Medicaid rates. It'll be PRC rates for those that don't qualify for the Medicaid voucher. Yes.
Roughly how many patient rooms would come out of the 67?
So again, that can fluctuate based on what our needs are and what we, you know, hear from the health department in terms of how many rooms they need. My guess is that we'll start with about 20.
Yes, the latest reports that we got out of the health department estimate the need at about 20. So we're thinking 20 to 25. Obviously, we want to be conservatively have extra rooms because we've heard the concern loud and clear that we want, if we're going to own our own hotel, we want to make sure that we've got enough rooms for our people. And we can adjust that as needed. Now one thing, because Ben just got back from vacation, but when I think of this structure, which is bigger, it's got way more rooms than we had on South Cushman. My thinking is you've got the patient block, which primarily is the Medicaid block. And then up above, you've got the open to the public commercial rate that he's talking about. And somewhere in the middle, I think having a Medicaid rate for tribal members could come into play there. But trying to manage those different groups, it's going to take some work on our part and working with the franchise to adjust those numbers as needed. So I've got some ideas. I mean, it really gets into the weeds on how we manage those numbers and try to keep open rooms every night for medical or for tribal members. But then the later you get into the night, you start releasing rooms so that you can accommodate kind of an emergency situation, but you're not holding 20 rooms open that could be rented out. So we're going to have to kind of play around with those numbers. I've also heard some folks say, this is a great opportunity for us to get a lot more rooms available, you know, own our own hotel at a much larger scale. But please keep in mind that if approved, you know, this is a whole new building. We haven't dealt with franchise agreements or this management company. So, you know, we're still going to need some time. Luckily, if approved through the slower winter months to kind of work out the kinks before things get busy. But the nice part is we can manage what we have blocked so that we have enough rooms available for our people next summer.
We'll go first here to Williams and then to.
Yeah, there's a couple of issues that when you said you're not going to be changing any of the staff, what happens to native hire? I mean, we've had native people doing rooms all along the pipeline for years. So don't think about not changing staff. Think about prioritizing native hire. And the summer is tourism time. Look at what the Nakanaga is doing in the Morris Thompson Center with the tables and the crafts and the people making money. Why can't you do that in this hotel? emphasize that this is a native-owned hotel and put native people in there with crafts and things to sell. Emphasize that, and the tourists will flock us because these are our strengths. Let's use our strength if we're going to buy this hotel.
Great comments. Thank you. Chief Alexi. Or Leo Lolna, sorry.
Yeah, good morning. Good report there. I was just a question about your 20 room set aside block. That's beside the other hotels that you're operating also, like the Sophie Station and Extended Stay or wherever else we're operating out of. That's 20 block rooms outside of those ones.
Yeah.
Plus those ones.
Yeah, so we still have, I don't believe we still have a contract with Extended Stay, but we still do have this contract with Sophie's. So this would be, initially, we still have those rooms, and so that would be in addition to it. Once that contract ends with Sophie's, then this will be our only hotel where we have a block that's reserved.
What other rooms beside Sophie you're dealing with at the present?
I think Sophie's, what's that? Oh, well, we've got the Bertha Moses facility.
Yeah, I know that.
But I think Sophie's is the only one that we're contracting with for additional rooms.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, we're headed here into the winter where rooms aren't a real issue. Yes.
Will patients still have to pay the $100 deposit at the hotel?
No, for our patient block, there won't be that requirement for a deposit. We'll have that taken care of. Yes, Chief Bacon.
Yeah, I'm encouraged that that there's a separate business planning idea for this hotel. Sometimes our, internal policies that make sense for health don't make sense to run a business. So is there another set of hotel related policies that will be operated under this? And is there, because I know that for the hotel industry in particular, a lot of our requirements and et cetera will not work for the hotel industry.
Yeah, so that's one of the benefits of having the management company. All the employees will be and are employees of the management company, not the owner. So even though TCC owns the facility, staff there will not be staff of TCC. They'll be staff of the management company. Chief Nolans.
Yeah, one other question. The management company consists of the Best Western at the present time, right?
No, Best Western is the franchise. And so they just give us the name, the signage. They give us the standards that we have to keep the rooms up and so forth. The management company is a local, I think it's mainly, they operate here in the state. They may have some out of the state. I don't know if anybody knows. But mainly they operate some hotels both here in Fairbanks and in Anchorage, I believe.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's totally separate from Best Western because they've got other brands that they operate for.
Yeah, so in the future, you'd be hiring people, to fill some of the positions in there, like housekeeping, et cetera, whatever else within the organization.
Yeah, the management company hires all of the cleaning staff and everything else.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Ben and Chief Ridley. Could you put that motion thing back up there?
I've lost control. Tyler, can you? Yep, he's working on it.
Okay.
I'm out of control.
I really like the idea of us investing in something like this for our people. It'll really make it easier for our people traveling in. They wouldn't have to worry about where they're going to stay. If somebody, comes in for a medevac, there'll always be a place for them to stay. So I think, that's really something positive for us. And I'd like to make a motion. If they can put that motion back up there.
Can we get that on the big screen, Tyler? Yeah. I can see it. While we're waiting on that, yeah, Chief Salmon. Oh, she's seconding. Okay.
Okay, so Julie Roberts Heislip, delegate from Tanana, make a motion to authorize the executive board to provide final approval to purchase the Best Western Plus Hotel and adjoining vacant lots 5 and 6 of the TVSA subdivision.
Okay. And Chief Salmon seconded it. Is there any debate, questions, comments? Do you want to turn on your mic? Sorry.
Sorry, I just have a question that you made a motion.
It's on mute. It's on mute.
Made a motion to approve this, that what it is for. I mean, it just states for TVA subdivision.
No,
It-
she said it, the whole thing. She
Okay.
said the Best Western.
I know, Best Western to serve as the Tana Chiefs Conference. Patient housing?
So the
Correct
motion
me.
is just to acquire the hotel. I guess it doesn't include, I think what Chief Walker was referring to, like what the purpose will be of the hotel, but the purpose will be for the patient housing, a kind of a combination between patient housing as well as continuing to run a commercial operation. And so this motion is to authorize the E-Board to conclude this purchase.
When we first started running the Tanana Chiefs building, it was a profit, nonprofit. Is this hotel going to be the same way? So that we don't have to pay full taxes? That block of rooms, if it's for our patients, that should come under our nonprofit status to lower our taxes. Have you considered that?
Yes. Yeah, we're currently working with our tax advisors to make sure that we structure it in such a way. If this was a debt financed facility, for sure, it would all be taxable. By not having it debt financed, that removes a lot of that tax burden, if any.
In addition to that, we're also working on the Medicaid status because that's a whole nother process, similar to that process, to make sure that if we do start owning it, that we can use that Medicaid rate and bill through Medicaid. So that's a whole nother process that we're going to have to go through as well.
I don't see any other questions or comments, and Eugene has asked for the question. Is there any objection to this motion? Online? All right, I guess hearing none, sounds like it passes. If you would like,
Well,
but if there's no objection.
So that was going to be my question was, but Ben got overzealous there a little bit as CFO, was to ask, is there any objection to just us doing a voice vote? And then if we think it's close or something, we can go to other methods. But my thinking is a lot of the concerns we've been hearing this last year about patient housing and the issues we've been running into, I think this solves a lot of those issues. And what we really didn't touch on, because of the lawyers said, don't get into too much detail, but I really hope those lots behind it could be used for elder housing. That's my goal. And that's what our group has been working on for elder apartments. Let me make it clear, not assisted living, because when we looked at that, we end up losing about $100,000 a year per unit. That's part of the advocacy on Medicaid that we've been trying to do. I've been trying to talk to Murkowski and then to the state. We've got to be able to find a better funding mechanism through Medicaid so that our assisted living facilities like in Galena, I think Tanana and others aren't struggling to get by. We've got to come up with a better solution there. But back to the question at hand, is there any objection to us just doing a voice vote? All in favor, say aye, that process. Otherwise, we'll go to that process. And if it sounds overwhelming and everyone's in agreement, then we're good. If it ends up being close, we can go to other methods.
Just
Chief
one
Walker?
question, Mr. President, is that including the Lower Yukon subregion?
Yes, yes. At this point, we're all together. We're all still voting on all the issues. involved, whether you're in our health or whatever or not. But we do hope to pull you back into the fold someday, maybe. Someday. Leo?
Yeah. Hearing no objection to ask for unanimous consent.
Okay. So unanimous consent, as long as there's no objection to that, we'll do unanimous consent.
I mean, Mr. President, this is a lot of money too. Maybe we should do a roll call vote just for the record.
I agree.
We can, but that's going to take a lot more time because of the roughly 10 tribes that we've got online. And so that's where if we could do a voice vote, that would simplify things. And then if it was 50-50 and we were concerned, then by all means, we could do a roll call vote.
You
The-
can't flex,
Yes, Nancy?
object to, not taking roll call vote.
Okay, Nancy's calling for a roll call vote. Oh, no, sorry.
That's big bucks.
Oh, she objects to having a roll call vote.
No,
Wait, that's,
She objects. We need to have a roll call vote because
Okay.
this is lots of money that we're dealing with.
that's what I thought she was saying. Okay. Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote then. We'll go through all the delegates. And we'll have to, it's going to take some time. We'll have to make sure we get it straight online. Are you doing it or am I doing it?
You use my
Okay.
list.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, mine
Okay. Okay. My lawyer's getting ready. I'll take this chance to thank the staff, including our general counsel. She stresses daily about making sure we're ready and all that stuff, so then I don't have to stress nearly as much. So, thank you, Robin. Okay, am I using this list? Okay. We're going to go through the list. Anvik, Robert Walker, how do you vote?
Yes.
Grayling, William Painter, how do you vote? Or Bradley Painter as the alternate? Are they online?
The hotel will get them to come.
Okay, we'll come back. Holy Cross, Eugene Paul, how do you vote?
Yes.
Shagluck, Roger Hamilton Jr., how do you vote?
Yes.
McGrath on the Zoom, Alice Dale, how do you vote? Can she respond online? She voted yes in the comments. Thank you, Chief Dale. Medfra, Leonard Andrews, how do you vote? Okay, or alternate Shauna Eitri? Yes, she votes yes. Please try to use the microphone if we can, and it's the right-hand side button at the bottom to turn it red to speak. Nikolai, Philip Runkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Takatna, Thomas Abraham, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Kalida, Aline Tickner on the Zoom, how do you vote?
yes,
Thank you. Do we have Dot Lake or no Dot Lake? No? Okay. Eagle, Karma Alvey, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Healy Lake on the Zoom, Patricia McDonald, how do you vote? Or Marie Haley on the Zoom? Not present? Okay. Northway, William Chai Albert, how do you vote? Or Carla Demet, how do you vote? Okay, we'll come back. Tanacross, Herbie Demet, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Hetland, Alexander Joe, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Tok Native Association, Daisy Northway, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Arctic Village on the Zoom, Galen Gilbert, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Beaver, Rhonda Pitka, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Birch Creek, Jacqueline Balaam, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Canyon Village, Ethel. Ooh. Okay, not present. Or Julie Biddle. Okay, not present. Chalkitsik, Patricia Salmon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Circle, Dennis Carroll, how do you vote? Or Sam Nathaniel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Fort Yukon, Nancy James, how do you vote?
Alternate Mary says yes.
Okay, thank you. Venatai on the Zoom, Paul Tritt, how do you vote? Or Gary Simple Jr. as an alternate, how do you vote?
Might need to hit *6 to unmute.
Yes, this is Gary Simple, and that's a yes.
Okay, thank you. Alakakit, Gordon Bergman, how do you vote? Or Harold David, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Loudon, Galena, Chief Charlie Green, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Huslia on the Zoom, Norman Burgett, how do you vote? Or alternate Speedy Sam, how do you vote? Not present, I'm being told. Caltag on the Zoom, Calvin McGinty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Kayakuk, Leo Lolnitz, how do you vote? Thank you. Nulato, Rebecca Agnes, how do you vote on the Zoom? Or Martha Turner, alternate? Oh, that's in. Okay. Ruby, Patrick McCarty, how do you vote? Oh, they're calling them right now. Okay. Alatna, Jerry Sam, how do you vote? Thank you. Evansville, Frank Thompson, how do you vote? Or John Dementiff, alternate, how do you vote? Yes. Fairbanks, Tanya Garnett, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Hughes, Thelma Nikolai on the Zoom, how do you vote? Okay. Lake Minchumina, Robert Thompson, how do you vote? Thank you. Manley, not present? Is that still current? Okay. Minto, Lori Baker, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Nenana, Caroline Ketzler, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Rampart, Michael Wheel, how do you vote? Thank you. Stevens Village, David Kriska, how do you vote? Or Peter Helm, how do you vote as alternate? Okay. Tanana, Julie Roberts Heislip, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, Ruby voted yes. And do we have any other updates? Please use the microphone, General Counsel. Okay. Okay. Slow down. I gotta go one by one. Okay, so back to the top, Grayling. We have William Painter or Bradley Painter, and we're waiting on them right now. Okay, and then what's the next one? Northway. William Chai Albert or Carla Demet. Do we have either of those to vote? He votes yes. Thank you. Next. Okay. Nulato. Nulato, Rebecca Agnes on Zoom. Do we have a vote from her?
There was a note on Zoom that both she and Martha Turner are in the air traveling.
Oh, okay. How about Hughes, Thelma, Nikolai on the Zoom? No word from that one? Okay. So just waiting on Grayling.
Here.
Oh. Okay, Grayling, William Painter, how do you vote on the purchase for the hotel? Yes or no? I apologize. You just walked into the room and we went through the presentation. So far, it's been unanimous. All the votes have been yes to purchase the hotel. The reason being, we'll be able to manage and have enough of the Medicaid patient rooms that we've been short on hand for. He votes yes. Thank you. I'm not good with numbers, so she's coming up with the totals. I used to be a bank manager. Feels like forever ago, though. When I first came to TCC, I felt like a banker, and I remember when Jerry interviewed me, the question was, can he switch from for-profit banking to nonprofit tribes? And boy, I thank Jerry for taking that chance, because that was the big question. Would I be able to step into, as you guys know, all the grants and all the things that we deal with? And at that time, I was 11 years as a banker, bank manager, and man, it feels like forever ago now, 15 years later. Okay, 34 yeses out of the 34 quorum, so the motion passes. Thank you. Now, I apologize, we're keeping things on schedule. Sharon, do I have Sharon somewhere? Right here. Okay, sorry. Boy. So now I'd like to ask Sharon Hildebrand, our Tanana Chiefs Conference Vice President, to come introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Chief Chairman, and thank you to all delegates. At this time, we're going to introduce and welcome Chief Paul Williams. First, as he's making his way up here, let's give him a warm applause, please. Chief Paul Williams Sr., he was born in 1936, and he says that he remembers the time when he was 4 years old, listening to his elders around him talking in Native. He is now 87 years young. He's a resident and tribal member of Beaver. He was married for 45 years to his love, the late Lois Peter Williams. And together they had 5 children and many, many grandchildren. Paul served in the Army for 8 years, from 55 to 63, and he also served in the National Guard for 3 years. He was a past E-Board member and once met our past president, Gerald Ford. He's also the past chief of Beaver for 30 years, and he currently serves as a traditional chief. Paul shared, as I was talking to him earlier, he shared that we had our own language. We had our own doctors. Everyone was healthy. Our people need to work together through unity to be stronger. In the words of our Chief Paul Williams, please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you for the good introduction. Geez, I'm happy to be up here. I'm really happy in my heart that people are together. Like she said, when we're together, we're strong. I'd like to say thank you to all the chiefs and all the people that are here. You just made a wise decision about the hotel. And sure, quite different. We've come a long ways. Give yourself an applause for coming such a long ways in a short time, and we still got a long ways to go. We need to go back to our language. We need to go back to our songs, and we're doing it. We need to go back to the land, which is sacred. We listen to the land. We listen to the song of the land. We listen to the songs of the birds and the animal, and that's how we manage the land that the Great Spirit given us. He's given us the language. Tomorrow I'm going back to Beaver to help out to teach and to write curriculum for young people in our language. I come up with the old stories about long time ago. Just a couple of days ago, I told them about the fox and the brown bear. In our language, we don't say brown bear, we say big animal, because we don't talk about it. We talk about it in the third person. But that kind of story about a sucky suck, I wrote down about 15 titles about the old stories that we're going to write for the kids. These are just for learning purpose, learning about life, learning about how to be what we are. Thank you. So I'm going to sing a song about the fish. It goes like this. Big fish, come here. Big fish, we want you here. Big fish, our children are hungry. Big fish, we see your food on the ground. Big fish, we see your voice. We hear your voice in the mountain. And that's in the springtime when the cotton falls down on the ground, and as they call that tuxoshi in our language. It's a big fish food. And when it's thunder, the first thunder in the mountain, it go bang, bang, bang. Like that. We say that's a big fish talking. That's his voice. And we're going to sing this kind of short song, but it goes on and on. But I'll just make it short. Okay? This don't sound too good. Kind of small, but it'll work. Look on me. Vanity caution. Look on me. Look on me. Look on me. Vanity me. Oh, you crazy. Look on me. Look on me. Vanity caution. Look on me. Look on me. Look on me. There's more to it, but we're running out of breath. He's getting old. It's a strange way to live, but we live our life and we remember first time about what we were. We had our own language. We spoke that Athabascan language. And we understood everything we were being taught. But at 15, I had to go to school. In 1940, we moved from a place called TCC. That's the old Salmon village. We had to move down to TCC because they said we had to learn how to speak English. Now we all speaking English and we know how to speak English. Now we need to go back and pick up where we left off, to go back to our culture, to go back to our spiritual beliefs, to go back to our language, to remember where we come from our ancestor, how they lived for 10, 20, 30,000 years on this land that God gave to us. We're gonna make it work again. We just sang that fish song. But now is not the right time, but just to show you that song, the song about the moose and the song about the caribou, song about the weather, the wind, the water. We need to reintroduce ourselves back to the land. We need to make that land work. There's no fish. There's no muskrat. There's no rabbit. Oh, we grew up on rabbits. We used to use rabbits lots of times. Well, every winter, even summertime, we eat rabbit. And we take care of the land. We didn't all stay one place. We stay out on different area. In this area, they call it gonna cut. You are in charge. They don't say that we own the land. We never did. It belonged to all the people but they stay certain place. And there's certain area that are sacred, like spawning area, moose area, caribou area. We stay away from that kind of place. Now we don't count it that way. We need to come up with areas that are sacred to us as we begin to take back management over the land that we don't manage anymore. And it's not working. It's not working like we used to. We need to go back and get our food. We need to be together and be strong. Like she said in the introduction, we had our own medicine. We had that medicine from our Father, the Creator. He gave us power to remain healthy. We got the power to bring in as one people. We got lots of power as one united Native people. We need to come back together. We waste a lot of time just fighting for nothing. So we need to, that's one of the first things that we see in the book. Love the neighbor, love me as your Father, your God. We need to go back to that. That's where in the early days we all come from, that kind of things that our forefathers taught us and our mother taught us, to remember the Creator every day and stay healthy and strong. That's the only way that I think we could defeat the enemy. Our enemy is things, sickness, bad medicine, and alcohol, that kind of stuff that come into our village and weaken us and make us don't think right. So, you know, in the early days, when the chief, I remember 1946 very well, our chief was David Salmon. I know a lot of the relatives from Tranchiquichin myself too. But during the pandemic, my father died 1946. We had pandemic, just like the one we had recently, but it was TB, and it was diabetes, and it was the common cold. Prior to that, we never had no sickness, you know. We're not immune to it. So we got sick pretty easy. So we lost a lot of people that time back in the middle 40s, and a big war was going on. All the young people, young men, and some of the women, they went to war. And then around 1947, they came back, not only around from Jalbisic and all over Alaska. Our people are warriors. And when there's a war going on to defend our family and our land and our God and our way of life, we go to war. We're not afraid to spend our life to get killed on the battlefield. We're not afraid of that because we're all warriors. And I just want to say that my time is almost up. So long time ago, you know, people spoke, you know, we had meeting all night. They taught us we got to stay on the site and we're going to listen. And that's how I remember about the pandemic and about us losing our way, our beliefs. They said all the moose and caribou and fish, they're wild and they got disease. Don't eat it. Leave your language. Use English. And we believe it because we were down. We had leadership and we all went that way. At one time, when I was growing up and learning how to speak English, it was difficult a little bit, but I was ashamed to be Indian. I was ashamed of my Indianness, my black hair, my brown skin. But now I'm not. I'm proud to be who I am. I'm proud that I am one of your leaders that can speak to you and say, let's rise up and we be stronger. We get our strength back. We get our language back. Let's put it together where let's be one people. Somehow we can get some of our land back and make it work like it used to. There'll be enough. Fish will come back. Caribou will be good. The water will rejuvenate and bring fish into all the lakes. I see one time a 20-year went by, water was low. We got to pray for that water. We got to pray to the Creator who made the water, and He'll bring us more water, clean water that we could drink. See, I hope that I don't offend anybody by saying that we could do a better job, because I know we can. It's built into us. It's part of us. The language is part of our heart. It's part of our body. It's how we live. The food that we eat brings strength, not only to the body, but to the mind. Make you think that it's good that we live and we make contribution not to tear down anything that somebody do for us, but we say, yes, yes, we'll do it, like you did a little while ago. You give that chief strength. He could feel that power you guys gave him, and he'll do good for you. Chief, we follow the chief, and we do what he say. It gives him power to do better for us. He's working for us in the village too. Leadership. You guys, you call on the chief. You give him power. You know what to do. You know if you talk to him. Gee, when I was chief, you know, when we were in the land claim, people didn't like me, you know, because I was chief. But now it's going to be different. I talk to you. I'm really getting old now. I know that I'll be going pretty soon, you know, and I'm happy for that. It makes me happy. I'm not afraid, and we should all be like that, you know. When we know we're gonna do something and people will follow. See, I'm just happy to see you guys. You know, last time I was here, that was about 10, 11 years ago when I was nominated for Citizen of the Elder of the Year or something, you know. So I'm just happy to be here that Chief invited me to speak to you, and I said, yeah, I could beat on the drum and sing songs, you know. A lot of these songs, you know, like that fish song, got it from that village above, over in Canada. I got it from there. And it took Tanana and that caribou song. It still works, you know. We gotta believe that it's gonna work. If you don't believe that, you say, "Oh, that's a bunch of BS," you know, that's not true. That's how the people lived a long time ago. So, you know, we gotta believe in our heart that we're gonna get the fish back. The Creator, he could make 100,000 fish just for one summer. We don't care if any boat catch all the fish, you know, we don't care. They can have it, you know. But us, we got power because our Father is got the one that got power, and he's the one that makes fish. So we're going to ask him, you know. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Yeah.
One second, Chief. Thank you, Chief Paul Williams Sr. We appreciate your kind words, and we'll take them back to our communities and be stronger together. We have a gift here, a birch bark basket made by Lena Ticket. And we also had a speaker's honorarium check that he's already received. And so on behalf of Tanana Chiefs Conference and all our villages, we thank you very much for your wise words today. Masi.
Oh, I forgot to say we're going to bring the blueberries back too, so I'll pick blueberries. Thank you.
Thank you. So earlier I announced we have Dorothy Shockley with Congresswoman Peltola's office, but I believe we've also been joined by all of our buddy Greg Bringhurst with Senator Sullivan's office. And then also I believe we have Cordelia Kelly with Murkowski's office right next to Greg. So again, if you have any federal issues that you want to get to our congressional delegation, you've got their people in the room today to be able to go and advocate and bring issues to them. So we're on schedule for working lunch. I'll ask real quick if we can turn on the microphone for Nancy, would you do the lunch prayer for us, please? Bless the food.
Heavenly Father, we give you praise and honor and glory. We thank you, Lord God, for life. But we give you thanks for that leadership for our people, to take care of our people. For you alone have put the leadership of the tribe together and to take care of our people. And we thank you for all the resources. We thank you for all the tribal members. And whatever we may be going through, you are the answer. And Father, Lord God, we thank you for the food you provide, especially for the water, for the resources, for the animals. We thank you for those that have prepared the food we are about to eat. And Father, Lord God, be with us today as we go forward. Amen.
Thank you, Chief James. And again, I think having Paul Williams Sr. speak to us is a great lead into our working lunch discussion. So I'll ask Amber Vasca of our Tribal Government and Client Services Division Director to come up, and she'll have the panel on the hatcheries. I want to steal a little bit of her thunder, though. And the one on the panel that I know, and I apologize, I don't know the whole panel, but we were able to meet Dr. Schindler at last year about this time, the State Board of Fish, and he was a great ally of ours down there at Board of Fish at the fish fight. When we get to the State Board of Fish, it's the state, the commissioner, and all their biologists fighting against us. And he was our strongest voice of a biologist being able to combat and counteract what they were saying. And he was just such a great ally and partner of ours. So I wanted to make sure to say that before I handed things over to Amber for her panel discussion. You have the floor. Thank you.
And before they come up, I actually have a few things that I want to share. First, I want to thank Paul Williams Sr. for your words that you shared with us. It's a powerful way, like Chief Ridley said, to begin our agenda, focusing on protecting our ways of life. Our tribes have been interconnected with the land, waters, land, fish, and birds for thousands of years. And this relationship with the land defines who we are, what we do, and how we heal. Paul Williams Sr. said, we need to be reconnected with our land, and that's exactly what we need to do so we can take steps and heal our people. Protecting the animals and fish of our lands and waters supports our cultural, spiritual, and social well-being. And I know Chief Ridley said that we're looking for co-stewardship in his welcoming remarks, but let's be honest. We all know our ultimate goal is for tribes to once again be the rightful stewards of their lands and resources. That's our real goal here today. We want to be good stewards to protect our animals and fish relatives and ensure their survival and the survival of our ways of life for future generations. So I just wanted to share a few goals that TCC is working towards in our strategies. So we have 4 main strategies. We're trying to enhance Alaska Native management through growing our own data, revitalizing traditional knowledge, and achieving self-governance of our resources. Our second strategy is increasing Alaska Native influence on regulation and policy, which includes training our tribal advocates to protect our resources in the various management forums, influence and change the process for council or board nominations, to have an Alaska Native voice, and to draft comments and testimony related to the pertinent regulations, policies, and management plans. Our third strategy is to seek action, legislation, and policy. So we want to establish Alaska Native hunting and fishing rights on all state lands and waters and protect the Yukon River salmon. Our last strategy is a lot of these things take a long time, but we want to make sure our tribes have the access to fresh, healthy, and traditional foods now. And so that includes our salmon distribution program. So just a few of the things that we've been doing towards these goals is we're working on establishing a Middle Yukon sonar project. That was one of the topics that has been taken off the agenda, and hopefully we'll be able to share information with tribes at the spring subregionals and convention. We're also transferring the management of the Gazaza Weir from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to TCC. We're negotiating the first self-governance agreement to be with multiple Department of Interior agencies. And we really hope this can be used as a tool for our tribes to get funding from these agencies to support their tribal resource stewardship goals. We really want it to be so that we can start building the capacity of our tribes. So making those funds come from the agencies to our tribes for projects as one step. And just like our BIA compact, the next step would be supporting our tribes in negotiating these non-BIA self-governance agreements. And then we've been really revitalizing and supporting the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission so that we can build a strong foundation and put them in a position to be stewards of the Yukon River. We've paid over 50 tribal advocates to attend the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and the Board of Fish this year. We hosted a training before the Board of Fish and had over 40 participants. We filed a lawsuit against the National Marine Fisheries Service because they increased ground fish catch limits on an environmental impact study that was almost 20 years old and didn't consider climate change. And so hunting and fishing continues to be a top priority in all of our advocacy and legislative meetings. And so we've sent testimony to North Pacific, Board of Game, our Alaska delegation, state legislators. We're constantly sending a letter so that different forums, different people knows what our voice is and what we want, what action we want to be done. Lastly, within TCC, we recognize the importance of hunting and fishing. So we have been restructuring our tribal resource stewardship program, and we've elevated that from a program to a division because we recognize the importance of the work that they're doing, and we really want to be able to hire someone to lead that team so that we're able to enhance the operations and achieve some of the goals that the tribes are asking us to do. And the last thing I wanted to say is we can't do any of this work without our tribes. Just like Paul Williams Sr. said, a unified voice at these forums is a stronger voice. Your stories, culture, and knowledge are just as powerful as any technical or scientific knowledge that we can share. And those people that are on the boards and council really need to hear it. So I hope you can continue to join us on our fight as we protect our fish, animals, land and water. And just to mention a few of the upcoming meetings. So the biannual Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission meeting is scheduled in Anchorage for November 13th through 15th. The North Pacific Fisheries Management Council is seeking nominations for the Alaska Native Tribal Advisory Panel seat. They'll serve a 3-year term starting in 2024, and nominations are due November 17th. Eva Burke of Tanana is willing to be nominated, so TCC is going to be submitting a nomination letter for her, and we're encouraging tribes to also submit letters of support. The next North Pacific Fisheries Management Council meeting is December 4th through 12th in Anchorage. And one topic they'll be discussing that's important is the Bering Sea Aleutian Island groundfish management, where last year they had increased how much groundfish could be caught on that old EIS, so the whole lawsuit. And so we want to make sure that that groundfish limit isn't increased again. So that's an important meeting to attend. At the North Pacific meeting in February in Seattle, the council will be refining alternatives for the new environmental impact statement, where we hope the council will adopt a more adaptive ecosystem-based management policy and objectives. And then lastly, that's a lot of fish stuff. We have our State Board of Game meetings that are scheduled here in Fairbanks right after our convention, March 15th through 17th, where we'll be going through over 157 proposals that affect hunting in the TCC region alone. So like Chief Ridley mentioned, we'll be analyzing them and supporting tribes in developing positions or amendments prior to this meeting. So now I'd like to welcome up our hatcheries group, which includes, and I'm sorry if I pronounced names wrong, Dr. Greg Rudgerin, President of Natural Resource Consultants, Inc., Dr. Daniel Schindler, Professor of the School of Aquatic and Fishery Sciences with the University of Washington, Dr. Peter Wesley, who's in biology and postdoc with fisheries at University of Alaska Fairbanks, and Elizabeth McDonald, the manager of the fisheries at the Yukon First Nations Salmon Stewardship Alliance, located at the Council of Yukon First Nations. And then Shannon Earhart, she's the acting Tribal Resource Stewardship Director. She'll be helping moderating questions after the panel. So they're making their way up. I just wanted to discuss why this panel is happening today and its importance. So Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang has been proposing and floating the idea all summer that the use of hatcheries is a potential solution to restore the declining salmon populations of the Yukon River. So we felt it was a critical time for TCC to be a part of this conversation. And we really need to hear from our tribes on what position we should take and how we should move forward. So we organized this panel to provide you the best information out there we have on hatcheries. And you guys can ask the questions to the experts. And what are the potential consequences to our wild salmon populations if this were to happen? What we'd like to get at is hopefully a position of TCC, whether it happens today or at our spring convention. And if you do want to take action today, whether it's to support hatcheries, to not support hatcheries, or that we all agree to disagree, we do have drafted motion language depending on what the tribes want to do. You guys can also say you want to take this information back to your tribes to discuss it, and then we can come back again on March and make a position. So now I will hand it over to our panelists. Thank you so much. And,
On phone.
oh. And the first panelist is online.
Hi, are you guys able to hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'm joining through my phone, I hope, and not my computer audio because my internet's being really slow. Shannon, are you able to share? Or do you want me to share the presentation?
We should be pulling it up. It is, well, I see it on this screen. I don't know if it's not up on these screens yet. Do you see it, Elizabeth?
Oh, it's starting to come up, yeah.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you. So I'm Elizabeth McDonald with the Manager of Fisheries with the Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance, that's supported by the Council of Yukon First Nations. And I was asked to come today to kind of discuss the Yukon First Nations approach to restoration hatcheries and discussions that we've been having on our side. Next slide. So a quick intro of who we are is, so we're relatively new, we're an AROM body, and these have existed across Canada for 30 years, but we've never had one here in the Yukon. So the Council of Yukon First Nations submitted an application with Yukon First Nation governments. And so we were funded, and so we're essentially provide a collective voice or a meeting place for Yukon First Nations, but to be clear, we're not a rights holder or a government. Next slide. So one of the directions they gave us was to host a hatchery workshop, and we did that last January, and it was really to discuss hatcheries as a restoration tool. Next slide. And the point of that discussion was to have a discussion around a hatchery, whether it was a yes or no or some other outcome. And I don't know if it's just oh, there we go. My internet is really slow. So a no to hatcheries would have been a successful outcome of that workshop. And we included in-stream incubation as a form of hatchery because they have a lot of similarities, and that was a want for Yukon First Nations. And then if hatcheries were supported in some form, to kind of come up with next steps. Next slide. And I quickly wanted to kind of share a couple different types of hatcheries. So there's in-stream incubation, which we considered a hatchery, and that is done directly in the stream or right beside the stream. And the primary goal is usually on our side was restoration. And you can see underneath here, there's this mesh bag that EDI uses, and this is where the eggs go in, and they go into the river and they stay in that until you come back in the spring and let them out, and you can see the fry on this side. The other kind of type of hatchery we discussed was a restoration hatchery, and this is similar to in-stream. Oh, sorry, and I can slow down a bit, sorry. In a facility, and the primary goal is again restoration. And we currently don't have a restoration hatchery in the Yukon. So I just included a picture of the hatchery at the dam here, which is relatively small. And you can see in the middle picture, Jessica is getting ready to release some fry into Fox Creek. And this is the one restoration project that's uses a hatchery in the Yukon, and it's been going on for about 17 years. And I do want to acknowledge there's this other type of hatchery that could maybe be defined as a production hatchery, and it's in a facility, but the primary goal is harvest. And I know the other panel members are going to speak a lot about the problems with production hatcheries, and Yukon First Nations don't support them. They're not on the table of discussions. Yeah, it's just not an option, and that usually is more at making fish for harvest of some type. And then for the restoration hatcheries, the goal is just to have wild fish that are supposed to be there. It's not supposed to be additional fish created. Perfect, next slide. So we started off our workshop by talking about what's changed, because in the past, Yukon First Nations have said no to hatcheries, and with the exception of Ton and a few others. But the thing that has changed is there's real concerns for extinction now. People are really concerned that our fish might disappear. and a need to take action. So people want to do something. There's also some outside pressure from Yukon government. They sent around a letter recently asking if First Nations would support a hatchery and offering their support, as well as the Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative, a big new initiative by DFO, has a whole hatchery component to it. As well as wanting to see that a First Nation approach was taken. So making sure if there was a hatchery, that it was done in a way that First Nations would support. Next slide. So takeaways from the workshop was that Yukon First Nations need wild salmon, not hatchery salmon. With the exception that hatchery salmon were better than having no salmon. That if people, and some people are concerned about that, so that's reality for them, and they might go for a hatchery, and others were less worried, and they might say no to hatchery. So it was kind of, yeah, essentially came down to maybe was the answer on hatcheries, because if we think they might disappear in the next few years, then maybe the hatchery is the one tool that could make a difference. There's also acknowledgement that there's a variety of restoration approaches depending on the First Nations, and we knew going forward that First Nations would also continue to take a variety of restoration approaches. And an acknowledgement that we would need a restoration plan, that a hatchery by itself wasn't going to be good enough. It wouldn't accomplish the goals that we had. If a hatchery was selected, that you would need end dates, so clear objectives on when that hatchery would stop, so knowing that it would not continue forever. And then acknowledge that hatcheries would impact upstream and downstream fish, people, and ecosystems, so considered in the restoration plan. And then we definitely heard from elders. There were a few that were invited to participate that don't play with fish, don't mess with fish. But all of them also said that hatcheries might be okay on a temporary basis to help salmon through this crisis that we're finding right now. Next slide. So I did want to share a couple examples of restoration hatcheries that have been used successfully on the Canadian side. And the Yukon example I mentioned already was Fox Creek Chinook Restoration, and this is run by Tonquichan Council, and it's in 17 years. So they took fry from the hatchery at the ladder, at the dam here in Whitehorse, and they released them into Fox Creek, where there used to be a stock of spawning Chinook that hadn't existed for a while. And they were able to reestablish them there. The counts are quite low given what we're facing right now, but they did successfully do that. The other example is more of an education or stewardship hatchery, but that was McIntyre Creek Hatchery that was here in Whitehorse. Unfortunately, it burned down, but when it did burn down, it was supporting a few restoration projects, including a fishing branch chum project. And then there's quite a few BC examples. Okanagan Nation Alliance is probably the most well-known one, and they do sockeye and Chinook, and they're on the Columbia River. So they're heavily impacted by dams in the US section of the river. So they get quite a bit of funding from them as well, but they had no sockeye in their territories for I think like 70 years, and they were able to reintroduce them, to reestablish them. And then for Chinook, they had Chinook that managed to return every year, but really, really low numbers, not as spread out as they used to be. So they're starting to work with them as well. And then there's quite a few other examples. I think there's like about 25 on DFO's website that you can check out. And one example would be Cowichan Fish Hatchery, and they're looking at chum, coho, and Chinook. Some of these older hatcheries, though, probably had, the only way they could get funded was through including a production component to it. So some of them aren't as good as examples as we would like, but the Okanagan Nation Alliance is quite good. Next slide. So what can we do? So we talked about hatcheries by themselves aren't enough. Here's a couple examples that you can do with or without a restoration hatchery. So harvest, obviously, if we stop harvesting them, more salmon will reach the spawning grounds. So we should be looking at not harvesting any Yukon River salmon right now that are struggling. Habitat, we need to continue to protect salmon habitat. So when they come back, they have homes and places to live, as well as we want to make sure we're not impacting them And then the other component I like to emphasize is on the land activities. So we need to maintain the landscapes and maintain salmon connections through these periods. What I mean by maintain landscapes on our side, Yukon First Nations used to go out to fish camps and they were away from cities, and they would harvest other animals while they were out there, like birds and fish that predated or ate salmon fry, hunting channels by pulling beaver dams and eating beavers. And then most importantly is we can't give up, and we need to work together, because whatever we do on the Canadian side won't work if we don't have Alaskans supporting us as well, and vice versa. And the last slide, and I think that's all I had. So thank you, and I hope my internet can.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I know it was harder to have her online, but she couldn't make it. Does anybody have any questions about her presentation or from what the First Nations are doing on the Canadian side? Yes, Jerry
Yes.
Sam.
Thank you for your presentation, and you provided examples of some hatcheries out there. Can you follow up and provide your success stories or how those are going?
Yeah. So the Fox Creek one is probably the best example, just because it's been going the longest. So they did, I think, two life cycles of stocking, so where they took fry and released them there, and then they have been monitoring. The downside was that the decline started right when they started doing the releases, so they weren't able to put as many fish into the water as they had planned on, so it did impact their success. So they estimate they get about 20 Chinook back per year to that area currently, given the collapse we're seeing. It's probably a good number, and if we had better returns, we'd probably see more. But that's a very small creek, so I don't think they will ever get more than 200 Chinook in that water. But that was a very important place to Tonquichan Council. They get a lot of community support in there for that location. So it was very successful, and they got community members out, and they do have fish coming back. You could take that model and scale it up to a larger location and do something similar. Although right now I wouldn't recommend taking
You're cutting out, Elizabeth.
Fish from already struggling population, sorry, and putting them in. Oh, I'll try that.
Are you still on? Did we lose her?
Sorry.
Oh,
I tried the phone, but it didn't work. Sorry. Yeah, I just wouldn't recommend taking fish from a struggling stock and putting them into a new area that's not proven yet. I think we have to worry about keeping our current stock. Sorry.
You're good, Jerry? Okay, recognize Julie Roberts, Tanana.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I got to meet you this spring during our meeting at the Wedgwood, and you presented the idea of First Nations reviewing the hatcheries, and I know that it takes a long time to make a decision. But one of the questions I have is on the streams up in the Canadian side. Is there documentation on all of the streams that had or have salmon that are coming back to the streams? Like in Alaska, we have a catalog with all of the streams and the documentation on the streams that do have fish, in those streams. Does Canada have the same type of documentation on all of the streams up there? Because if we're talking about hatcheries, we're talking about many different streams. And so I'm thinking, well, which ones are the best, that's going to be for survival of the salmon?
Yeah, thanks. So we definitely have a catalog, probably similar to your side, where we kind of know where they are, but we don't always go there and count them every year. So we don't know how many salmon are necessarily going back to each area, but DFO has a catalog of strains they use, and each First Nation government as well has a catalog that they use, or traditional knowledge, or science-based information they have. So yes, definitely that exists and is out there. And then for which ones would be successful, it would really depend on your goals and priorities and what you're setting. And maybe that could be attained through a hatchery as a tool. Maybe something else would be a better use. But yeah, I wouldn't want to say which ones would work and which ones wouldn't without knowing the goals and priorities that that a hatchery, restoration hatchery, would have.
Thank you. You're good, Julie? No follow-up? Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for Elizabeth? I can't see his name.
Okay, I've heard that the decline in salmon is directly related to climate change. So if you're going to restore the fish into these streams that the fish are going away, how do you deal with the issue of what caused the fish to decline? I mean, it's climate change that caused it. How do you deal with that if you're going to put fish back into the same rivers that aren't surviving? But maybe grow them to a larger size, or what?
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Elizabeth.
Oh, perfect. Good question. So climate change definitely seems, like you said, it seems to be what's affecting salmon and decreasing their survival. How do we deal with that? And I'm not quite sure. Salmon are very resilient in that they can adapt to the environment as it changes if we give them the time they need to do that. And maybe that's what the hatchery as a restoration tool would do, is just help them adapt and change in enough time, quick enough that they can continue to exist without that help in the future. Yeah, otherwise we can hope to increase productivity through 1 or 2 life stages, depending on how the hatchery is operated. And that might be enough to bump their numbers so that you keep them around at least, right? Until things improve or they adapt. Yeah, sorry, I that's a tough question.
The rest of the panel is going to address some of that in their presentations, and you could ask them questions too. So they'll talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, because I heard they also have a problem with salmon spawning in Cook Inlet. The water temperature where they spawn is 87 degrees, and the salmon fry can't survive in that. There's not enough oxygen. So this is a serious problem, and I think somebody ought to make the statement, we got to do all we can to stop what's causing climate change, because it's going to only get worse.
Thank you. Any more questions for Elizabeth on her First Nations presentation? Yes, Rhonda.
Yes, so I briefly heard that you mentioned the White Horse fish ladder. How many salmon returned to the fish ladder this year? I was there, I think, last spring, and it was 47, but I haven't gotten an updated number yet.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number, but it's the worst year on record. It was under 200, I think closer to 100. And so quite alarming when the average is around 1,200. So quite devastating. And we had a lot of warm water on our side of the border this year. So even though border passage was a little bit better, we're seeing that at some of the spawning, the sites closer to the spawning grounds, that we're seeing worse numbers than last year at them.
Thank you. Any more questions for Elizabeth or the Canadian First Nations side? Seeing none, we're going to go on to our second presenter, Dr. Greg Ruggiero. You going to stand up here? Okay.
Thank you. And thank you very much for inviting me to this very important meeting. Waiting for my slides to come up here. I'm planning to talk to you about the unintended consequences of hatchery production. This photograph, whoops, it's not up yet. Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
This photo shows pink salmon returning to a hatchery in the Prince William Sound area, super high density. And in contrast to the very depressed populations of salmon in the Yukon drainage, especially the Chinook, I think it's important for you to note that there's actually more Pacific salmon returning from the North Pacific in recent years than ever before in the past 100 years. And this is documented in some of our publications. The problem is about 70% of those salmon on average are pink salmon. And pink salmon compete with other species of salmon and other marine animals in the ocean. It's also important to note that roughly 40% of the adult and immature biomass of Pacific salmon in the ocean stems from hatchery, chum, and pink salmon. Let's see, how do I?
Just tell them.
Next slide. Next slide, please. So salmon scientists have long warned hatchery managers about unintended consequences of their production. Just for a few examples, back in 1992, 30 years ago, Ray Hilborn at the University of Washington's Alaska Salmon Program concluded that large-scale hatchery programs have failed to meet their anticipated benefits. In fact, he went on to conclude that those hatchery programs may pose the greatest risk to the long-term production of wild salmon. A couple of years later, Ted Cooney, who was a professor at the University of Alaska, and Rick Brodeur, who is now retired from National Marine Fisheries Service, they were looking at the declining sizes of Pacific salmon back in 1998. And they concluded, after looking at the rapid ramping up of hatchery production throughout the North Pacific, including Alaska, that people needed to pay attention because the large numbers of hatchery fish are likely leading to the decline in the size of Pacific salmon, which would lead to ultimately declining abundance and survival of wild salmon. Nevertheless, hatchery managers failed to heed that warning, and from 1990 to present, the state of Alaska increased hatchery production per year by about 500 million, and Russia also increased hatchery production by roughly 550 million juvenile pink and chum salmon per year. More recently, the Hatchery Scientific Review Group, of which I was part of for a few years, concluded that it's very important for hatchery systems in relatively pristine regions, such as Alaska and Russia, where habitat is intact, that they keep the number of hatchery strays down to zero or nearly zero. In other words, you should not allow hatchery fish to interbreed with wild salmon, especially in these pristine regions. Next slide. So 2 months ago, we published a survey in a peer-reviewed journal of looking at the effects of hatchery salmon on wild salmon. What we did was we surveyed the literature, the published literature, and used the conclusions by those authors to characterize whether or not hatchery salmon had an adverse effect or no effect or a beneficial effect on wild salmon. The results are shown here in this slide. 70% of more than 200 publications since the 1970s concluded that hatchery salmon were having an adverse impact on wild salmon, and another 13% had slight adverse effects. Next slide.
That is a clicker.
Oh, good. Clicker.
This slide looks at the type of effects that hatchery salmon are having on wild salmon. The tall bar to the left shows that over 100 of those published papers found an adverse or slightly adverse impact on the genetics of Pacific salmon. That is, altering the genetic composition or reducing the fitness or survival of those fish. The second highest category of impact caused by hatchery salmon was through ecological interactions, such as competition for prey or competition for spawning grounds, for example. The publication also broke down the types of impacts by the type of hatchery. Most hatcheries in Alaska are what we call production hatcheries. Their sole purpose is to provide for harvest. And for production hatcheries, 75% of them were found to have an adverse impact on wild salmon, and then an additional 17%, for a total of 83%, had slightly adverse impacts on wild salmon. Elizabeth mentioned briefly recovery hatcheries or conservation hatcheries, which in the Pacific Northwest are designed to prevent a population or species from going extinct. There's no intention to harvest those fish. And in our review, we found that only 24% of the studies of these conservation hatcheries had an adverse effect, and only 29% had a beneficial effect. It's important to recognize that in those conservation hatcheries, you know, they're trying to rebuild these stocks. And part of the problem is simply that the factors that were causing the decline of these wild salmon, leading to their greatly depressed numbers, were not identified and repaired. In other words, hatcheries don't solve the problem. So an important question that salmon scientists have also wondered about over the decades and raised concerns is whether or not they compete for resources in the North Pacific Ocean. We completed this study, a synthesis of pink salmon competition with other marine species, and published it about a month or so ago. This table, which is quite complex, but it shows on the left side a variety of species from zooplankton, phytoplankton, to all species of Pacific salmon, seabirds, and even killer whales. And the table shows a consistent and strong evidence for the effect of pink salmon on those species. So a key question in the Yukon Basin, but also throughout the North Pacific, is what factors are causing the decline of Chinook salmon. Chinook salmon as a species is in a crisis. Their abundance and their size is declining everywhere, from Russia, throughout Alaska, and the Pacific Northwest. Our study that we published a month ago focused on pink salmon effects, but it's quite clear, I think, that there are many factors that contribute to the decline in abundance and size of Pacific salmon. In fact, just today, Canadian scientists published a new paper looking at upper Yukon Chinook salmon, and they found a variety of factors impacting Chinook salmon survival, returning to the upper Yukon, and also benefiting those upper Yukon Chinook, including the adverse effect of pink salmon competition in the ocean. This graph here on the top, the blue line shows the harvest of Chinook salmon since 1950 to present, so over a 70-year time period. The graph down below, the blue line in that chart, shows the average size of those Chinook salmon over this 70-year time period. You can see that they're both abundance and size of Chinook in the Alaska region has declined sharply That pink line is the abundance of pink salmon returning from the North Pacific Ocean when they overlap with those Chinook salmon. The two patterns between Chinook and pink salmon are completely in opposite directions. So the big question is this just a simple coincidence or could it be cause and effect? And I won't go into it now, but in our manuscript, we provide quite a bit of evidence suggesting that there is a cause and effect for the effect of pink salmon, which are about 300 times more abundant than Chinook salmon on the Chinook salmon's abundance and survival. So finally, just have three simple recommendations for now. The first one is to encourage you as a tribal organization to interact with the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission and to advocate for a reduction in the number of hatchery pink and chum salmon being released from Alaska, Russia, and Japan. These numbers have grown tremendously over the past several decades. And back in over 15 years ago now, several top Canadian scientists made this recommendation through a marine policy journal. But still, it's slow to take on the response within the MPAFC, and more attention needs to be brought to this issue. The second recommendation, and learning from our experiences in the Pacific Northwest, is this simply to create and enforce land use regulations to fully protect salmon rivers and riparian areas that are needed for salmon. And then the third recommendation is something that I think is obvious to this group, and that's simply that we need our management agencies to quantify stock-specific harvests of Chinook and chum salmon in those interception fisheries every single year. This is just part of the management that's needed for those interception fisheries. Thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Gregg? Charlie Wright.
After looking at all the charts and the graphs of production of hatchery and that is part of the Barents Sea, you notice that Japan has a huge amount of hatchery that they're putting in every year, the fish that they're dumping into the sea. It's so much that we're catching them in the Barents Sea fishery. So I wanted to ask is, what do you think? Why are they putting so much in and we're catching them? That's just a question. They're just overpopulating the water so much. Is there ever going to be any kind of limits on that? How do we look into making limits in our ocean? I guess it's out of our control.
Well, that's why I mentioned that top recommendation. It's not up there anymore, but this is a recommendation that the Canadian scientists made 15 years ago, that we need this dialogue to place a cap on hatchery production and also a reduction, because now we have quite a bit of evidence indicating that there's declining growth and survival related to the large numbers of hatchery fish in the ocean. But it takes, it takes a lot of discussion. Countries such as Japan and Russia and the state of Alaska will resist those sort of recommendations. Japan, you're asking about why. Japan, long ago, they initially made a decision to forego wild salmon production, because especially in the southern island, they don't have very good salmon habitat. And so they released massive numbers of chum and to some extent pink salmon. But in more recent years, they've found some spawning pink salmon and some chum salmon, wild spawning fish in Hokkaido. And so there's more of an attempt in Japan to support those wild salmon. Russia, on the other hand, continues to grow in production, especially chum salmon. Their chum salmon production has increased quite rapidly, especially say in the past 10 years.
Some of the numbers that I see, 60% is foreign of the catch now and 40% American in the Bering Sea, somewhere close to that. That's an old number now. It seems to me that the fishermen out there don't have to adjust nothing because they're still going to be able to catch foreign fish no matter what they do with American fish, with the AYK fish. So I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on that. Thank you.
Yeah, so yes, there are a lot of Asian hatchery chum in the Bering Sea region, but there are also, as you know, the AYK region chum that are wild chum. And we have multiple studies, including one that I published over 10 years ago, showing the negative effect of those hatchery chum on the survival and growth of chum salmon in the Norton Sound region.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Alfred Dementif, Holy Cross.
Hello, my name's Alfred Dementif. I'm from Holy Cross Y3. I just have a comment to make. Is this hatchery fishery going to do any good? Because all the fish from False Pass to Brookside Bay, they're all getting the same fish that's going to the Yukon, and then they're all getting intercepted. And then when it comes to the Yukon, we're getting cut off. We're not be able to catch that fish. It could be the same with the hatchery fish. After fish come back here, the intercept fishery will get it, and that would be cut off again. So I don't know. There's no win-win on that situation.
Right, and that's why I've advocated here in my last recommendation that in the area M fishery, for example, the state needs to collect genetic samples. They use the WASP database that they have, genetic database, and estimate the percentage of chum salmon and Chinook salmon headed to the AYK region. You know, probably the bulk of those fish are non-AYK chum salmon, but we need to know what percentage and how many of those AYK bound chum and Chinook are captured in that year so that ADF&G can make management decisions and you can understand what their management decisions are. We need information.
Yes, I've been fishing for like 60 plus years, and I know the fish are being intercepted because we're not killing enough fish on the Yukon. It's happening out in the ocean, and people in higher up they should realize that, you know, get something done about that. Thank you.
Okay.
I understand we have a question online. I'm not sure who.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Hi, thank you. This is Bruce Irvin from the Toke Natives Association. And I believe my question has been kind of getting answered with some of the previous questions, but do we have any studies or statistics on the already established hatcheries in Alaska and how hatchery salmon compete with the wild salmon for the food resources? I mean, just from attending the state advisory committee meetings and the Eastern Interior Raft subsistence side, it seems like a topic that always comes up, and they're trying to raise their concerns, but it's like nobody's really listening to them. And they think that one of the big things that's impacting our salmon now is these hatchery salmon that are out there, and they're wiping out the wild resources for the wild salmon. So maybe you could talk about that a little bit.
Yes, and we do have scientific studies published in peer-reviewed journals, including the one that's referenced in my talk here, which you can download that one. I'm the lead author on that one. You can download it for free, and we talk about some of those results. There's also a paper by Brendan Connors, myself, and others looking at how we do make an estimate of how hatchery production of pink salmon in Alaska has impacted sockeye salmon survival throughout their range from Bristol Bay through the Gulf of Alaska down to the Fraser River. There are estimates of how hatchery pink salmon impacts those survival. Another paper I contributed to with Jan Oldberger showing the effect of pink salmon, hatchery pink salmon on wild pink salmon production. So there are a number of publications available.
Hello. There. Some of this information new to me, and you said several times that the hatchery salmons are having adverse effect on natural salmon, and then we heard from Charlie talking about the overpopulation of all the hatchery fish. And can you give more information on how it's adversely affecting the natural salmon so that it'll be more clear? And then how is the information already known by the association? Because again, if they see it, then they could probably be more aware of what we're dealing with.
So obviously that's a complicated question, and I referenced a few papers that you can find referenced in my publication that's identified in this PowerPoint. But as I mentioned, for example, hatchery pink salmon, that this manuscript that we just published, about 82 million hatchery pink salmon returned from the North Pacific, 82 million from, I think it was 2005 to 2015. So that's only roughly 15% of the total pink salmon, because pink salmon as a species are the climate change winners. Just to get to one of the questions earlier, their abundance has just skyrocketed with the warming ocean temperatures. But 82 million hatchery pink salmon greatly exceeds the number of wild chum salmon returning from the North Pacific Ocean, is about equal to total production of wild sockeye salmon. So 82 million hatchery pinks is quite a bit. Chum salmon is the other big species that's released, especially from Japan, Russia, but also Alaska. Southeast Alaska releases a huge number of hatchery chum. They spend more time in the North Pacific Ocean, and so they contribute to the biomass. And while chum salmon prey is a little bit different than the other species of salmon, they actually try to avoid pink salmon competition by eating jellyfish in odd-numbered years when the pinks are especially abundant. But still, they're impacting a lot of the zooplankton that all the other species rely upon. And so there is an effect of all of these hatchery salmon. As I mentioned, when you look at the total biomass of salmon in the ocean, about 40% of the adult and juvenile salmon in the ocean are hatchery origin. And we're seeing, this decline in size of salmon that you see in the Yukon, chum, or Yukon Chinook, as well as chum. This has been going on for years, just in the inverse direction of hatchery production, which really started to ramp up in the early 70s and the 80s. Okay.
You're good, Jerry? Okay, we recognize Rampart.
Margaret Moses, Rampart. I'd like to recognize John Krig.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak here. And Greg, thanks for coming up. I hope you enjoy Fairbanks here. And I've read your studies, and I'm gonna ask you if what I say is true. And because I might be interpreting it wrong, and I'm going to bring up what I think the biggest threat to hatcheries on the Yukon River is. And not talking about Russia or Japan, just the Yukon there. And according to your research, and it's just a known fact that any of these hatchery fish are going to intermingle with the wild stocks. Okay. And in 1 to 3 generations, their reproductive success is already declining. And in 4 to 6 generations of these mixed stocks, it's down to 50%. And right now, there's no hatchery fish. It's a pure stock on the Yukon River. Once we put those hatcheries in, it's all over. And so if in 4 to 6 generations of this mixed stock, the reproductive rate is down to 50%, it will inevitably lead to the elimination of all of the wild stocks. And so, am I reading this right?
In general, yes. And I think that, was what Ray Hilborn was getting at back in 1992. Back in those days, we didn't have the genetic information that we have now about how hatchery fish interbreeding with wild fish impacts their genetics and especially their fitness or their ability to survive. But, maintaining the diversity of Chinook salmon and chum salmon in the Yukon River is very important. Daniel has published papers on the diversity of Bristol Bay sockeye and how that diversity, that portfolio effect helps maintain the survival of sockeye. And that partly allowed Bristol Bay sockeye to really rebound after the very low abundances in the early 70s. When the 77 ocean regime shift occurred, all that diversity helped contribute to the rebound of Bristol Bay sockeye. If you have large-scale hatcheries going on, say in Chinook salmon in the Yukon, you're going to probably reduce the diversity of those populations through the interbreeding of the hatchery and wild fish.
So in capping this off, then, if we get 4 to 6 generations down the road and the reproductive rate of all the fish on the Yukon River would be down to 50% of what it would be without the hatcheries.
I'm not going to put a number such as a 50% reduction on it. That depends on many factors, but chances are the fitness of those fish remaining in the wild, if they have interbred with hatchery fish over a period of generations, their fitness is likely to go down over time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Gregg? Oh, Robert Walker, Canvik.
Thank you, Sharon. Just a question here on this restocking the Yukon River with farm fish. I read a report from Japan where after the Yukon chums crashed, that Japan went and opened farm fish for salmon roe. That's what they were after in Alaska, for the chum salmon. And so they wouldn't have to buy wild stock roe. But anyway, getting back to where you're talking, I don't think we should talk about it, but I would recommend that we don't go with it. Because Anvik River, you look at it, that is the biggest spawning area in Western Alaska. At one time, it had 1.75 million chums. And you look at the animals that live up there and eat all this fish too, ravens, crows, eagles, whatever. And this is a little short story here that I observed here about when we first had the crash for the summer chum and the Chinook, was that we got fish from, I don't know where we got it from, but anyway, they brought it in and they gave it to us. So I think a lot of people were kind of like a little bit surprised, but nobody didn't say too much about it. But this little short story on the human consumption and the animal consumption that I've seen, I cooked it up and I gave it to my dog. His name was Moose. He was chocolate lab. I put it in his bowl and, he was wagging his tail, pretty happy for it until he got it, tasted it. He spat that up and spat back out and kind of looked at me like, okay, what kind of cruel joke this is? I thought if you're not going to eat it, Moose, will give it to the camera robber. So I cracked it up. I put it outdoors in a plate. Cab robbers came and they did the same thing. They picked it up, tasted it, spat it out, looked at it sideways, flew off. Same way with the raven. I put kept going further on, and the ravens even took a look at it. You know, he put it in his mouth for a little while. He spat it out. You know, kind of like, this is not Yukon fish. Even animals are spoiled. You have to understand
What
that
species?
they had this for millions of years. Now that we're giving them fish that they're not used to.
What species are you talking about?
Summer chum.
Yeah.
And so, you know, this was, I think, in the plan too for farm fish with the Chinook salmon too. And my observation of this for human consumption, I don't think it would be, and plus if we do, it would override all these natural spawning places. It would just take over and the wild stock would slowly disappear. And that is my personal, you know, everybody probably could have a little story with that too. I thank you for your time, Sharon.
Thank you.
Any other last questions for Dr. Gregg? If not, oh, we have one back there. Don Honey, Ruby.
Thank you. You know, my friend there from Holy Cross mentioned Area M. And it just kind of bothered me in the last couple of years that, you know, that I guess the argument from the people that opposed closing that for a certain time, and I'm talking about the summer chum or the chum. They said it wasn't destined for the Yukon or the Kuskokwim River. I don't know, you know, about science, how that could be so precise as to, you know, you can't ask the fish that you caught where they were going. I mean, where is that, you know, where's I guess the scientific, the basis? What is that?
So, yeah, it's
Where's it coming from? Thank you.
Yeah, genetic stock identification. There was a WASP program a number of years ago by the genetics lab, looking at both sockeye and chum, right? So we have a genetic database. And the big issue right now, I think, is to get the state to collect appropriate samples from the Area M chum salmon fisheries so that they can identify what percentage of that catch are AYK Yukon bound. And they can do that with the genetic information that they have. But they need to, this is just basic fisheries management for an interception fishery, but it needs to be implemented. There needs to be some funding for it. No, it's a scientific based, you know, there's confidence intervals and so forth, sure. And, you know, for example, they do this on a weekly basis or so with the Bristol Bay fishery, the Port Moller test fishery. It's amazing. They have a genetic slab on the boat. They're taking genetic samples right now so they can identify the stock in which those sockeye salmon are returning to. Which watershed are they returning to? They could do the same thing in Area M for chum. And they should be doing it for Chinook as well.
Hold on, we have former President Spud Williams.
Yeah, a couple of issues. Somebody just said that the Yukon River was pure salmon. They've had a hatchery in Whitehorse for what, 35, 40 years now? So how can they be pure salmon? They're hatchery fish. What are those hatcheries producing? Or what is it, chum, pink, king? What is the Whitehorse hatchery?
There's the
production.
Chinook, but maybe Elizabeth knows more about that. Chinook and chum, both. But I think it's fairly small numbers. But go ahead.
Yeah, just Chinook at the Whitehorse hatchery is all that's produced. No chum, and that hatchery is really a mitigation hatchery. So for fry being lost through the dam, so I wouldn't call it a restoration or a production hatchery. It's kind of somewhere in between. And yeah, just Chinook, and they do about 150,000 fry a year. So it is quite small, and you're absolutely right. The fish above are not what I'd call wild fish. They're a hybrid population. And in that case, success of that project would probably be around continuing to have a population above the dam, in which case, yes, it's successful because that population continues to exist. Without the hatchery, that population would probably not be there anymore, just given that fry are being lost through the turbines in the spillway every year.
Yeah, they dammed up the Yukon River, so they had to put those hatcheries in to replace the fish that weren't able to escape back into their spawning areas. So we've got a real issue. And if hatcheries are a detriment to our fishery, we've got to have more information about what's going on in Canada. And we've got that Yukon Fishery Treaty between us and Canada. We've got some implementation tools that we can utilize. The other issue that I've noticed in the last few years is the Chinese have been quadrupling the amount of fishing boats that they've been sending out into the ocean. But I haven't heard one word about any enforcement or studies on what they're doing to our fishery to feed their billion people. Why aren't we studying what they're catching? I'm sure they're impacting our fish in one way or another. And we've got satellites up there that can tell what brand of cigarette they're smoking, not only what fish they're catching.
So I'm certainly no expert on that, but I'll just mention that one of the goals of the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission is to look at salmon fisheries in the high seas. There used to be directed Japanese, for example, salmon fisheries in the high seas, but they were pushed back to their 200-mile limits a number of years ago. And so if there are boats out there, ships out there attempting to try to harvest salmon, they would be detected and through enforcement pushed out. For example, sometimes there are squid boats down south that sneak up north into the salmon range, but MPFC and the enforcement agencies with each country are looking into that.
Okay, we're going to take one last question for Dr. Greg, and then we'll go on to our next presenter, Karma Olvey Eagle.
Hi, my name is Karma Olvey. I'm the chief of the Native Village of Eagle, and I'm also the chair of the Fish Commission. I just wanted to make a comment to the tribes, basically. Thank you, Dr. Ruggeron, for your presentation. But just in the Salmon Research Task Force will be meeting in Anchorage, November 14th and 15th. And if you're not able to go then, on their website, on the right side is their draft report for October 2023. And underneath there is a form, and you can fill out in what kind of research that you would like to see when they start talking about that. You can also testify on the 14th and 15th. So I strongly encourage tribes to fill those forms out in genetic stock identification testing so we can see where our fish are going and coming from, and really put our opinions in there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruggeroni. So up next will be Dr. Peter Wesley with UAF.
All right, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm particularly encouraged by not only the attention, but the questions that are being asked. They're not only good questions, they're the right questions. So I'm really optimistic about where things are headed. I can't help but notice some of the empty seats right up front. So I just wanted to give condolences and hope that the people that are headed back to Hughes have a good and healing trip too. So I'm going to do something a little different. When I was asked to do this, I stepped back a bit and I wanted to put myself in your shoes. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm really not. I wanted to put some things in front of you as things to be thinking about, some considerations that if I was in your shoes and facing these really hard decisions, what would I hope to be thinking about? What should you be thinking about? And that's how I approached this. So next slide, please. So, well, there we go. All right. So the first is that any of these conversations that we're having about hatcheries and that are choices that are going to be made, they come with risks and rewards. There's pros, there's cons, and they involve trade-offs or competing interests. And so that is to say that there's often times, and this is one where we often can't get everything we want. And so that is an important thing to sort of frame all of these conversations, is to be thinking about these competing interests and balancing risks and rewards. So going into these considerations, it came up, Elizabeth did a good job hitting on this. Greg was talking about this, but being very clear of like, what are your goals? What do you want? Specifically, what are your objectives? What do you want from this? And more so than that is, how are you going to know it worked? What's the measure of success? Is it number of fish harvested? Is it the size of the fish? Is it whether fish camps are open? Whatever it is, it's for you all to decide, what really are we after here? And that's important, because when you start thinking about designs, your design has to match what your goals are, whether it's called a conservation hatchery or a restoration, whatever name you want, it has to be matched to what your goals are. And I would say that I would bet there's probably variations and differences among this room of what your goals are. And so that would be part of a big place to start of a conversation, is being clear what our goals are. And getting back to this other point of, how are you going to know it worked? What's your measures of success? So I'm going to just a little bit of a thought experiment here. So there's 4 panels here. These are real data. These are 4 regions of Alaska. 2 of the regions, they decided to build a hatchery. Okay. It's the same time, through time, and on the up and down, the ups and downs is how many fish were caught. Okay. So in my mind, if you put in a hatchery and your goal is to catch more fish, I would hope that just by looking at the data, you'd clearly be able to see that, the region that put in a hatchery, we catch more fish. And I would challenge you to be able to see which of these 2 regions put in a hatchery, which challenges the idea that hatcheries really work. Or if they do, it's not so obvious that they work. And so if you're interested, it's the column on the far side, where, I don't know if I have a pointer. So the right side column are the regions where hatcheries went in, but the other regions went up as well. So there's been ups and downs, and maybe some more ups at the end, but the hatchery effect, if it's there, is certainly not obvious to my eyes. And so being very critical and intentional of, are we going to obviously get what we want? Are we really going to get more fish? And these are data from pink salmon from the state of Alaska, that this pink salmon hatchery is heralded as one of the great success stories, that it has given us lots of fish. And I think this should question what we actually get. So the second is, regardless of what the names of the hatchery are, the goals, whatever, it came up. It was a very astute idea that hatchery fish commingle with wild fish. They do. They commingle in the ocean. They commingle while they're migrating. So a consideration is, how are you going to catch the potential hatchery fish that are being produced that presumably people are going to want to catch for reasons that are obvious, and no one should fault you for that. But how are you going to do that in a way that avoids catching too many of the wild fish that are commingling? And this is a problem that you all have faced already, of how in those years when Chinook salmon are really struggling and summer chum salmon are booming, how do you catch a lot of the summer chum salmon and not catch too many wild Chinook? And this problem, if you are producing Chinook, is that problem with summer chum and Chinook's going to feel like a walk in the park, because this is going to be a real challenge. So in this picture, imagine the gray ones are the hatchery fish, a couple of the orange ones are the wild fish mixed in. Okay. So how do we avoid that problem? This is just a quote from a paper. I think I'll largely skip it, but the challenges for a manager is how do you balance trying to catch the hatchery fish because we know that they interact with wild fish. So we don't want the wild fish to interact with the hatchery fish. So we should catch as many hatchery fish as possible. But if we catch as many hatchery fish as possible, we can overfish the wild fish. You see that problem? That's a real challenge. So how do you balance those needs? If I was a manager on the Yukon, I would be dreading trying to figure out how to deal with this. So you think the management is bad and complex now? That's nothing compared to what you would deal with if you had a hatchery to deal with. All right, consideration 3 is that, and this came up already, is that hatcheries do not address the root causes of problems. That actually the lack of fish in the Yukon is causing so much hardship. I know it, and I don't understand it because I'm not in it for 10,000 years, but I understand as much as I can. And that the lack of fish in the Yukon is actually not the problem. It is the symptom of a lot of other problems. And that hatcheries are trying to address the lack of fish, but it doesn't address the root problem. In the same way that a Band-Aid stops the bleeding on your arm, but does not address the root problem that maybe you were shot. And so while you might consider putting a Band-Aid on for a short period of time, you should ask yourself, when and what conditions would I want to take the Band-Aid off, right? If this is something to help temporarily, how do you decide when to take that Band-Aid off? And that's often not clear. In my experience looking at things, one of the harder things to do is when you start a hatchery, it's pretty hard to turn a hatchery off. The last one, and this is, I questioned putting this in there, but I think regardless of your cultural background or whatever, thinking about hatcheries, you have to ask yourself whether going down this road is in line with your values, wherever those values come from. Is this supporting our values? Is it what we've been taught? Is this right? And my background would be different. Maybe if it's about catching lots of fish and making money, it's maybe consistent with values, but maybe not. So I would hope all of you have very candid, serious conversations. If we go down this road, is this consistent with ways of life and our values, which I know are just incredibly important, can't be overstated. So I'm going to leave it there. I told Daniel I was only going to talk for an hour and a half, so I can stay up here a little bit longer. So I want to make sure we have time for him as well. Welcome questions now or at the end when we all wrap up. But again, I am incredibly inspired and appreciative of you taking the time to have these conversations and making informed decisions. This is a huge decision, and there's a lot to consider. So thank you very much. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you, Dr. Wesley. Does anybody want to ask him questions or you want to wait for our final presenter?
Okay.
We have one right there. Go ahead.
Okay. As I understand it, too many pink salmon are part of the problem. Why aren't people catching those? I mean, if there's too many fish, seem like that's a good thing. They could just catch more.
Well, in Prince William Sound, for example, the hatcheries catch 99% of the returning hatchery pink salmon. They do. They catch a ton of them. The issue is when they're out in the ocean feeding, they're competing and commingling with the wild fish. And so there are lots of pink salmon that are caught. It's not as if pink salmon are not being caught, right? I don't know if that was the, yeah, sure. There you go.
That one? Yeah. So Peter mentions the hatchery situation in Prince William Sound. This year, there's a massive return of pink salmon to both Russia and a fairly large return throughout the state of Alaska. Those pink salmon, the harvest, flooded the market, causing a dramatic decline in the price of all salmon species, such that processors, such as Trident Seafoods, they sent out a letter to their industry fishermen, and I think other processors as well, shut down early, and partly to avoid the tail end of the pink salmon run because they didn't want any more pink salmon. There are other situations, for example, Fraser River, which has a very large pink salmon run. It's fairly abundant, millions of fish, around 20 to 18 million or so in recent years. But a lot of those fish go unharvested because they're commingling with depressed Chinook salmon and sockeye salmon. So there's complications in some regions that prevent pink salmon from being fully utilized, and that's allowed their populations to also grow along with climate warming.
Do you have a follow-up?
Well, as I understand it, the pink salmon run in cycles every 2 years, so why not just catch lots of them when there are lots of them and then back off on it on the years that the pink salmon don't usually run and let the other fish go through. That's just my layman's idea.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Like I mentioned, the Fraser River, it's an odd year run. There's almost zero pinks returning in even numbered years. They're all odd years. So in those odd years, they just can't harvest enough of them because of conservation for Chinook and sockeye.
Well, and I would say that to avoid issues with that many numbers of fish, like you just can't catch them all. So in those years, again, 99% of the pink salmon and Prince William Sound that were produced were caught. That sounds, wow, that's amazing. And in the years, I'll just say this. You can catch 99% of them. And if you're dealing with that many number of fish, you can have a whole lot of numbers of fish that end up on the spawning grounds. You just can't catch them all.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to our final presenter, Dr. Daniel Schindler. And if you didn't get a red folder, please see the front table out there. Those have the PowerPoint presentations that were shown.
Great. Thank you for this invitation to participate today and discuss these issues with you. I'm probably not going to say anything new that people have not already said today or people have expressed in their questions. I'm Daniel Schindler. I'm from the University of Washington, and I've worked on Alaska salmon now for about 25 years. So what I'm going to tell you today is really a reflection on what we know about hatchery fish and how they interact with wild fish in Alaska and along the whole West Coast. I appreciate the frustration and the hardship that your communities are going through as Chinook and chum salmon have declined. And one thing I want to warn you is that the promise of hatcheries is a really seductive sales job that you have to be wary about, because we can talk about hatcheries as a way to fix and reverse the decline of salmon, but it's a concept and it's a proposal that I encourage you, as you already clearly have started, to think really carefully about what the potential benefits are and be serious about understanding what the consequences and the risks of hatcheries are, as we've heard from previous speakers. It turns out that we, being North Americans, have done a massive experiment from which we can understand how hatchery fish affect wild fish. In this experiment, we've spent probably over $20 billion, and we've run it for about 50 years or more. So we have a lot of information about what hatchery fish do to wild fish. And Greg and Peter, Greg in particular, provided an overview of these two recent publications that summarizes this. But it's not that these are just concerns of scientists. These are strong empirical data and experiences of communities that produce these conclusions that we can provide to you about what the risks of hatcheries are to wild fish and to fishing communities. So what I'll offer today are just some highlight suggestions and considerations, again, that we've heard about before. The first one I'm going to offer to you is that hatcheries are very expensive. We haven't talked about the economics of them, but typically when hatcheries are discussed, we talk about how many fish come back to them, how many fish are caught, maybe how many dollars are produced or how many people are fed by those fish. But we rarely talk about, well, how much money did it cost to produce those fish in the first place? And the answer isn't good. It's often the case we're putting as much money into producing hatchery fish as those fish generate when we catch them and distribute them and sell them or eat them. So there's no free lunch with hatcheries. There was a really good free lunch today, apparently here. It smelled really good from up here at the table, but with hatcheries, there's no free lunch. You can expect to put a lot of money into developing those hatcheries and maintaining them. So they don't come for free, and that has to be part of the discussions as well. Second, and again, previous speakers have talked about this, is managing fish by producing hatcheries and managing hatcheries happens in this more complex system that includes the effects of things like degrading habitat, like managing harvest. And of course, it's not just harvest in the river, it's harvest in the open ocean, through state fisheries, through federal fisheries, and potentially foreign fisheries as well. So what do we do about this more complex set of issues that are affecting Yukon River chums and Chinook? And we heard from Chief Williams earlier, who argued very powerfully about allowing the land to work, because we know how productive the land can be if it's functioning properly. And you guys know that from how many fish you've seen in the past. The Yukon River habitat is still in pretty good shape. It's still in really good shape when you think about what the habitat looks like for salmon across the Pacific Rim. There are places that some restoration is probably needed, but protecting that habitat is one way to ensure that these fish will come back, because we're challenging them with climate change. The gentleman from Yukon Flats, I think it is, talked about the importance of climate change and how we need to figure out how to reduce these climate impacts. The reality is, even if you get the whole world to stop burning carbon, the world is going to be warm for at least another century. So that means these fish are going to be challenged by warm temperatures probably for the next century at a minimum. So we need to allow them to figure out ways to deal with this warming climate. And putting them in hatcheries is the last thing in the world we should be doing. We should be allowing those fish to go back to the land, go back to places where they can spawn, and they will figure it out. But you have to give them those options to do that. And that means protecting the land and restoring it in places where we've messed it up. You know, where most of our experience with hatcheries comes from is in the lower 48, where we have either cut off the habitat altogether with dams, or we've trashed it. And we've trashed it with a very arrogant assumption that we can compensate for lost habitat by putting fish in hatcheries. And now we know, decades later, that was a failed experiment, because the money that takes to run those hatcheries, and in some cases support fisheries, whether they're sport fisheries or even tribal fisheries, they just don't pay for themselves. And I'm guessing all those places would much rather have their habitat back than they would be to continue to run their hatcheries. I mentioned the climate change issue. This is a reality that we have to deal with, and hatcheries aren't going to solve that problem. We don't know exactly why Yukon River fish are doing so poorly right now, but it's probably a bunch of things, some of which is because the climate isn't very amenable to salmon survival right now. Putting more fish into the environment right now from hatcheries doesn't solve that problem. We're going to be putting fish into the environment where they don't survive. So that potential benefit, which is probably small, needs to be played off against the risks, which are substantial. And as we've heard from several panelists today, the risks of hatchery fish are large, from the commingling issues with competition to the commingling with wild fish and harvesting those hatchery fish without hitting wild fish that are on the ropes. And then the genetic issues. We've heard about this from some speakers today, is the fish that do well in hatcheries are not necessarily the fish that do well in the wild. And people who run hatcheries have improved in their ability to keep the wild fish separate from the hatchery fish. But again, we'd be really naive to pretend that we can keep those two strains distinct. And when they start interbreeding, they turn into a different strain of fish than currently is in the rivers now. And as you folks know, the fish that are in the Yukon, whether they're chum or Chinook, are distinct. They're not just random Chinook salmon or chum salmon. They are Yukon River Chinook salmon and chum salmon that are adapted to specific tributaries specific regions in the river, et cetera. Hatcheries run the risk of wiping that out, or at least washing it out. Yeah, so I guess the last thing I'll say is, I know it's easy for me to say this and hard for you to embrace this, but what I would push for is patience. Because we know that salmon populations do go up and down. And again, hatcheries are this very seductive silver bullet to get a quick response and fix the system quickly. And again, our experience, our being the collective we, is that that's not what ends up happening. Hatcheries are no quick fix. And in fact, the consequences of putting hatcheries in are often very difficult to reverse, both in terms of getting those hatcheries out of there in the first place when you can, but also some of the consequences for wild fish, for instance, in the case of interbreeding and genetics, takes a long time to reverse those problems. So I'm encouraged that you're engaging in this conversation thoughtfully. And I guess I would just encourage you to be really skeptical and think about what you stand to lose and think about what you have. And what you have is a watershed that's immense. It's still in good shape in most places. And you have levers like being able to have influence on how many fish are harvested. That's where I put my efforts. Hatcheries, I don't believe, are the solution to get you out of the current situation you find yourselves in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schindler. Before I ask for questions, and I had to step out, but can you explain a little bit about the genetic testing that they were referring to on Bristol Bay and the differences that's been going on, like with the state, with the federal?
Yeah, so this is a question that came up during someone's presentation about the genetic testing in Area M. So we have a lot of genetic power now to take fish and within a day determine where they were coming from. But this is mostly the case for sockeye. In the case of chum and Chinook salmon, the genetic tools aren't quite as well developed and the fish don't have as much genetic differentiation as the sockeye. So for instance, a chum salmon caught in Area M, we can use genetics to determine that it was coming back to coastal Western Alaska, but we can't tell any more beyond that. We can't tell that it was a Yukon fish versus a Cusco fish or even a lower Nushagak fish. Doesn't mean there's not possibility there, but there is, the current tools don't allow us to separate it at a finer resolution. We can also use them to determine Western Alaska, for instance, from Asian chums. But within Western Alaska, which is a huge part of the world, as you know, we don't have the genetic tools quite yet to parse them apart yet.
And do you think that's coming, the genetic tools to help that?
Yeah, I think it is coming. I think at least there's hope. There's reasons to be hopeful that those genetic tools can be developed. Yeah, geneticists do some amazing things these days, and it's certainly still within the realm of possibility. They haven't got there yet, though.
Thank you. Carmel Eagle?
I'd just like to recognize Virgil Umpenhauer.
He's going to tell us a story. Just watch.
Talking about the right volume, I don't want to be too, okay. Okay, I've been fighting the hatcheries, trying to get them restricted since 1996. That's now 27 years. At the time I started my campaign against them, I was a member of the Board of Fisheries. And I got a promise out of the hatchery managers in 2001 because the advisory committee Elfin Cove in Southeast Alaska had put a proposal into the Board of Fisheries to severely restrict hatchery production to what its original intent was, which was to rebuild depressed salmon runs. And so they objected and said the board didn't have the authority. It took the Department of Law close to a year to decide that we did have the authority. So we spent a full cycle, that's 3 years. At every board meeting for 3 years, the hatchery committee met, and I was on that hatchery committee. And then we were going to address it in 2001, January of 2001. The hatchery managers went to the governor and promised they would reduce their production by 25% if the board wouldn't take up the proposal. I didn't want to do that, but my other board members beat on me until I agreed to it because we had to do AYK, Bristol Bay, and REM in one Board of Fish meeting instead of in 3 different Board of Fish meetings, and it lasted 26 days. And so then we changed governors not too long after that, and then I got off the board along with, well, 4 of the board members got off then in 2002. And we changed governors in 2002, and the next governor was highly supported by the big processors from Seattle and the hatcheries. And so things went to the opposite. Instead of going down 25%, they have increased their production by 42%. But I've been complaining that our fish the ocean is being overgrazed by the hatchery fish since 1996. Because in 1996, what happened is they harvested 16 million chum salmon in Southeast, when the annual average of chum salmon, that's in the commercial fishery, harvested in Southeast from statehood in 1959 till 1990 was 1.6 million. So they increased it by 10 times. Anyway, so that's my background for my question. My question is, with the current environment the way it is now, do you think that it's possible? I know we've got 2 proposals. Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee has 2 proposals before the Board of Fish that'll be heard. One later this month to reduce hatchery production in Cook Inlet, and then one for the Kodiak hatchery to reduce it there, and that'll be later when they have the Kodiak meeting. But anyway, so we're really fighting hard to get something done in Alaska. And so my question is, do you think that if we can get something done here and we can convince our federal officials and the State Department to try to get the treaty changed, or so that to get other countries to reduce their production? Because every farmer and every rancher knows how much cattle or whatever they raise, their land will support. And they know when there's a drought, it won't support as much land. Basically, we have a drought in the ocean, so it's not going to support as many fish. So why are we insanely dumping all these hatchery fish in? That's my question.
Okay, I'm going to get Greg to answer that, but I just want to clarify one thing that I think is really important, is that there's multiple hatchery issues at play here. The one that Virgil's talking about is the pink salmon hatcheries flooding the North Pacific that are competing with Yukon River fish. The other hatcheries under consideration are the ones that would be placed in the Yukon River for Chinook salmon. And of course, the decision-making that goes into Yukon-specific hatcheries are different than the ones that go into the pink salmon hatcheries and the production there. So, Greg, do you want to answer Virgil's question?
I'll try to, but so as I mentioned before, I think the recommendation is to encourage groups like this to try to participate in some of the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission meetings. And I mentioned them because it's an international group with the Pacific Rim countries that have Pacific salmon. And it's the only place where we get together annually or so forth. There's a scientific meeting, and then they have an enforcement meeting related to high seas, interceptions of salmon. But this seems to be the best place to discuss this issue and bring it up. It will take time, I think, in pressure from the outside to get these different countries to reduce production. Japan has actually cut back, stabilized and then cut back some of their chum salmon production. They recognize that their chum salmon are coming back smaller, and so they slightly decreased chum production. And then when the tsunami hit northern Honshu, that wiped out some of their hatcheries, and they have yet to rebound. But Russia is building more hatcheries, chum salmon hatcheries especially. And in the state of Alaska, as I mentioned, produce large numbers of pink. They're the largest producer of pink salmon in the world, but also chum salmon. that we need to get more information out to the public and to the managers about these unintended consequences of large-scale hatchery production, that these large hatchery releases are impacting distant wild stocks. I didn't mention in my talk, it's in the publication, but genetics studies with Chinook salmon captured in the Gulf of Alaska region and in the Bering Sea. For example, 11 to 38% of the Chinook salmon captured in the southeastern Bering Sea were from the Pacific Northwest, based on their genetic analyses, indicating the simple point is that these Chinook salmon are migrating many, many miles, thousands of miles each year, and they're interacting with fish from throughout the North Pacific.
Thank you. I do know one other thing, and that is that chum salmon from the diepack hatchery in Juneau were captured as bycatch in the trawl fishery in the Bering Sea in 1995-96 because Dick Wilmot, who was the geneticist for the salmon treaty, because I'm one of the guys, I've been on the salmon treaty process since 1988. I'm one of the guys that negotiated the part for the Yukon River. Anyway, and I know that they caught those salmon and they were in the bycatch, and he identified them because they had thermal otolith marks on them, but in the mid-90s in the Bering Sea. And so they're going all the way up there too. So those chum salmon there are competing against Yukon chum salmon in the Bering Sea. That's a fact.
I guess I would add that if there was a decision to dial back on pink salmon and chum salmon hatchery releases, that should not distract from a discussion about whether there should be Yukon River hatcheries. Those are, in a lot of ways, different.
Right, I know that. I'm dead against the hatchery on the Yukon River. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe
Chief
I'd
Paul
add.
from Holy Cross.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Eugene Paul from the village of Holy Cross, the chief there. So I think you answered, one of them answered maybe one of the questions was, I mean, state of Alaska pushed us into this corner of discussing hatcheries just because they failed to do their job. They failed to be able to sustain a stock that we have to provide for our families. So they pushed us to a corner to make a decision that I couldn't fathom putting it on my people in my village, because I was taught to stay at fish camp all summer. I was taught to clean the fish and do what we need to do to take care of that. That's special to us. You know, it has powers and meanings that we as people have to take care of, bones and things that we have to do traditionally. I like how he said, you know, the university, you know, he couldn't, what he said, I couldn't imagine living or walking in your shoes. It is hard. You know, as a young person in my village, even our elders told us not to play with our food. So the same thing as us making the decision, we can't play with nature. We as, oh, I could say that for my village right now. As a leader in my village, I could not play with any of our food that provides to our family. It is a sacred thing that we as people know how to take care of. And that's what I was saying, the state of Alaska failed us right from the beginning of commercial fishing and not recognizing subsistence users. They do not recognize me as a father and a person that provides for his family. That, you know, they are basically in their state statutes, all their laws they write. Commercial fishing is right at the top of their food chain. And when you say subsistence users, it's not even mentioned. So I know for a fact, you know, being on the Fish Commission, you know, testifying on federal waters, I, you know, opened up a little bit people's different minds. But in federal law and ANILCA, and one of the laws, they actually recognize subsistence users before the commercial fishing. So I couldn't imagine putting hatcheries into a place where fish is already dying off. Our fish is already dying off because there's climate change, there's attacks of high, everything that's out there in the sea is basically attacking our fish, our native stocks. Not even that, like how you said that we have to let enough escapement, for us, not to fish for what, close to 5 years, they're going to be 5 years now, and setting aside a stock to go to Canada to meet their escapement goals. We're not even meeting that goal. So being that said, that it is pretty hard to make, I don't think I would make that decision on myself, and saying that we need to start hatcheries to put a hatchery in, and imagine putting a hatchery in, and what does that do? It's just gonna be putting like some of your picture, putting a Band-Aid on another Band-Aid, and pushing it off the side, because it doesn't fix anything. Something else needs to change besides just putting a hatchery in, because I've been taught from our elders not to play with your food. We're, sitting at the table as a young man, and my grandma and grandpa there, if you touch your food the wrong way and you play with it, they'll scold you. So this is not what I was taught to do. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. I would not make that decision and play with genetics, play with we're taught not to play with our food. So that's what I'm trying to per se to you guys, that this is my tradition and this is what I was taught to do. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a powerful statement, and you may feel like you're pushed into a corner to have a discussion, but you're having that discussion. And you got to keep having that discussion and learn from what is important to you. You know what the river is capable of doing. And, from experience elsewhere, where we have relied on hatcheries pretending the rest didn't matter, we have a lot to offer about mistakes that were made. So I'm glad you're having this discussion.
Can I add to that real quickly, if you don't mind? So I would have you, if you're feeling pushed in the corner, sometimes be skeptical, maintain skepticism, and push back on the ideas that seem crazy, maybe, in the sense that what you often hear in the state of Alaska is this idea that you can have your cake and eat it too. You can have all your wild fish and you can just have hatchery fish on top, and that they don't impact the wild fish. And it's just not true. And it's so ingrained as the culture, it's a myth story that is propagated, that I would encourage you all to question some of those things that are myths that you will hear from people that you would think should know better.
There's no silver bullets and there's no free lunches, except at the TCC conference.
Recognize former Chair Jared.
Thank you, Madam. I've been a party to the Tanana Chiefs delegation for a number of years. Back here, I'm sitting with a former president, Spud Williams. He was the president when I first came here as a delegate from the native village of Tanacross, 1979. Every year since, we've always brought forth the concern about fish and game management. That's an every year thing. I mean, like, I haven't come here very often the last 4 or 5 years. But if you read the resolutions and the minutes of the meetings we had, there's always that resounding repetition of concern about fish and game management. We suggested many years ago through TCC and other Native organizations, when we sounded the warning bell on the noticeable reduction of Chinook salmon in the Yukon. TCC in those days and still today suggests means and ways to mitigate this foreseen crash by suggesting some issues like addressing the Area M harvests and the high seas fisheries. TCC also suggested improved methods of reducing bycatch of Chinook salmon. TCC wanted studies to try to find out why the Chinook salmon was crashing. And these are redundant statements over and over the last several years, decades, in fact. TCC had advocated and continues today to advocate for improved management and other species management methods. TCC did everything to bring the issue to the hearts and minds of Alaska, not to mention the contiguous lower 48 states. When we broached the concern of salmon, when we broach the concern of salmon reduction, we're told there are other issues, like riverine beds or stream beds may be changing or no longer sustaining fisheries. The same thing you're saying, all of you. There are other players not at the table, such as hatchery interests, high seas fisheries, international fishing fleets, and fisheries management styles employed by the individual state and federal agency biologists. No biologist wants to abandon their personal management style, their management practicum. And we offered over the years to use traditional management practices, and they were not accepted. We need to address this matter with everyone being at the table. And this includes the North Pacific Rim Fisheries Management, the state and the federal fish management, and the commercial fisheries interest groups, and the international interest groups as well. We cannot deal with this issue by one user group only, as we're doing here. I have seen over the years, over and over, the repetition of statements of concerns about the fish and game management, but we continuously get overwhelmed by responses like yours, species differentiation, or whatever you call it, the differences in scale and this stuff. Let's quit this mockery and take strong steps addressing everybody's issues here. When you leave here, you contact the other people, the North Pacific Rim, the state and the federal management agencies, the international communities, America, Alaska, not to mention Alaska alone, cannot address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Isaac. Recognizing Tanana, Julie Roberts.
Thank you, President Jerry Isaac, for that statement. It just makes me so upset to know that we're sitting here as tribes. We have our sovereign rights as people. The state of Alaska asserts their sovereign rights. The federal government asserts their sovereign rights. We all got to be on the same page. And we all have to work together. We heard about unity. When are we going to stand up as tribes, as Indigenous people, for our rights? How many times we come to this meeting, I get impatient sometimes, with decisions, discussions. Over and over again, we say the same thing, yet we make no headways for the last 20, 30 years. And Jerry, you're right. We need to take this to a higher level. And that's the international level, to where other countries recognize their Indigenous people's rights. We need to send a delegation to these meetings. I know Ed Alexander goes over to the ICC, representing the Gwich'in, the people in the North Slope, they have their Indigenous Council. Yet we, as TCC region, it almost feels like we're not represented. When are we going to start representing our own people at these arenas? We need to take it to a higher level. The state of Alaska is not listening to us. They're going off on their own little tangent, doing whatever they want. Even the federal government, sits back and doesn't really listen to us. I know politicians are bought out all the time. Money talks. And if you have the money, boy, you have the decision right now. Whereas, we are the people, the caretakers of our land and our waters, and we're the last ones to be heard every single time, pretty much. So we got to stand up more for our rights as tribes and Indigenous people and make our voices heard, make it matter. Our children are suffering right now. Our people are suffering, and we all know that. We come to these meetings and talk about it all the time. So it's time for us to really stand up for our tribal rights and our sovereignty. We talk about it all the time. So when are we going to do it? That's my question.
Thank you, Chief Robert Hyslop, for your strong words. Oh, we got Chief Walker from Anvik.
Thank you, Sharon. Julie, I'm just glad that you stated that. This is something that I've been talking about for years, that where are we going to go and how long it's going to take us to get there? And you mentioned, and I mentioned this to TCC too, that we do not have the people in TCC to work like they should be working, to take this to the stage, get an anthropologist to help us with these issues like Jim Simon. That's one person we can't lose. Somebody like Stephanie Quinn Davis to come in and work with us. I mean, you put them under contract. The president should be really paying attention to this, because it's not only me speaking now. We got somebody else speaking that's bringing this out. And I think that all the people that are here as a delegation, somebody should make a motion to prove a department here at TCC to address these issues at the highest level as we can take this. Maybe, that is right. We gotta have a delegation go to Washington, DC. We have a delegation to go down to the state of Alaska. Talk to them, tell them, hey, why are we don't want money, we want food. That's the basic thing we're after. And these people just don't realize it. And you're right, Julie. I'm just glad I take my hat off to you for that comment you made, because I think, Mr. President, and your e-board, you're going to have to sit down and do a lot more. You have to get your lawyers here. You're going to have to write these proposals. And not only that, the bison herd too. We were just there. This young lady, very impressive, Michelle Quillen. I was taken back by her comments because she was on the same page as me and Fred Huntington, Sr. All these things go back to what we need. Thank you. And I hope you could take this addressing not as a threat or anything, but it's just a threat for food. That's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And Amber, did you want to come up for closing of this? Oh, Nancy, I'm sorry, I missed it. Chief James from Fort Yukon, which is Z.
Thank you. I think everything that had to be said on land. Jurisdiction 93-638, fishing. It should be a big concern. We've been, I think, a little bit too nice. We really been nice. I think it's about time. We just had a second on hatcheries. I'm concerned about that because global warming is really affecting every village in the tributaries. A lot of those fish species are going into different areas, to different villages that never even seen king salmon. They're going there. So I think the study, I really enjoyed the report, but it just makes me wonder about the hatcheries, the state Western way of addressing and not utilizing, acknowledging elders' knowledge on tradition and culture. And our chief is right. The last 50 years, where is the elders' knowledge? We're celebrating 50 years of land. We just had a Secretary of Department of Interior hearing in Fort Yukon. We exercised our tribal to tribal hearing. They were just going to have it in Fairbanks and Anchorage. But together we demanded that we want a hearing 1-to-1. You know, I think it's about time that we really look within our jurisdiction within the region of Tanana chiefs. Really seriously, when they asked a question and they were trying to let me define subsistence, 810, D1, D2, the checkerboard in Yukon Flats, to define for them what they negotiated 50 years ago with our leaders, with Paul. At that time, they didn't understand 810, subsistence. So, Julie, Spud, what are we doing? Where have we gone in the 50 years? I think it's about time that we really sit down and make a decision and quit being so nice and really think about going back to our jurisdiction and what are we doing in protecting the land that is happening. While we're sitting here and trying to talk about all these things, they're working behind our backs. It really was very visible at that hearing in Fort Yukon. These were top people. And they were bringing things that's in the land claims. D1, D2, 810, definition. So things are, while we're sitting here, they're doing things quietly and yet on our agenda. How many times do we have to say we want land on the agenda of TCC? I'm on the e-board. I'm very vocal on land, protecting land. How many times have we really seen that? What are we doing to protect the land? Our people are talking about housing, and yet in housing and going back to the villages, what are we doing to help them to get the land so they could get housing? Sure, housing fund is there, but they can't get into land. So everything, it goes back to the 50 years of Alaska Native land claims. You know, after that hearing and everything else, I could go on, but we really need to talk about land protection, because land is water rights. We're sitting here and we hear the governor, this governor, saying that he's going to be opening up and will be standing on water, opening up water rights. When we as a tribe and Chalkitsik took them to court and we won on the Black River. So I guess I'm just like my colleague. I think instead of talking about these things, hopefully the next 2 days we'll come out with a resolution. It's a very expensive to be sitting here, but there's lots of things going on in the villages. A lot of things going on in the villages.
Thank you, Chief Nancy. Rhonda?
Hi, thank you, Chief Nancy, for that statement. I would also like to have a longer strategy discussion. There are numerous fisheries issues in the state of Alaska that we haven't addressed. And Nancy is right, we don't have an effective advocacy plan because the advocates that we do have are often stretched very thin. And they're forced to go out of their way and you know, they're not being paid for their time or adequately compensated at all. The advocates that we have are amazing and they've done really good work with our policy, but we could definitely go further. I'm really grateful she said that. So I look forward to your public comments at tribal consultation upcoming for proposals for the Federal Subsistence Board. So there are a couple of things that I wanted to discuss is we don't have an effective caribou management plan or a strategy on that. The only healthy caribou herd right now is the porcupine caribou herd. And that's only healthy through the sacrifices and the long fight from the Gwich'in people. Other regions in the state, their caribou herds are falling rapidly because of global climate change. And we also, you know, we don't have enough of, I think, our own strategy around, you know, what can we do with the limited resources and people that we have to advocate for our salmon and to get the things that we need for salmon management in the state. The governor right now is constantly suing the Federal Subsistence Board. I'm a public member of the Federal Subsistence Board. So the state of Alaska is constantly in litigation against pretty much our interests. And it's at the behest of the Alaska Outdoor Council. So, you know, like I said before, maybe we should join that organization. I mean, might as well. I got you all tasked already with that FMH board. So let's join the Alaska Outdoor Council and get some movement on there because pretty much all of their policy statements are basically the ones on the Tanana Chiefs Conference website, but turned around. So it's really, really interesting to note that. I would also like to ask Tanana Chiefs Conference to request a joint consultation with the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments on the Yukon Flats and Community Wildlife Refuge merger. We have an opportunity right now to do some real co-stewardship work and manage refuges. That was one of the visions of our elders from in 1985, I think, is when they came together and they said that they wanted to manage the refuges and the land because when the refuge system formed, our people were often shifted out and didn't have adequate protections against overzealous law enforcement. So I think, you know, if we make that request together, then it will be a stronger request and we have more opportunities to manage our own land. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief Pika.
Rampart would like to recognize Dorothy Shockley.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Shockley. I am speaking on my behalf, not Representative Mary Patola. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. A former boss of mine with the Intertribal Ag Council told us that we aren't sovereign until we can feed ourselves. 3 generations ago, my grandparents on both my mom and dad's side. My mom's family in the Cross Jacket area in the Tanana River. My father's family on the Stevens Village Rampart area successfully fed themselves 3 generations ago. When the state and feds decided that they needed to so-called manage, they can't manage fish and game. But they decided they were going to make some regulations. So my parents at times could not feed ourselves because of the regulations. And today I can't because of regulations of what has happened. History is important. We need to know the history of what has been happening. You know, since so-called regulations have come into our state by the state and feds, you know, it's only been, like I said, 3 generations, 60 years. They have managed to deplete our food source. And we need, if we want to correct this, we need to be listening to the people who have sustained their food source for 10,000 years. I think this whole scenario is backwards. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So I'm just going to keep our panel up here just in case there's any technical questions. I wanted to see, does the board today want to put forward a motion, whether it's opposing hatcheries? We agreed to disagree. Is there any specific motion that we want to put forward today? I could put the wording for the opposition of hatcheries up if it's something you guys would like to review, or do we want to sit on it and rediscuss at March convention or subregionals?
Chief Agnes from Nolado, would we be able to just bring that back to our council and come back on that again?
Yep, we can definitely do that. And that's why we wanted to have it today, so that we were able to share the information and you could bring it back to your councils and hopefully come to a decision in our March convention. So I'd like to give some thank you gifts to our presenters. Yes, Karma?
I just wanted to say, I know that Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang was one that was really talking about hatcheries on the river. And when we were at North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, a few of us had dinner with him, and he is doing town hall meetings, and he has offered to come to our area. This meeting was going to be too soon, but he would be willing to come in March. I strongly encourage TCC maybe to invite him, because that seems to be the source, and we can talk about our concerns directly to him. I don't know if it'll do any good, but just as an option.
Thank you. Okay, so for Elizabeth online, I know you can't see it, but we have a beautiful beaded necklace for you that will be mailing your way. And then for the presenters up here, I have birch baskets. And then I believe Chief Ridley wanted to say something. Thank you so much. Oh, Lena ticket. I don't know. Sorry. Lena ticket.
Yes, I just wanted to kind of wrap us up here a little bit and weigh in a little bit with the different advocacy that we've done. You know, I know there was comments on, okay, what are the things affecting our fish? So one of the things that we talked about, I think initially at Board of Fish, there's probably about 6 or 8 things that are affecting our salmon. I'm by no means a biologist. That's why we brought in the experts. But things such as the intercept, which we feel like those are the things that we can control. To climate change, I'll probably say it wrong, but ichneophonus was a big issue. We made the mistake of having slides and going through that presentation when you guys were eating lunch last March, maybe. Then there's the food out in the oceans, the predators, the habitat. I mean, you name it. There are a lot of different things affecting our fish, but what we've tried to emphasize at Board of Fish and at North Pacific is, there's so many things that we can't control. We're trying to focus in on the things that we can. And so many times what they call industry, so the commercial fishermen are saying, oh no, it's climate change. Oh no, it's this, it's not us. It's, it's not me, it's you, kind of a thing. And so that's where a lot of our advocacy has taken place. I do also want to say that how we got here today and why we were trying to get to a decision, which is totally fine that we try to get to a decision in March, is because the governor and the commissioner are pushing this whole farmed fish idea on the Yukon and probably in other areas, simply because the state and the feds, I feel, haven't been doing their job managing the resource. When we went to State Board of Fish, we fought like hell there. We had probably 200-300 tribes, different organizations and stuff there testifying. I mean, we did that for days. And it's a board of 7, I believe. So you need 4 to carry the vote. At least 2 of the 4 votes against us said in their closing board comments, it's all about the money. Follow the money. That's all we care about is the industry and the money. And so what bothers me is that State Board of Fish and now the state suing the feds on the Kuskokwim are saying, but we have a subsistence priority. There is no subsistence priority for us, as was said by a number of different people. That's the issue that we're running into. And the state is trying to emphasize in their claims, oh, but we care about subsistence. That's our priority. It's completely backwards in that if subsistence was a priority, we would still be fishing and the commercial fishermen would not be fishing, and that's not the case whatsoever. Now, I don't know if I've told you guys this, but what we're hearing is the commissioner is telling the Canadian First Nations that are telling us that they're all for farmed fish and telling them that we don't want to let any fish into Canada. We want to catch those fish. So it puts up some pretty serious red flags to me that I feel like he's trying to play the two sides against each other in order to get the farm fish that he's pushing for by not doing his job, by not managing the resource, and then trying to pump the Yukon River full of farm fish. And finally, as I heard this presentation today, one of the biggest things we fight and was talked about today was genetic testing. I guess part of my concern from what I'm hearing today is if the state gets their way and pumps a bunch of farmed fish into our river, it would further dilute the genetics that we have, and it would be much easier for them to say, well, these weren't your fish because they don't test as your fish. That would be a concern down the road. Could that be part of, the problem that we're running into? So I hear you loud and clear. By all means, I'm looking for any way possible to fight different, to fight harder. I mean, we're fighting like heck at Board of Fish in North Pacific and, trying to get us to, I think, co-management and then full management. That's what we want to do. If there's other ways around that, boy, we're all ears on what can we do better? What can we do more to change the narrative? Now, I guess, I'm taking up Andy's spot. Sorry. Well, I'll let Andy go. And then after Andy speaks, there was a request from our tribes, a moment of silence and maybe a prayer for Mary Deacon and then also for Tremble, who's in surgery right now. So we've kind of got a lot of different things going on, but I'll have Andy, please go ahead and make some comments.
You already said what I was going to say. I just got word that Tremble Gilbert is just our first traditional chief, just going into surgery. And I like to call on Reverend Anna Frank to say a prayer for our first chief.
Like everything in our lives, let's put that aside right now and focus on our chief and his wife. Let's put those prayers as we gather them together. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we gather here together as your servants. All that we talk about today, Lord, you're the one that's going to solve all of that. We put our hearts right now with Mary and Trimble. Trimble as he lay on that hospital bed and the doctors that surround him. Give them the strength, the knowledge, and the patience. Give strength to our chief. We know that he's a believer. And at this hour, he's laying there and give up his body to these people who knows best what to do with him now. But you of all, the creator of this world, knows what's best for us. We thank you for his service. We thank you for all of you here that lift him up. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Anna. Okay. So with that, if it's okay with the group, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. That's what we were trying to ask, but it sounded like some of the tribes want to go back to your tribes, discuss it, and then come back. When we come back in March, we'll go through that to get to that point. Because that was the piece I was trying to say, was that as I go to North Pacific and Board of Fish, I don't have clear direction from our tribes on do we support or not farmed fish or whatever. So we were trying to get to that, but it sounds like the tribes want to go back and discuss at your tribes, and then we'll get to a decision in March. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are gonna get started so we can stay on schedule. I think with the discussion we had at the end of our last panel makes it a great transition into our next panel on food sovereignty and how we can take it into our own hands. As mentioned, food sovereignty is a fundamental right of ours and a path towards healing, growth, and reassertion of our tribal authority over resource management. And it really allows us to reconnect with our ancestral practices and share some of our most prized foods that is often medicine to our soul. So today we have the honor of hearing from our friends from Central Council of Tlingit and Haida. We have Ralph Wolf, the Native Lands and Resource Director, and Claude Young, the Traditional Food Security Program Coordinator. And we hope that we can learn from their journey to help guide tribes who are or wanting to address food sovereignty in their communities. That was. Oh, yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thank you to TCC and Amber for inviting us up. It's a privilege to be able to talk to you guys about our program today, kind of the ins and outs of it and how it got started and kind of our plans and stuff like that. Just to start off, I'll kind of do a brief introduction about myself and then I'll pass it over to Ralph to do the same for himself. My name is Claude Young. I come from Heidelberg, Alaska. My Haida name is Hung Lai, and I'm from the Yadas clan out of Old Kasan, so where my mom and her mom are from. I grew up in Heidelberg, doing all the traditional and subsistence lifestyle, food gathering from a very young age, up until I was in high school. And then I went to Mount Edgecombe where I met Amber there about 20 years ago. And then from there, I went to college out of state where I got a business degree in marketing and accounting. This program that we're going to talk to you guys about today is fairly new to Tlingit and Haida. I came on board almost a year ago now to this date. I think it was mid-December when I first did it. So I've been here almost a year. The program itself is almost 2 years old. So as we're going through this, it's kind of the very beginning stages of what it could be. And we're kind of just starting to get break ground with a lot of success with it. So yeah, that's it. I'll turn it over to Ralph so he can introduce himself.
Thank you. My name is Ralph Wolf. I'm the Native Lands and Resources Indigenous Stewardship Program Director. I got to figure out an acronym for that because that's a lot to say when we're talking about food and sovereignty here. So I was born and raised in Craig on Prince of Wales also. We're relations up here. Grew up doing traditional harvesting activities. I'm not one of those folks that like the word subsistence, so I'll say traditional harvest as we go forward in my portion here. Grew up doing traditional harvesting activities on Prince of Wales. And, I think part of the programming that we're trying to build here is sustaining ways of life that have been around, but also looking at different aspects of how we're able to think outside the box and work around these government and state agencies that seem to be a roadblock for us a lot of the time. Listening to that conversation over lunch, talking about hatcheries and management and different aspects of food security. It really rings home because we're fighting the same fight down in Southeast, and this program was born out of that topic. So I think it felt like it fit really well, and we appreciate the invitation to come up and tell you about the program we're starting. I know 2 years. It sounds like a long time, but it's in its infancy at best. I think we're going to go through a couple changes as we continue to grow this program. However, we're also building other programs simultaneously with the food security program, looking at our Guardians program as well to do monitoring, harvesting, and data gathering, as well as showing how to do and teach traditional ways of life to our younger generations who seem to have fell through the crack, and we're trying to figure out ways to to bridge that gap right now. But we just appreciate the time and the place, and here we'll get on with our presentation before I just keep talking.
Thanks, Ralph. Thanks, Ralph. Yeah, so like we said, you know, this program, this traditional food security program, fairly new, started up, I think, myself only being on board for nearly a year and it being about 2 years old. Some of the visions from our past leaders and the people that started the program, they noticed a disconnect during the pandemic when, in Southeast Alaska, we have a lot of our tribal members live in areas away from their traditional hometowns. So through the pandemic, when travel was came to a halt and there was a lot of stress on anybody coming into the smaller communities, summertime, subsistence, calendar times, there was this disconnect with food there for a little bit. So I think that was kind of like the birth of this program, was like we needed to figure out a long-term solution to make sure that our people coming back home, or that can't come back home, still maintain a relationship to their food that they put in their body. So having that be like kind of the core of why we wanted to go down this route, we started to search for funds, and the main funder of this program comes from ARPA, or American Rescue Plans Act. Through ARPA, we've been able to purchase lots of different tools to help us gather food. A lot of different partnerships sprouted from it. We have a facility in Heidelberg, Alaska, that we use storage for. It has a freezer. It has all of the area in which we need to process the food that we're going after. The area to host classes, to bring in the youth and bring in community members. So there's that, along with us building a building in Juneau to kind of be like a central host location to do these camps and process food and stuff like that. So one of the like you see in the slide here, one of the program's efforts to address food insecurity in Southeast is just to kind of create curriculum-based opportunities around our food. Like Ralph said, our youth often fall through the cracks when it comes to learning and carrying on our traditional practices and way we handle and process food. So a big part of of this program is to kind of just promote food security, not only in like a long-term, as like a long-term gesture to save our food, but also in short terms and just learning some of the ways that our ancestors and some of our teachers in our communities process and handle their food. So that's the overview.
And part of that too is learning by doing, right? Like a lot of us learn by doing and getting hands-on with programs that we do. So it's not just us up here cutting fish or going out and hunting and doing it. We're taking kids along with us. And as we build the program out, you'll see one of the things, jumping ahead a little, one of the things we just did was we came up to elders and youth and brought some salmon and had kids cut salmon up and pickle them, and herring eggs on kelp to pickle as well. So I think a lot of the work that we're emphasized on is getting that hands-on feel that kids don't get all the time back at home. And you know, we recognize that, and part of the thing we're trying to do is build that up, and it takes time, it takes resources too. That's one of the things that we'll get to as we keep through the progress here.
So our team, this is a kind of a introduction of our team. You got Ralph, myself up there. Aaron is our new manager, Anthony Christensen, and Helen Bennett, coordinator. It's just for the record, this is kind of our first time doing like an open discussion about our program. A lot of what we've done in the past so far has been a lot of hands-on, like Ralph said. We're elders and youth, and we've done, I think, about 5 or 6 different culture camps at this point, where we showed up and we've done different demonstrations surrounding our foods. So although we're kind of moving through this pretty nice, our expertise is actually handling a knife or presenting food in front. So we would feel a lot more comfortable if we had some fish to cut up here right now. But for now, we're just going to talk. But anyways, this is our team, small team. There's 5 of us. And like I said, Ralph, he's the director for the tribe. So he's kind of spread between different departments. And this is just kind of one of those in which he helps and dedicates his time to. Moving forward. Here's some of our accomplishments to date so far. I talked about the Heidelberg power plant. Roll on kelp, I think probably the biggest one to this date is we have found a way to get herring roe on kelp to, it's actually not 21 Clinton Haida communities, but I think it was about 22 to 23 when it was all said and done. But what we did here was we used, once again, ARPA funds, and instead of pulling fish eggs from different regions in Southeast to try to fulfill our need, there is this herring roe on kelp fisheries right in Craig, Alaska. And we've done it 2 years in a row. And this last year, we really our emphasis was really to buy from tribally owned permit holders that had a permit within the herring roe on kelp fisheries. And so I think it was all said and done, we ended up buying about 17,000 pounds of fish eggs, herring roe on kelp from them, and processed, boxed, and sent out to all of our communities. That one was a very fun one to do. And the best part about that is just seeing the reaction to the communities in which a lot of them don't have access, excuse me, to fish eggs. So that was really fun. That was one of our biggest accomplishments, I think, of 2023. We're definitely going to look to improve that system a little bit as time goes on, just like anything we're doing here in all of the different accomplishments we've had. We're always looking to kind of expand a little bit on them.
Yeah, and I think, to follow up on this herring roe on kelp, we've been very fortunate to get a couple grants to help us purchase local food. And our big mission next is, like Claude said, using local native owned processors or boats that do the fisheries in themselves to one, to try to keep those resources local, but 2, also to help sustain and maintain those permits. I don't know if you guys have felt this, but a lot of the permits in the region have left. And there's very few permit holders who are actual local people who live there year round. So a lot of the mission that we're trying to do is maintain that connection and help maintain those guys in any way we can by paying above market prices. That's what we did this year. And then we're looking to grow that program out. We've got this another grant that just came through where we're able to expand that from herring eggs on kelp to also look at some shrimp, black cod, some form of salmon if we can get our hands on it, but looking at mainly really supporting those local fishermen who are native and who do live in and around in Alaska, in Southeast Alaska year round. So I think that's a really important emphasis that we're really trying to make. Part of the issue that we keep running into is, these permit holders, they go through a lot to maintain them. They go through a lot to maintain their boats. They go through a lot just to be there. And we're trying to support them in this way. And we really feel it holds them up. And we're working on ways where we can show the story, right? A lot of the work that has to happen here is the storytelling aspect of what happens here and what we're trying to do. Part of that is creating that storytelling aspect of it. And we're working on that with our Guardians work. We have a Guardians social media. We have Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. Part of that's getting the traditional food security program tied into that so that we can show, 30-second videos, 60-second videos to keep the attention spans that we have right now for a lot of youth and even the middle-aged folks who never had a chance to do that. A lot of the people that we're trying to reach, these adults in their, 30s or younger, didn't have parents who showed them some of these issues because of some generational issues that we're all dealing with, right? So in Southeast. We're trying to figure out ways and how to move forward, and, you know, what a great opportunity we have to be able to do this and kind of move forward on that.
So going into kind of some of our future goals, these are goals that we have, we've kind of planned out, and calendared in for the upcoming year. One of the biggest ones and one of the highest priorities, is going to maintain establishing, partnerships to secure local or additional funding sources. But that's not just on like the local, scale, but also regional and even state and maybe even in some instances like some international, partnerships. But where we're looking at this is you know, harvesting, when we turn around and we look at harvesting and how we're trying to get some of this, our best foods to the people that can't get food, you know, harvesting is one of the main issues. So we can't just go out and we can't just hit our subsistence areas that our people from our communities are hitting as well. That's where these partnerships come into play is we're kind of very well focused on creating partnerships in each community where we can call on rather it's the local tribe or some local teachers, traditional teachers, I mean, in each community where we can go and say, hey, can we come up and, you know, do some beach seining with you guys for a day? Or do you guys want to come and come on a hunt with us for a couple of days? Let's go look for some deer. These are the type of partnerships that we're trying to maintain and grow in each community so that when the time comes, you know, we have a database in our back pocket of who we can go to get what. So that's kind of our future goal with that one there.
Yeah. And thinking about it too is, you know, establishing partnerships throughout our region, but also throughout the state to look at different areas that we can work together. And, you know, a lot of the same issues are definitely happening with us. We're seeing declining salmon runs. We're seeing declining deer. We're seeing declining berry returns. We're seeing people leaving their communities, right? And that outward migration is part of the thing we're hoping that we can try to assist with, to show just because you leave your home community doesn't mean you have to leave those resources and the connection, right? A lot of the connection we have is with food and with land. And I feel good I could feel in this room, I don't have to explain that. I've been in a lot of rooms where I have to explain that the connection with food and land is just different. It's not just food and land. It's so much more as a part of us, of who we are and where we come from, that it really helps us to look and gives us energy to kind of help to keep that connection there. But I think the part I was trying to get at is there's a lot of funding sources out there right now. And I hope through this conference, we can connect with somebody who you think could go after some of that funding that's out there right now, whether it's in your home community or with the regional group here, so we could share some of those opportunities. We've put out probably about four grant opportunities since I've been director since May, and some big grants that we should hear back pretty soon on. And if we get those, it'll really help us grow this program out to, you know, those facilities in Juneau and Heidelberg. We've got a lot of support from our executive council to grow these programs out, but also to make sure that it's equitable throughout the region. And I know you guys have a lot of region to cover as well. But we have every different community is different and the needs are different. But, you know, when we first started talking about this program, you know, I think a lot of people thought about it as like just going out and hunting and fishing and really putting food in the freezer that we could distribute. We've learned this year that it's really morphed into something more. It's about the educational aspects that you teach about hunting and fishing. It's about the educational aspects of how to put up food, right? From jarring it to processing it to smoking it. Every aspect of that is what we're trying to get to. And we're just starting that journey in this program. And we haven't even really started talking about the conservation aspect of it. And I think I use the word conservation lightly because I think when we think conservation, we think about our needs and protecting for the future, right? It's not just about the commercial aspect. It's not just about maintaining a run. It's maintaining a run so that it can maintain the community and the people that it's been around. And I think that's one of the bigger aspects that we're going to take up. So that's why I really felt like this conversation, after that conversation I just heard it over your lunch, was really pertinent and really resounding to me that we're building that through this program. We're already doing that work. Part of that work is getting us out there to do the work, but it's building that network of people and then figuring out a way to convert this data into something that the state and federal agencies can really understand and not ignore anymore. Because I think we're all tired of being ignored. We're all tired of being looked over or pushed into a corner, like I heard earlier. So this is part of our goal, is to try to move away from that and kind of start building our own programming out and putting a emphasis on the dollars that we go after to do this work that the state hasn't done for a while, that the federal agencies are really figuring out how, and we could tell them how. But this is our shot as the tribal government in the region to really look at how we can build the programming out so that we can get the stuff that we need and we know we want to show them.
Another aspect we've got going on is we're kind of towing the line in training certifications. I know just in the last like six or 8 months alone, we've done boater safety, we've done CPR and first aid, we've done firearm safety, hunting safety, and stuff like that. So one of the avenues in which we want to bring to the table for promoting a traditional lifestyle around our food is we also want to make sure that we are equipped with what we need to survive out there and to be as prepared as we possibly can for if any sort of situation arises. So one of our future goals for this upcoming year is to become trained, to complete the trainer safety certification, so that when we have these camps, culture camps with the youth, that we can run them through some of these classes just to help them out along the way for when they go harvesting and stuff like that.
Yeah, to add on more is to become that holistic opportunity in the region of hunter safety, boat safety, CPR, first aid, a lot of the things that sometimes you see accidents happen, and we just want to have every opportunity as a group to show kids or get someone in the community trained so that we're not seeing those accidents happen more, especially as people get a little less disconnected with the land. We're trying to figure out different ways to help kind of bring that back together and through, using the people in the community who really are the doers. In every community there's a doer, and we're trying to figure out how to reach them and show that we're there to help, not to take it over, but we're there to help and build out programming to really emphasize the importance of all these different aspects to the programs.
We're just gonna kind of talk about these, or
that's you, yeah.
Let's see, I'm gonna go. These are just a couple of pictures of some of the harvests that we've done. Like I'll talk about the halibut one there. So we've got a couple of community members in Heidelberg that are past the point in their life where they are able to go and harvest halibut safely by themselves or whatnot. So what we do is we bring these type of people with us out once or twice a summer. They have the knowledge of where to set the halibut hooks. They have the knowledge on how to fish for them, how to bait, how to set the gear up. And so what we do is we just take them along for a fishing trip, and they go out and we catch halibut, and when we come back, we sat there at the dock and vacuum sealed, I forget how many pounds of it, but it was just one of those, it was a powerful day in which we were able to kind of learn from somebody that hadn't been on the waters in quite a few years, and was able to to enjoy the fruits of our labor when we caught some halibut. So that little connection right there is kind of what we strive for, what we strive to get our kids to experience, the kids that don't partake in this, is going out and learning from a community member that has done it for a long time. And then there's just some other pictures there of some of, like, you can see the herring roe on kelp there. That one on the top center left-ish screen there. During our herring roe on kelp distribution, like Ralph was talking about, you know, a big part of us doing what we're doing is we do a lot of storytelling along the way, because I think that's one of the main ways that we teach our youth, the ways in which we do stuff is storytelling. So during that time, when that picture was taken, me and the team were going out and we were conversing with a lot of the people, the permit holders in which we were going to buy our fish eggs from. We would go and visit them on their boats. You know, the fisheries is not a very long fisheries. I think it's about anywhere from when the fish come and they catch the fish to put in their pins. I think it's anywhere from like 3 to 5 days, and then they're done. Shop is closed and we're just processing eggs. So during those 3 to 5 days before the product came in, we did a lot of going around talking to each fisherman. What are you seeing? What's going on? How's it looking? How's the product looking? How's your crew? And how's, you know, what's it look like now compared to when you were younger, and this and that. So I mean, the storytelling aspect is very huge in what we do also. There's some other pictures of some other stuff we've done there. There's this is the herring roe on kelp distribution, and probably one of our bigger accomplishments in being able to do that. We had a lot of really good feedback on it. Like Ralph said, we're going to try to get to the point this upcoming year where we can do that with black cod. There's a market for black cod within our the tribe. There's quite a few tribal enrolled citizens that have that permit, so we can go after that if we can secure the funding. Also, some sort of king salmon or sockeye salmon or coho salmon, one of those three. We're going to try to do the same. And then also shrimp too. Shrimp's another one. There's a lot of permit holders in the communities that have shrimp.
And part of the cool thing about the distribution program that we're starting is in the region, and we were able to go to Anchorage and down to Seattle and San Francisco with these herring eggs on kelp through this purchase program that we got. You know, it doesn't go a long way. It was about 17,000 pounds. And I don't know if you know how much herring eggs on kelp that is, but it's quite a bit. And it's a lot of work to package it up and get it ready and shipped out. I think we underestimated the distribution style that we have, and we got to work through that. Like I said, we're still in our infancy here, but going through that, you know, I think you see all these smiles. Every bag you hand out's a smile because it's such a delicacy down where we're from. And part of that is, you know, the teamwork that we get to do, the bonding, the getting out there, and then also working within the rest of the tribe. I think the important aspect is the whole tribe understands the mission that we're trying to do, and they're able to kind of help us build the program out, and they're willing to dedicate some of their own time or their program's time to this. So in the distribution aspect of it, it's a lot more than just our division doing it. There's multiple divisions. There's a whole group of what we call navigators that work with us, as well as the office of the president, and those different groups all help us make this happen. And, you know, through the 17,000 pounds, we distributed through, 15 or 16 different communities, I want to say. And, you know, everybody got a couple pounds worth, and we're really happy to be able to do that. And I think, you know, that's what we're trying to set up something too through the harvesting aspect of it, is figuring out different ways that we can harvest salmon or deer, or the two main things that we're going to try to harvest down in the region, but figuring out how to distribute that. And our first tasks have been the Head Start programs, and the Elder Lunch programs are the ones that we're going to really start facilitating and making sure that they can have some native foods in their lunches that they serve and distribute during their timeframes of operation. So that's our next step, is building up not the surplus, but the inventory, so that we're able to distribute that to the those programs. Another aspect that we really have been asked to do a lot, and I feel like we're going to get asked to do more, is culture camps. We get asked to come out and help demonstrate at culture camps and just to be extra hands on the ground. I don't know how it goes up here, but when it's culture camp time in the region down in Southeast, it's all hands on deck, and you get some wild kids, and it's really appreciative to have some extra hands and some folks who are really willing and eager to just jump in and do the work. You'll do anything from cutting up fish, you'll build smokehouses, looks like there's some beach asparagus there, which means hours of picking through, making sure there's no grass or gravel or any bugs in the beach asparagus, or, getting very technical and showing folks how to build nets or mend nets, or, how to cast the rod, or, part of it's that gun safety aspect is a really important thing for me. I think we really want to push the safety aspect of making sure that kids know how to handle firearms, how to navigate through the woods, the mountains, the water, different kind of safety aspects, so that, if they do get in a pinch, that there's something there for them that we've been able to help show them.
Yeah, so then, like I said, a lot of our presentations and demonstrations we've done so far have been hands-on. And it's amazing to me how, I grew up doing it. Ralph grew up doing it. We've worked on fish every summer, just like a lot of you have from a very young age, deer meat as well. But when we went into these urban communities and start doing it and showing some of our relatives that don't have the access to come home and be able to do these things, how much we just had to barely scratch the surface in order to get them to kind of get really curious about what we were doing. Not just curious in a sense of like they wanted to join, but why do you do it this way? Who taught you this? This is how we do it. This is how my grandma showed me. And those types of those natural conversations are the ones that we're trying to promote and prop up, because it's in those times when you kind of realize that, like, food is just so important to all of us. Food is so important to us, that it's worth taking the time to be able to do these demonstrations and show our youth and show some of the people that don't have that connection to it, show them that it's right under the surface of exactly who we are. And through it, we can find our way through a lot of hard times just by cutting up fish, or just by mending a net, or cutting up a deer. It's all just so natural to us, because that's who we are at the core of who we truly are.
Then, a newer aspect is guiding conversations around, why is it important that we're doing this, but also, like, what do you hear about to make sure that you guys can show your kids this? Like, a lot of these presentations are a mixed group of adults, youth, and I think depending on the time, you can get a million different answers, right? But trying to figure out ways to get conversation so that we can get input as we go forward to build the program out and make sure it's relevant, not just to us, but to all the youth that are involved, and even the adults. Like, some adults, are still finding their voice, and part of our mission is to help figure out different ways to, I guess, build out this cultural aspect and harvesting aspect of life that we're just really trying to hold on to, I guess. That's it.
So I guess now we're gonna go on to we've got this just to kind of help fill a little bit of time. We got this seal hunt video. What's the time look like, Amber? I think this video is like 10 minutes.
Got a thumbs up for
you. We got this seal hunt video. We'll watch it. This is one of the most recent ones we've done. And we're looking to do a lot more similar ones surrounding different species. It's just kind of an educational video. And then after this, we'll open up the floor for some Q&A, if I can figure out how to play this.
If it works. It might not work.
It may or may not work. Oh, there we go. Somebody's pressing it.
Nope, the link is not working like it was on mine.
Give us a second here and we'll try and get it going.
Well, while we're waiting for him, we could, if there's any questions, we can take a couple questions.
Something that happened here recently. I don't know, many of you know Ada Deer. She was the head of the BIA in Washington, DC. My sister was her executive secretary. After land claims, there was talk of tribal extinguishment. Her tribe had gone through that and she had reestablished her federal recognition of her Menominee tribe. She passed about a month ago. I haven't heard one word from AFN or anybody thanking her for what she did for us. They were about ready to leave the office because the administration was changing. My sister called me up when I was president and she said, Spud, what can Ada do for you before we leave? I said right off, put every tribe in this state in the Federal Register as a recognized sovereign tribe, because the state and even our so-called friend Ted Stevens was opposed to tribal recognition. I mean, he wouldn't admit it, but Ada put us into the Federal Register as recognized tribes. Nobody has thanked her. Nobody has recognized her. It's another native that we should be thankful for. We should send a letter to her family recognizing what she did for us. Ted Stevens was totally mad, but there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it after she put us in the Federal Register, which she had the authority to do. So a moment of silence for Ada Deer. Thank you very much for that recognition. And one other thing while we're waiting for this to come back on, and I've been thinking about this for a couple of years. We've been trying to buy salmon and get it distributed for our villages. Why are we doing this? Why don't we get a couple of set net sites? Our forefathers used to travel to where the game was. Where are the fish? Bristol Bay. Millions and millions of fish every year. They get more fish than they know what to do with. The processors have to limit the fishermen. They have so damn much fish in those processors that they can't even handle it. A set net site gets 100 to 250,000 pounds of fish a year, and they don't even fish that hard. They don't even bother with the silvers that come after the reds. It's the fishing capital of this nation. Why don't we buy a couple of those sites? Why don't we set up the old style smokehouse, 3 stories high, bring people in like they're trying to do, to cut the fish, to dry the fish, to ship the fish? We can do it. We've got the funds in the sustainable food program. It's there. By the whole camp, the boats, the nets, everything is ready. We could do it by this summer. Old farts like me, every day is Saturday to me. Hell, I could spend a month there cutting fish. I've been doing for 10 years, I've been cutting fish in Dillingham to feed my family, Anchorage, Fairbanks, wherever they're at. I send them boxes and boxes of head and gutted fish or some dry fish.
or jarred fish. My family has always had fish because I go where the fish are at. And anybody who comes to that fish camp, when they go back home, luggage allowance, 3 50-pound luggage, 150 pounds they could take home. Wouldn't cost them a damn thing. They can fish it boxes. We can order boxes by the thousands. We could put freezer vans on the dock in Dillingham. 4, 5 freezer vans. Fill those vans up. And then have our president call the governor and have him put on a National Guard training program and ship that fish to Holy Cross, to Galena, to Fort Yukon, and have people come in their own boats and distribute it back out to the villages. We could send a ton of fish to each village in our region if we do it properly. And I think the money's there. We need to put the proposals together. We need to build 1 or 2 fish camps on the Nushagak River. I subsistence fish there 3 and 4 days. I get all the damn fish I want. You can't even leave a 10-fathom net in very long. It sinks. And I can cut 100 fish a day, head and gut, get ready to put into my own smokehouse. Send some elders over. Send some young people over. Let's set up a working fish camp and get the fish we need. We don't need to buy it. We can produce it ourselves. Go where the fish are at.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make that into a motion that we pursue the concept of looking at purchasing a couple spots down in the Bristol Bay region for our region, so that way we can continue to have our food that we need, teach our children how to fish, how to preserve. Thank you, Spud. So I make that into a motion, if possible, if not out of order.
Norma, did you capture the motion wording? Can you repeat one more time?
Good grief. Don't you guys record this? What did I just say, Spud? I made a motion that we pursue the concept of purchasing a couple spots in the Bristol Bay region to help our TCC region, villages, tribes, members, put away fish and to help conserve our cultural tradition.
Is there a second?
Nina would like to second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, I see we have a few questions. Did we want to take the questions before we watch the video? Oh, they said yes. So I think Chief Summer.
Hello. This isn't a question, it's more like a comment. And it's going back to money, food, fishing, hunting. There's such a difference in our cultures. The native culture, the non-native culture. All these issues getting put on us seem like deliberately at times, make me wonder where the ethics, where the morality of it comes from. I get my ethics, I get my morality from my traditional chiefs, from my spiritual leaders. I see them almost every day, you know, helping other people out, talking to people, showing their compassion, showing they live with the teachings of Jesus and God's 10 Commandments daily to everyone in our region and those that aren't in our region. You know, I look at them and then I look at the politicians in the state and the federal governments. Where did they get their ethics and their morality from to treat non-natives this way? You know, you have to look at the history of it. What gives them that right? And if you read up on it, that right comes from the doctrine of discovery that was crafted by greedy popes and European monarchs in the 1400s, centuries after the death of Jesus. I'm talking like this because we are spiritual people. We pray before our meetings. We pray before we eat. And we talk about Jesus and we talk about God. But I only see my traditional chiefs and my spiritual leaders living by their words, by their 10 Commandments. So I have to ask, you know, the people who crafted the doctrine of discovery, where did they get their ethics and morality from? That goes back centuries before that, you know, to the greedy priests and the money changers who had Jesus executed for interfering with their profits off their own people and doing business with the Roman Empire. I talk like this because, you know, these politicians, these Christian politicians from the state and federal governments laugh at tribes and tribal cultures. They denigrate us. And yet, their own ancestors come from tribes who practice tribal customs. Everyone did. All the non-natives here in this room also came from tribes originally. You know, to me, they're laughing at their own ancestors. And this all comes back to the teachings of Jesus. He disdained money. He didn't like it when the rich held on to their riches. You know, so all this contradicts the way we've been treated. You know, we believe in one Christianity. The state and the federal governments believe in the Christianity that was crafted by greedy popes, is what I'm trying to say. And if people would read up on the religion, they would realize it, that the 10 Commandments spans the Christians, the Jewish people, and the Arab people. All the religions honor the 10 Commandments. And our governments break them all when they treat us like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Pickup?
Kind of hate to follow that comment, but so you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that you got funding to start your program from the ARPA program. That's one-time funding, right? So is there a sustainability plan to continue on?
Yeah, I think, you know, part of the work the tribe is doing is working out other sovereignty aspects too, right? Fiscal sovereignty is definitely a big avenue that we're looking down and generating some income from a lot of different types of businesses that we've invested in over time. We're now starting to see returns on those. So that's part of that strategy. Also part of it is there's a lot of food sovereignty grants out there right now. So like I said earlier, I think we've put in like 3 or 4 different grant applications to one, sustain this program, but also to build it out a little bit more and add a little more infrastructure to what we're trying to do. Because right now it's really kind of grassroots works is what we're doing, relying on, you know, a couple boats that we've purchased through the program. And then also working out of like Heidelberg where Claude lives and Tony lives, and utilizing those aspects that we have there. So it's really a community built thing right now, but as we hopefully get lucky with some opportunities that are coming down the line, we can build out that infrastructure. And then, you know, part of the programming is to help show other folks how to do this. So it's not just us doing the work. And I think kind of feeling out how we can do that. But, you know, part of it's with the tribe aspect and part of it's with looking at other grant opportunities to look at the sustainability, understanding that the ARPA funding is a one-time thing and it's quickly running out. So we're really trying to get on top of that. As you know, I started managing the program in May and we've really been jumping on that to look at sustainability as a big aspect. There's another one over here. Spellman.
Okay, I'd like to commend you on what you're doing. It's a very good program. I think everybody should look at expanding that. The idea of purchasing fish to distribute to the people. I know a few people that are working on that in the interior, so it looks like it may go somewhere. But I had a few questions about the activities you do. Do you do anything with tanning hides?
No, not currently, but we are moving in that direction. We have some stuff in the works on opening up a tribally owned sea otter tanning facility in Southeast Alaska. So that's one of our next avenues of venture. And I'm not sure if it's going to be housed directly under our program or not, but that's part of the avenue in which we're trying to pursue.
Okay. Earlier, somebody brought up the food in the hospitals. If you're going to donate some food, it seemed like it'd be nice to donate some food to the hospitals.
Yeah, absolutely. We have had those types of discussions too. Me and Ralph were actually talking about this earlier this morning over breakfast. Is there's so many different avenues in which we can bring this program to, that the more we try to focus on all these different avenues, you know, the thinner we get spread. But our department is growing, thankfully. So as time goes on, we'll be able to kind of go after food in hospital is probably one of the most important ones because you know, that can completely change the morale of a person in a dire situation. It's just the food that you're putting in their body. And we understand that, and we understand the importance of it. So thank you for that. But that's definitely one that we want to try to put more attention towards.
Okay, another thing is economy. I come from the North Slope, and we're starting a program to teach river rafting and activities where it can generate income, because there's nobody doing it, and we're going to start something on that. And I can see that all over. I'm sure there's something where you live that tourists will want to see that it can make an income off of. One more comment. I think we should consider climate change. We're having effects of climate change that's affecting our food supply. On the North Slope, there used to be 400 muskox, and now there's one. And the polar bear expected to be extinct by 2050. So we're having, you know, I've seen several hundred caribou that died because they're ingesting ice with their food. So we're having serious climate effects, and that's food security. I mean, we'll never hunt muskox again because they're gone. So I would like to see people here for the future think of some way to take a position on climate change. The one big thing now that's happening that's going to further climate change along is the oil project Willow. It's proposed to put in a project that will have 150 wells, and it's going to last for 30 years, and it will be putting pollution into the atmosphere because they're after oil and gas. So that's going to further affect our issues. And then when you see the Yukon River closed for fishing, and part of that is because of climate change. The biologist that I talked to said the water's too warm for the fish to survive, the spawning fish. So at some point, I think we all ought to consider taking a position on climate change. I brought this up at TCC before. and up in the North Slope. Well, that's a regional thing. No, it's not a regional thing. When that pollution is producing pollution that's affecting the fishing in the interior, it stops being a regional thing. We exported like 18 billion barrels of oil from the Prudhoe Bay oil field. And then we have climate change and people know what caused it. So I think it's time we start considering taking a stand. We don't want that oil production. You got to decide whether you want lots of money or animals and fish. It's quite simple. So anyway, those are things on my mind.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's a lot of aspects there, right? When you talk about ocean salinity, water temperature, stream temperature, you know, a lot of the things we're hearing now, like atmospheric rivers are happening in our place a lot more. So during those key spawning times where the rivers are plumb full of spawn salmon eggs, they're getting rushed out now. And who knows what's going to happen over these last 2 years where we've had some really heavy water level changes in the rivers and streams that are highly productive areas. And who knows what's going to happen from that, right? We're still going to see that. We're not going to see that for another 4 or 5 years. So thinking about those things for sure is definitely part of the thing, as well as management aspects for like sea otters. You know, it's not only the sea otters that are taking out our cockles and clams and crabs, but also the salinity of the water, making them, you know, less productive in areas that they have been for a long time. So a lot of those issues are what we're taking up in a different aspect of the work, because we understood that the work isn't just about harvesting, it's about looking at how to sustain harvest. And I think that's a really important aspect of it for sure.
I think Chief Julie.
Thank you, guys. I have a question about how does your program work with ADF and G? You know, with all of the different, well, up in interior, we're noticing a lot of different animal behaviors now. I was noticing for the last couple of years, there's less seagulls in our area. We're being heavily impacted by predators in our villages. And then, you know, even as far as, you know, like when we have time to hunt, the animals, you know, are not running like how they used to. And so like a lot of the regulations, you know, that ADF and G impose upon us, they're not beneficial to us, you know, as people who live out there. So I was just curious, you know, about how you guys work with ADF and G down in your area to come up, you know, with food security and, you know, traditional foods program.
It's so just speaking from experience, one of the projects we've partnered up with ADF and G on is the invasive green crab species that's starting to impact southern southeast waters. The issues that we face kind of just come when they come, we kind of address them, and there's usually a ADF and G person in the room when we address those issues. But part of what we want to do with this program also is not just be the harvesters, not just be the camp providers to put on camps, but also be stewards of the land and where we're trying to protect the resources that we cherish so dearly. Along with that comes partnering with ADF and G. Like I said, the only one we've done so far that since I've been on board was invasive green crab species, which is becoming a pretty big deal. They just for you, those of you that don't know, the green crab down in that area, they get washed in from some of the tidal the tidal currents that come into our area. And when they come in, they feed on baby king crab and baby Dungeness crab. And so although we haven't seen the impacts of the populations on those species yet, we have been monitoring the crabs in our area, monitoring our area for the crabs. And as they start to show up, you know, we report that back to ADF and G. And then so far the number's been pretty low in the areas that we're checking, but in other areas throughout Southeast, they have found a lot of them. And it's more of an ongoing relationship with ADF&G, trying to monitor and figure out the next plans of approach to slow down those types of species from coming to our area.
And I think part of it's building a relationship, because I think in some aspects, that's why we're here, because there has been no relationship with ADF&G, and we're looking at different ways that we could show why we're saying there's no salmon coming back, why we're saying the deer are being harvested less because of more predators, why there's no cockles or clams in this area where it used to be very bountiful, because there's sea otters there, and the last state estimate said that it could house twice the number of sea otters in the region, which is absolutely mind-blowing, considering how much resource those things take to manage and be in that place. So I think, we're opening doors for them to come in and have conversation with us. Also, this is an aspect of looking at how can we come up with data and a avenue for us as a tribe to be able to not combat, but be ready to have those tough conversations with the state and with the feds.
I see we have one more question, hopefully, and then we'll have to move on to our next panel.
I'll just have one comment. Have you considered regional trading? Like sometimes we can get a lot of muktuk or caribou and so on, and we might like something that you guys have. So maybe that should be something to also consider.
Absolutely. We've actually looking at going south also to look at bison as another trade thing that, one of our executive team members said we should look into that, because they do something that like this, but theirs is commercialized because they can raise bison, sell it commercially, and then also use that same facility to harvest it for distribution among their communities. So definitely, absolutely, we could look into something.
Yeah, and just with our last conference we did, the Elder and Youth Conference in Anchorage, there was quite a bit of discussion surrounding trading with some of our up north natives. So yeah, look for that in the future. I think we're probably going to continue to have a presence at the Elder and Youth Conference in Anchorage, where we bring up food and processed food. So next year, if all goes right, we can hopefully have some sort of trading or bargain booth set up there to where we bring up X amount of whatever, and then we're looking to do just some trading, some cultural trading with that. So
thank you, guys.
Let's give our Southeast friends a round of applause. And I have 2 gifts, 2 birch bark baskets by Lena Ticket.
Oh, thank you. Beautiful.
Oh, don't forget your basket. I just want to take a second to thank them for sharing with us. We're always looking for different ways to do things. And we really appreciate our continued partnership with Tlingit and Haida. Even with their president, Peterson, we work with him quite a bit. We've got a lot of communication and dialogue with their region, so we really appreciate that. Next up, we're a couple minutes late, but I think we're pretty close. I'll invite back up Sharon Hildebrand, our vice president for the Tanana Chiefs Conference, to take us into the next section. Big applause.
Thank you, Chief Chairman. Next up, we have forgot my glasses, Substance Use Treatment Programs. Janessa, are you in the room? Janessa Sams is the Behavioral Health Director for Tanana Chiefs Conference, and she's here to introduce the next panel. Please give a warm welcome for Janessa.
Hello, good afternoon. Shalaknai Shicha Naiha, Janessa Shojagoji. Do you want to come have a seat? And where's Greg? Okay, Gary's not here yet. So we have a panel today. We have 4 speakers, and our last speaker is actually Perry Aswak from Fairbanks Native Association. And he mentioned that he'll be a little bit late and he should be in around 4 or so. We just had a change in schedule, so it's a little tough to change that around. So I'm Janessa Sams. I'm the Behavioral Health Director with Tanana Chiefs Conference. I've been with Tanana Chiefs Conference for 9 years. I grew up here in Fairbanks, and my family is originally from Fort Yukon. My parents are Tony and Michelle Peter. I have my Master of Education in Counseling, and prior to working at Tanana Chiefs Conference, I was with the Council of Athabascan Tribal Governments in Fort Yukon. And so I'm just going to go and introduce everyone if you want to have a seat, or do you want to come up and? Okay.
Up to you.
Okay. So first up right here, we have Brian Robb. Brian Robb is the Director of Gateway to Recovery Withdrawal Management Program with Tanana Chiefs Conference. Brian's a physician's assistant, and he's worked with TCC Health Services since 2012, and he started working with Gateway to Recovery in 2017. Brian lives here in Fairbanks with his family. Here we have Deb Kvasnikoff. Deb is our Deputy Behavioral Health Director at Tanana Chiefs Conference. Deb's been in this role for a little over 2 years. Deb has more than 10 years of experience in managing behavioral health programs, and she has over 25 years of experience working with tribal programs. And Deb lives here in Fairbanks with her family. And then we have Greg Alexander. Greg Alexander is the Old Minto Family Recovery Camp Manager. He's been in this role since 2011. Greg is originally from Minto, where he lived and raised his family with his wife, Laverne Alexander. Greg has a passion to help those who want to change and live a healthy lifestyle. Thank you. Have a seat. So, I know things have changed quite a bit with the agenda. And so today we just have about an hour and a half. I don't know if we'll go later we really just wanted to stick with a brief summary of the programs that we already have in place with our program with Tanana Chiefs Conference and Fairbanks Native Association. And so we're just going to provide each one by one a brief orientation of the services that we have available, and then we'll just open it up to the floor for questions and discussion. So Brian, would you like to go first?
As Janessa said, I'm Brian Robb. I'm a physician assistant. I'm the director at Gateway to Recovery, and Gateway to Recovery is our inpatient withdrawal management service, which is new to Tanana Chiefs Conference. It was previously operated by Fairbanks Native Association, but Tanana Chiefs Conference had a collaborative agreement with them to provide medical oversight, and that's when I started working with them in 2017. And then over the past year, an agreement between FNA and TCC for TCC to fully take it over. And March 1st, we opened part-time Gateway to Recovery. And then as of last week, we are open 24/7 now. What we do is we provide medical management of withdrawal from various substances such as alcohol, opiates, methamphetamines. And so we can have somebody there 24 hours a day with nursing staff and on-call providers like myself, and be able to help people safely get off of substances as their first step towards recovery. Another service that we're able to do there too is to help patients suffering from opioid use disorder that are wanting to get started on medication treatment and need a little bit more supervision to do that. We can do that at the center as well. Now that we're with Tanana Chiefs Conference, that helps us be able to have more collaboration with all the other different departments within health services, such as the behavioral health department. We're able to get behavioral health assessments now done, which is one of the requirements on getting people into longer term treatment. We're able to work with Chief Andrew Isaac Health Center and making sure that we collaborate with them and get follow-up medical care for those that may have not been able to access care as easily. And we're also able to do consults with their medical providers and internal medicine to be able to help with patients that may be a little bit more medically complicated. We're also able to consult with the psychiatry department to get more urgent or crisis needs met. And we're also able to help refer people and get their applications done for going into treatment if there's beds available.
Thank you, Brian.
Do you want me to go view of all behavioral health, or do you want to?
Okay. So I can give a brief update. I think a lot of you had heard of a lot of our presentations from behavioral health on the general services we provide, but TCC Behavioral Health provides primary behavioral health services for about 22 communities throughout interior Alaska. And of those programs we offer, we have our behavioral health aid program, we have outpatient mental health and substance use treatment, we have an outpatient substance use treatment program, and then we also have psychiatry. Psychiatry is a little bit in the middle between behavioral health and medical. They actually document in the medical record because they fill prescriptions and things like that. And then we partner with them in behavioral health to provide outpatient service. And then we also are in progress of opening Grafreener Hanji, which is an adolescent treatment program. Hopefully this winter, spring. Right now we're working on filling critical positions. Grafreener Hanji is traditionally, it's been a adolescent treatment center that's been operated by Fairbanks Native Association, and operations were transitioned from FNA to TCC in August. And since then we've been working on filling critical positions, and we've been evaluating the curricula, and then we'd like to expand service so we can provide services for both adolescents who have challenges with mental health and with substance use treatment programs. So it's more of a cohesive treatment model. And then last, but not least, I have Greg Alexander, who provided a brief summary of his program.
Hi, my name is Greg Alexander. I run the Old Minto Family Recovery Camp residential treatment facility. It's a 3.5 residential facility, high intensity clinical residential facility. Basically what we do is we bring people in for 35 days. We do it in several different ways. We work with people from there. We work with South Central Foundation. We work with people everywhere to get people in. We use the Living in Balance program as our curriculum for daily classes. They attend 2 daily classes, 4 hours of classes a day. We also have a cultural aspect to our camp, where we have one traditional council right now, looking for another if anybody's interested. And he does the cultural activities, takes them out fishing, hunting, whatever. It depends on what time of the year it is. Also wood cutting. Clients, when they come in, they're responsible to cook meals, keep the place clean, cut wood, haul water, basically take care of themselves. We have no running water there. We have a well that we get water out of and a machine that we bought from somebody that purifies the water. And they pretty much basically take care of themselves. They get a little time to reflect while they're there too. So there's no electricity to none of the cabins. They use a battery operated light, got away from Coleman lanterns. And after they're done there, we work with other agencies for step down services, depending on where they're at in the time of when they're done with their treatment. Some we keep at a 3-5 because they want to work more on themselves. And we've worked with FNA and a different other company, people to get them into those services all the way down to a level 2.1, which we usually provide. But if they're outside of our region, we try to get them all set up for their region where they're from. We try to make sure that they have a person they're going to see as soon as they leave. So right now I have two primary counselors. I have no secondary counselors. I'm looking for a couple. And I have one traditional counselor. That's what I have. They're pretty good. They're the one thing about Old Minto and trying to find people to work there is it's a tough place to work. Because it's a village, really. You're going back to wood and water, hauling wood stove. And the type of people that want to work there really need to want to work there. And the people I have there really do a great job doing it. So if you know anybody who wants to work, I have some positions open. So in the summer we go by boat. Right now it's winter, we're flying. That's my biggest cost for my program is flying in. But I've had a lot of good comments about the place. People come in and they leave and they say they really like the way the structure is because it gives them time to reflect and also to get well again. Because when they first come in, they're not so good. And then as they go through the program, by the time they leave, they're pretty healthy and they're really happy about that. So they're basically about Old Minto.
Thank you, Greg. So we have, I just mentioned, so I do see Perry here. So welcome, Perry. You have a seat right here. So we just want to provide a brief overview of our different programs that we have, and then really just open up the floor and share an opportunity to give us feedback, to ask any questions, and well, you want to. So we just did introductions, and then we just did kind of a brief overview of programs. Do you want to do that, or should we just jump into the questions? We'll just jump into the questions if you'd like. It's up to you. Okay. Okay, we'll just open it up to questions right here. Yes.
I have a question. This might be like, what are your thoughts or ideas? Right now we're basically in a meth pandemic. And we get a lot of people that are addicted to meth, and it's gotten to them psychologically, so they're kind of like in a psychosis state. I don't know the correct terms or lingo, but they're not themselves and they're not capable of making their choices, the best choices for themselves. And so like we get stuck with some of the, like they're not fit for treatment programs, and we're not able to get them forced into the fourth floor or into a psychiatric place unless they're a harm to themselves or to others, and still they're not, it's not long-term. So like, do we have to like advocate law changes or what are, and I know that I'm pretty sure that all of us deal with this.
Okay, thank you. So I agree. I mean, meth has been a huge problem for our region, all throughout the country. We just attended a tribal opioid summit, and right now, even as it is an Old Minto Family Retreatment Recovery, when we first started, our primary substance use issue was alcohol, and now it's meth. Or meth and alcohol. And so we've really changed the way that we provided services to provide it a little bit differently to meet patients who have meth use addiction, because oftentimes their symptoms are very different than they would be if it was alcohol or something maybe people are more familiar with. Another part was that meth use often it impacts the brain. So people have some sort of like brain damage where their ability to tie things together are a little bit different, their ability to and so even when somebody gets sober at times, they're a little bit different than they were before. And so it's just recognizing that and be able to provide that supports. I do agree it's very troubling for, I would say all of us to have family members with substance use, is that we want them to go to treatment and then really trying to support them and then also keep ourselves and our children safe has been a challenge. So I have asked Brian actually to provide a little bit of information about kind of that scope of what we can provide in regard to supporting our families and being there, but also the distinction between social supports and advocacy with our family member by keeping them engaged, continuing to have that conversation about the need for substance use treatment, as well as maybe the level of care they might need.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, we see a lot of that too, and it really is disheartening trying to get people into treatment. One of the things that we're really happy about is that during that initial phase where it is so hard to find a way to help them, one of the things that Gateway to Recovery can do is those first few days, which are the most challenging, is we can give them a safe place to be, to metabolize and come off their methamphetamines or other stimulants, and be able to get them prepared and stable to start engaging in treatment. We are a totally voluntary place, so I can't really answer the legal part and, you know, trying to get people in that may not be willing to. But if they're willing to start engaging with treatment, we can get them there. And like you had mentioned, a lot of other facilities or treatment programs can't take them when they're in that phase because they're a little bit harder to manage medically. And so we can prepare them for that. And I think that's one of the best things that we can do at Gateway to Recovery is help prepare people to start treatment. And if they're even needing a higher level than what we can, we work with the hospital directly and we can have them go over there and then come back to us when they're ready to. So we're kind of the intermediary. Did that answer some of the medical aspect?
Yeah, and then also just like mental health services, like getting the mental health services, because it seems like some of them need that before going into substance abuse treatment.
Yeah, and that's when it's great that we can work with the behavioral health department. Because those first couple of days, it's really hard to do those types of assessments to even see what they need. And so we can help them through that first couple of days to where they're ready to get that assessment and see what needs they have.
And I would say the majority of time when patients first come in for service, we assess their immediate needs. Sometimes it's mental health, sometimes it's substance use. Lots of times we need somebody to be somewhat stable so we can successfully engage them in mental health treatment. Because a lot of times that it's difficulty if you're having like pretty severe substance use problems, it's difficult to continuously come in weekly for regular appointments and manage a lot of the challenging conversations that come up in therapy. And you have to kind of be ready to manage that, which can be challenging. And then the other part that you mentioned about advocacy and law change and concerns around that, generally, this is a civil rights type of concern, is that we can't take somebody's rights away. And generally speaking, people have the right to do what they'd like to do with their own body, even if it's not good for them, even if we don't think it's ultimately harming them. I haven't heard of any legislation changes around that. I mean, a couple of years ago, there was something that came up around like birth control and people who have substance use issues, and that didn't get passed. And this is maybe a little bit more difficult than that. But I did also want to share a little bit of the challenge that we also have, which maybe not everybody wants to hear, but once we do have people engaged in treatment and they have some of these various substance use problems that aren't things that we're used to, like alcohol lots of times, the ability to complete treatment and manage that is a little bit different. And so I actually asked Greg to share a little bit of his experience at Old Minto with that.
Yeah, so we can get people in pretty easily, usually if they're willing to. Sometimes it's more them getting in. But once we get them there, and we've had people that have used up to the day they've gone in. So usually for meth users, it's usually that first week. It's a pretty rough week for them. They're doing a lot of sleeping and stuff. And then once we get them past that week, they start engaging in all the services we have there, into the groups, and start sharing stuff. But they start craving again, and it's really hard to make them stay there because we can't make them stay. And they leave treatment. So we try hard, though. We really try hard. We pull in as counselors, we talk to them and try to keep them there. And then we pull in our clinical supervisor, who's Lorelei, that works for Old Minto. She talks to them, and we really try to engage them and keep them in treatment, but sometimes it's really, really hard.
And then furthermore, our success at various programs like Old Minto Family Recovery Camp and other treatment programs isn't ultimately based on like necessarily sobriety, but what we call it recovery, because there's various things. So for instance, if somebody doesn't completely stop drinking alcohol, but now they can hold a job and they have their driver's license and they are making efforts to regain custody of their children, like this is still good progress. And so sometimes people go through where they go to treatment a couple of times where they feel like they're actually able to maintain all of those tools. Thank you.
I'm Lori Baker, and I'd like to recognize Anna Frank. Daisy Medua, does she stand up? Daisy me.
I'll take charge. Do you have a long waiting list at your?
So we have, so I
That
so
was my.
I think you asked about the waiting list that we have at various programs. So I can share about TCC's wait list and then pass it to Perry.
It's on, but it keeps going off. I'm basically talking about maybe the culture camp. I mean, the camp in Old Minto.
Okay.
No, we don't, we're not, right now we have open beds right now and we pretty much have it. As soon as we can get somebody through the process there, we can get them in every Wednesday now since we're flying. So.
I would like to share that part of the miscommunication, I think at times about people waiting to go to Old Minto, it's because their application isn't complete. So sometimes people might start the actual application, but we also need the criminal history. And then we also need a health screening. And the health screening is because Old Minto isn't on the road system. And so we want somebody to be able to at least manage the 35 days without serious health conditions where we would have to medevac. And then we require the criminal history because we have children at campus. It's a family treatment program. And so we are required to make sure it's safe for children that are there.
And another thing, I was thinking, how about working with Minto tribe and using their culture camp for clients that have to wait? And do they have to go to a doctor, or can the health aide help in getting the health aide out there if they stay at the waiting area?
Well, the culture camp, the Minto culture camp is a good idea, but it needs a lot of work for somebody to stay and live there during the winter. But the health thing isn't really too hard. And we have talked about having a health aide there, but it's having the expense and paying for the health aide plus getting everything that the health aide would need to do their job there. So that has been discussed, but I don't know where it's been since then.
I'm talking about health aide to give that examination so they can go to the camp, not a permanent one.
No.
Something like that.
I've tried to have, I've asked if we could have health aides do that, but they can't do it because they are not licensed to do it. So it has to be a PA.
I see. Okay.
But we try to tell clients that we know they're from the village, and if they know the doctor's coming in, to try to see the doctor then so that they can get that part out of the way.
Okay. And are you teaching traditional ways at the camp?
Yeah, Stevie's my traditional counselor. I'm
Okay.
trying to find another
Have you asked an elder to come in?
Not yet, but I can make it happen if
Okay,
wants to go.
that's what I want to hear. Also, do you invite other trainers, like someone who does a blanket exercise?
Oh, I haven't.
We don't.
And
have-
another thing is, we're beginning, I just came from a meeting in Seattle, and the church is dealing with the boarding school. And believe it or not, we are dealing with the boarding schools, children's children. And we have not covered that yet. And the boarding school is one of the places that nobody ever talks about. It's a secret. Nobody want to talk about it. But that's where the pain begin, trauma. Your clients that go to the treatment programs have trauma in their lives. I know because I grew up like that. I'm just beginning to recognize trauma in my life. And I never did recognize that before, because sometimes we're ashamed to talk about that. We don't want other people to know how we grew up. I did not go to boarding school, but all my friends went to boarding school. And to this day, I try to remember if I hugged them or said goodbye to them. I could not remember that day because I did not see them get on the airplane. Emotionally, mentally. And that's what our Native people is dealing with right now, even those that sobered up. You have to address that problem. And so if TCC could get different people to come to the program and talk about those issues, because they're not easy to talk about. You have to have a person who knows how to do that. And that's what I've been helping people with all these years, is how do you talk about things that you don't want to talk about? First time I went to work for Tanana Chiefs, I was the counselor. We never went into the villages and counsel people. Nobody wanted, we never dump all our problems on a stranger. So I had to come up with a different way of addressing that problem with the Native people. My very first sexual abuse client was 6 years old. And if you're a client, you don't interact with that patient because that's your client. I had to change that. I had to become the friend of the mother. That's how we got through it. My first suicide client, I was sitting on the plane. And this person said, I just got out of jail and I'm going home and I'm thinking about suicide. I wrote back and I say, I'm going to be at the clinic at 3 o'clock. Just come and talk to me. I'm happy to say that person is still living. There's so much pain. Even you that's sitting here, you don't even know it because you have not addressed that problem. How many of our women have babies? And sometimes you're angry with that baby, you don't even know it. And you treat that child mean. You treat that child like you don't care about that child. You're angry. You're not angry with the child, you're angry of the situation. Those are the things we deal with today. But how do we help our people? I have a friend say, I did the blanket exercise. I didn't think I needed. She say, but boy, did I learn a lot about me within that one evening. And she feels better about herself. She knows why. Now we're having problems with our men. They don't come to workshops. They don't come and try to talk about what they have to deal with. And we're trying to save your children's children. We've got to do things differently. Send your people that work for you to another native. If you have to go to Canada, go over there and find out how they do their. We need to learn something different. It's hard being a counselor for your own people because you hurt for them. I'm just now recognizing my hurt and pain. Maybe that's why we're always so sick, because we keep that. It's a hidden thing. I would like to see some changes in Tanana Chiefs and get the people together to discuss it. Get a group of people who we think could help make things better. Sometimes we don't want to go to a non-native counselor. When I first got sick with cancer, they say, you want a counselor? And I thought, yeah, I'll try it. Well, I did not have a counselor that sat next to me or sat behind a desk. I had to call that counselor because they were in the village. And I've made 3 or 4, they called me 3 or 4 times to see if I was depressed or anything like that. And I said, you know, I don't think it's going to work for me. That counselor didn't know if I was crying, didn't see the expression on my face, didn't see my body language. 3 sessions. That person say, you know, Anna, maybe this isn't working. I knew it wasn't working, but I gave it a try. I want to see that counselor sitting with me. If I cried, I wanted to be somebody there who could hand me a napkin or tissue. These are hard stuff to talk about. So let's change the system if we have to. We just can't be the same all the time. We're learning new things now. Nobody ever talked about what happened to them in Wrangell. A lot of kids went to Wrangell. And let me tell you, when I found the girls crying, I took them on a trip to Wrangell, and I saw them crying at the gate. I said, oh my God, what happened here? And they start talking about what happened. And they keep coming to me, even years later. 10 years later, I find out they were abused. It took that long because nobody paid attention. Let's start paying attention to each other. To the leaders here. The village picked you because they saw something in you. Become that leader, not just for your village, for everybody. You look at those Tanana chiefs, there was more chiefs than that, but they were the closest to Fairbanks. That's why they got their picture. And they were all in this area. And they want to change things, the education. We just can't talk for our villages. We got to talk for the group of people. My kids went to boarding school. I think they were one of the worst boarding schools. Up next, besides Wrangell, might be Fairbanks. Because my kids had to fight through high school in Fairbanks. That's what they had to deal with. My daughter came home and told me, Mom, what's a savage? And I said, where did you hear that? And she said, at school. I didn't address it that day, but later. This is what I'm talking about. I had to teach my girls and my boys how to deal with my trauma. When I was angry with them, it's not what they did wrong, it was my trauma. And I'm still angry about that, and that us Native people, we carry that a long way because we did not recognize, we didn't know how to recognize it. So I would like to see some changes to get more people into treatment. Whatever we're doing, maybe it's not working. Maybe we need to change. I think the group needs to come together and discuss that. How can we bring them to become healthy? Thank you for this time.
Thank you.
Janessa,
Did you want to share something?
somebody,
Thank you, Anna, for that. I apologize for being late, taking care of a child issue. I am Perry Osawak. I'm the Director of Behavioral Health for Fairbanks Native Association. And listening to Anna talk, you know, when we talk about the trauma that we have, I am a boarding school student. I went to a boarding school. I know what it's like to be taken away from my mother, to be taken away from my family, to be taken away from my village of Barrow and sent hundreds of miles away to a boarding school that had no idea who I was, where I was from, what my family was all about. You know, I missed important years of my life that I could have spent with my uncles going out whaling and having them teach me how to hunt. I didn't have that opportunity. You know, we talk about boarding schools and what the boarding schools did to us while we were at the school, but we don't talk about what happened being taken away from our families, being taken away from our culture. Right after that, I am a Vietnam veteran. I served in Vietnam. I came back totally different than when I left for boarding school. I missed out on some important life being taken away from my family. So I know what our kids are going through when they are being taken away and sent away to Fairbanks, to Anchorage, to places out of state, because we are not providing the services that we should be in our communities. I'm also part of the steering committee for the DOJ investigation, and the lack of treatment or the lack of services that we have for our children in our villages. We shouldn't be taking our kids away from our villages. Even though I live here in Fairbanks, you know, I worked for TCC for 14 years. I worked with a lot of you when I worked at TCC. So I know what you are going through when it comes to the villages, not receiving the services, especially for our children. FNA has really expanded over the last few years. We were primarily dealing with substance use. Now we're getting more involved in mental health. When we have our women in the Women and Children's program, we've primarily focused on making sure that the women got the services that they needed for treatment. But now we're more focused on the children because we know that the children have gone through trauma, dealing with their mothers and their fathers as they dealt with the substance use. So we are expanding our services into children's mental health. While we only serve the Fairbanks area, our doors are open. We serve the entire state of Alaska, not only for the children's mental health, but the adult population as well. We serve everybody. Everybody, it's just not the Native communities that are hurting, it's Fairbanks as well, due to the lack of services, appropriate services for the people that we serve. So Anna, I appreciate you bringing this up because I know firsthand what it means to be a boarding home student. I know what it's like to be taken away.
Thank you, Perry. Thank you. Chief James?
I'd like to recognize Daisy Treasure.
Hello?
Daisy, could I pose one question for them?
Sure.
What kind of follow-up are we providing from those that are on referral, patient referral from the villages? Once they're referred, what kind of follow-up do we have?
Do you mean once patients are referred from villages to treatment for behavioral health?
Fairbanks, whatever, yeah.
Okay, so every single referral that we receive, regardless of where the individual leaves, we complete an immediate screening. That screening it's a required tool that we have for billing, things like that, regulation. But from there, we assess like the immediate patient needs. And this is a regular communication that we have with that patient. At that point, they would be informed of whether they're, if we have them coming in for immediate services that might be talking through the issue they're having or the particular problem, or that might be assessing needs for substance use treatment or mental health therapy. It really depends on each individual need. And throughout that process, they have a provider and they maintain regular communication where they can follow up. We also have it where we follow up with every person that might be waiting for service, a minimum of at least once a month, if not twice a month, depending on the need.
Thank you.
Welcome. Daisy?
Daisy Stephen Shori Ori, Buchago Chanisi. I want to commend you guys sitting up there. You have a really hard job and you're doing the best you can. But we still have problems. For over 30 years, I've listened to Tanana chiefs, the chiefs, the people in the audience talk about alcohol, drugs, meth, opiates, everything. And we're trying our best to help them. Yes, you guys all have programs that can help them, and you're doing really good. The problem that I see is that once they're done, what happens? They get sent home after their term is up, after their treatment is over. And that's it. Where's all the aftercare programs? Is there grants out there that you need to be applying for aftercare programs? I can see what the problem is. They go back to their same old lives. They come back from Minto. Where do they have to go? Down to Mecca to see their friends because they have nowhere to go. Our leaders, during the time that all this is happening throughout the years. We have a lot of FAE, FAS kids that should be our leaders now. We have a lot of autistic kids. What are we doing with them? That has a lot to do with alcohol. I have an autistic grandson. I worked with him myself. I didn't ask for any special help. Today, he's on his own. He has a car. He has his own place. He has a job. When he was small, the state wanted us to put him in a home for autism. He's very active, very high active autism. Every 88 kids, every 88 kids, one of them, the 89th kid, is autistic nowadays. And we have to work with that. I see all this going through aftercare. I don't know about you guys, but we really need to start working with aftercare. You guys are doing a good job, but still yet, we have a lot of work ahead of us. It's really hard, but it's one of the concerns I have, because they don't have nowhere to go once their 30 days is over. What do you guys do with them after 30 days? Wait for them to come back to the program? You know, in the villages, they go out, they go to treatment. As a chief and council, you should go to their houses and fix it up for them while they're gone, so that they can come back to like a new house maybe. Might not be a brand new house, but it's fixed up. It's something that they can live in comfortably and know that the town care for them because they fixed this place up for them. That's like an aftercare program. That shows them that people care for them. I mean, it's time we make a move. It's time for us to quit talking and start making moves. I might sound pretty mad right now, but I'm not. I'm caring. I'm caring for these people that I see out in the streets and that do come to my house when they need help. Like I said, I wanted to say thank you to you guys, because you guys all have a good job, but we still have a lot of work to do, and we have to do this together as Tanana Chiefs people in each village. Let's do something when they're gone. Let's welcome them home. Let's fix up their places and give them enough food for maybe a month so that they can get started. And by the way, my autistic grandson, he hardly ever comes see me anymore unless he needs gas money. But that's normal. He's my grandson. But you know, there's things like that that you can do. And I just wanted to voice my opinion on this because I think it's really important to have an aftercare program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy, for that. For FNA,
One of the projects that we're getting ready to start is we are opening up our own recovery center in which those that have gone through treatment will have a place to go to visit with others that are going through recovery. It will be here in Fairbanks. It will be staffed with clinical staff as well as peer specialists to help those that are dealing with recovery. We plan to open this up by the first of the year. So we are looking at trying to do more for here in Fairbanks for those that are dealing with recovery. So that is high on our list. We know that when they complete treatment and they go out the door, they really don't have no place to go. So we're always looking at ways that we can provide more services for our people.
Thank you, Perry. And I'd like to share that at Tanana Chiefs Conference, we do have a aftercare program. We don't necessarily call it aftercare. We call it generally continued care. A lot of people who have completed treatment kind of have varying degrees of wellness and recovery throughout their lifetime, may need additional supports at different times. Because Old Minto Family Recovery Camp is the only residential substance use treatment program that we operate, we do get all of the referrals immediately from Old Minto into our continued care program. I would say at least 90% of individuals go complete treatment, continue to engage in the different level of treatment afterward. And that program is at least it's anywhere from 90 days to 120 days, and it really depends on patient needs, engagement, and it really works with supporting patients who have completed that first level of recovery and wellness service, and then supports them as they go home and they adjust to utilizing the skills they learned while they were at treatment. And then we also have this available to patients who've completed treatment at other programs. It's really the communication piece where we probably lose some patients at times that we're not aware of went to treatment, that we need to have that connection with the treatment facility. Thank you. Julie?
Tough subject.
My turn or?
Can we
The
get,
other one?
we have Julie and then Daisy.
That's good.
I'm sorry, Daisy.
Sorry.
You could go first if you want.
Oh, no, that's fine. Go ahead. I wasn't looking your way. Go ahead.
Thank you, Daisy. This is a really hard thing to talk about from my own personal experience with some of the trauma, that I've dealt with in my own life. Just more recently, having my brother get shot and killed in Tanana by our nephew who is mentally disturbed, currently in jail, going to be facing a trial here in January for the murder of my brother. But thinking back a few years ago and the law enforcement itself, thinking about law enforcement. And I did bring this up to Attorney General Merrick when I had a chance to speak with him in Anchorage about the mental health crisis that we're having. And Senator Murkowski was there. Congressman Matola was there. And the state trooper was there. But, looking at some of our villages and how we struggle on a daily basis with the people that we know who are our own people are dealing with mental health disorders. And how do we get that help to them when they need it the most? We have in each of our villages, we're struggling to deal with these everyday problems as leaders. And it's hard for us as leaders also, to know that our own people are suffering from addictions. They're dealing from past traumas, that affect them on a daily basis. we pretty much know our people in our villages. Just by living with them, living among them, but yet we don't have, that help, immediate help that we need when it comes time for a crisis. So, trying to look at different kinds of solutions for our villages, especially. There's lots of services here in Fairbanks that people could access. We don't have that in our villages. Most of our villages don't even have behavioral health programs. And so, it goes upon the council to really come up with different kinds of ideas and programs, to help on a daily basis. We try to make things happen. We try to make fun things happen for our kids. We try to provide educational tools for them in school. Not enough is being done right now. We're basically teaching reading, writing, and math in our schools right now. We're not teaching the social skills that they need. Most of our kids are on social media, and so they're learning a lot from social media. And I think that's a real danger because we don't have that one-on-one conversations with our own children. So what kind of programs are being developed in our villages? I can only speak for Tanana right now. And we try really hard to make sure that, we have our Christmas program, we have our Halloween programs, we have our basketball programs. Those are the kind of things, that our young people really get excited and look forward to. They're healthy programs. But then I think one of the critical parts here is the lack of law enforcement in our villages. We're not getting that federal and state protection that we need to deal with some of these things that are coming into our villages. And so somewhere, we're talking about how could we make a difference? Well, those are just some of the things, that I think about when it comes time to trying to deal with some of these situations. And so, we talk about, how it is to be a leader in our village. And it's not easy for probably most of us on a daily basis because we're looked at, to be a strong person. We're looked at as a person, who doesn't have any problems. So, those are just some of the things, that we need to start really looking at. And Daisy's right about, the people who do want to go home. What are we doing differently to help them in our homes when they come back to us? And so those are things, that I'm hoping that we can have more time to talk about as a region and as leaders. This hour and a half is definitely not going to solve any of our problems. And so we need to make, maybe a 3-day event out of talking about our crisis that we're suffering from right now. And, as we speak, how many of our young people are out there right now suffering because they feel like there's no way out? So we really got to think seriously about how can we, as a region, as a people, as villages, as individuals, reach out to just one person and to help them. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate you sharing. I would like to provide clarification a little bit so I can help answer. So with the services that are available, I live here in Fairbanks. A number of our staff do live here in Fairbanks. Our staff travel out on at least a quarterly basis, if not more often. And I would say this is primarily behavioral health as informed as clinical service. Prevention and wellness is a separate division. They also travel out frequently. Our tribal members have the same access to clinical care at behavioral health in Fairbanks than they do in the villages. We don't have enough services there all across the board, and all of our patients access services in a similar method. So whether somebody shows up in crisis at Chief Peter John in behavioral health and sees the receptionist, they would see the same individual if somebody calls us during regular hours and says that they're in crisis and they're in a village and they're at their home. So the access is the same for these two individuals. It just looks a little bit different versus sometimes in person and in telehealth. One thing that behavioral health has been very successful with is telehealth. During the pandemic, it actually wasn't a huge switch for us to offer most of our services via telehealth, like it was for some other programs, because we were so used to performing telehealth. And so we've continued to grow that capacity. At this point, where our challenge is really working on hiring additional staff that maybe don't even live in Fairbanks or even in Alaska, and considering what kind of opportunities we have. Because realistically, as long as somebody is somewhat familiar with the region or familiar with the challenges that we face in interior Alaska, it wouldn't necessarily matter whether they're seeing you on telehealth from their office in Fairbanks or telehealth from their office in Oregon. So it just really, so we're looking at like other ways to hire additional staff to grow our service availability. But I do appreciate the feedback. And I know this morning, Chief Chairman Brian Ridley had mentioned that we're planning to host a behavioral health summit before our next convention. And so these are definitely some topics we can add to the discussion. I appreciate that. Daisy?
As we sit here and talk about this issue that we have talked about for many years, I can't even remember the time and the year that we hung a sign up in the e-board room that said, "We declare war against drugs and alcohol." Here we are, we're still talking about it that many years later. Where are we? Where are we going? When will we find a place to be where we are comfortable? As I'm speaking, we have lost another young man in the Upper Tanana. The last couple of years have been very rough on us. We are burying our young people. They should have been the leaders. They should be the ones that are sitting here at these tables, leading us into the future. I have to share some of my personal things so that everybody understands where I'm coming from. I do have personal issues. I quit drinking in 1970. For my own self-preservation. I was not the kind of drunk that drank 24 hours a day. I was not drunk 7 days a week. I drank occasionally. But because of the situation I was in at that time, I thought, well, maybe I am the cause of what is happening in my life. No, but with the grace of God, and I hollered out to him, I did everything. Here I am today, healthy and well and healed from those times. I made a choice at that time to become a sober mother for my children that I had. I wanted them to grow up in a home that did not have a bottle of beer or a six-pack in the refrigerator and thinking that that was an okay thing to do. I never, ever thought about touching marijuana or any other kind of things, because I was also one of those kind of people that thought that it's better to be in control of myself. I have a granddaughter somewhere in Anchorage. I don't know where she lives. I don't know what she does. I sometimes don't hear from her for months on end. I keep trying every day, every week. My husband tells me, call our granddaughter, see if she answers the phone this time. This last time we had to call the troopers to see and go find her. And we did that through her cell phone so that they found where she lived. I still don't know where she lives because they did not give us that information, but she was okay. I have a grandson that's in jail. Anger management. I saw him one time. We were cleaning the house and he went and helped me and did everything he could. And I said, I just said something. And that just, I don't know what happened to him. In that instant, he was crying. So angry with his mother. You know, it's hard to see your grandchildren that way. It's hard to see any youth that way. I have talked to a lot of people, a lot of young people who are in those situations. And, you know, a lot of us, when we quit drinking, we kind of place ourselves up on a high pedestal. We start looking down on people. That's human nature. We think that we're better than anybody else because we quit drinking on our own. And if I can do it, then everybody else can. What's your issue? That's our attitude. Wellness is not just Daisy healing. It's my whole family. Wellness happens when you create a place, a safe place for your family to be so that they understand the very issues that affect you, and without knowing it, you pass it on down to your children. You create anger in them by saying something that is not right or negative about the other spouse. How they're not doing their part. You have little ears listening. And that's something also that we should be thinking about. Some people are lost in the system. If I said today, right this very minute, I'm an alcoholic, I want some help right now. How soon can I get in for help? Who would be there to lead me to a door that would provide me a safe place to be and to help the process? Who would be there to give me a hug when I needed a hug? I think those are the questions that need to be answered. We can talk this thing to death, but somewhere we need to find a happy place. We need to find answers for what happened. We can't always dwell on what happened to us. We have to create a happy place. I didn't allow my children to see what I had to go through personally, deep down in my heart, what I went through, the hurt. I tried to create a happy home for them in spite of my own personal healing process. And, you know, that is part of not dwelling on what happened. None of us grew up in a happy home. None of us grew up with a silver spoon in our mouths. None of us grew up with two parents. Some of us were fortunate enough to have both parents. Some of us lost one parent, yet we survived because we are very resilient people. If we choose to be resilient, then we must fight for what we want. And that is a healthy family, healthy youth, and your village. Once a person becomes sober, they go home. They are now shunned because they don't have any friends. The friends that they thought they had weren't friends at all. This is what those people encounter every single day. Every single day, somewhere in one of our villages, every city in the US, we are losing people. It's sad. It's really sad. My one final thing I'm going to say, and I often thought about this, is in our culture, we did not celebrate suicide. Is that wrong? Or is that right? Our people didn't condone suicide. They didn't believe that people should take their own lives. Yet, what do we do today? We go out and have a 3-day potluck celebrating their death, their own lives that they took. At some point in our lives as Indians, we also have to consider where we came from and our culture and what we believe. And sometimes, whether it's right or wrong, we need to adhere to that cultural belief. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Wait,
Wait, somebody was
yeah, I'm
recognizing.
to recognize Robin.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me? Hi, good afternoon. I'm Robin Haglund, Anna Frank's youngest daughter. I'm also a former case manager at Ralph Produce Center, and I just have some suggestions. First one is, can you shorten the turnaround time on your assessments? It takes about a month to get, to receive Tanana Chiefs Conference assessments. And they're really good assessments, I have to say that. And the other thing is that, can you simplify your release of information? There are clients or consumers that have a difficult time completing that release of information. I also have a suggestion to TCC employment and training. I know that they spend a lot of money on Doyan drilling, roustabout training. I highly recommend that we start setting aside monies for training for counselors, case managers, and psychiatry. And when we talk about people with mental health, when they go to Fairbanks Memorial Hospital, FMH can only keep them for possibly 5 days, and then they just release them. The other places, if FMH is full, then they send them to API in Anchorage. So I recommend that Tanana Chiefs, FNA, work together to get a program, a building for psychiatry, residential psychiatry. When I was working as case manager, people said, well, go to behavioral health, the Fairbanks Behavioral Health. They were full. Or their policy was that they couldn't take someone at a 3.5 level, which means they have like schizophrenia. And, you know, other mental health issues that causes barriers when we want to help them. So I also recommend that we start addressing the homelessness issues here in Fairbanks, not just for adults, but for teenagers as well. I just heard last week, and this is going to be hard once you hear this, but it's got to be known. And I hope Canada Chiefs address this. This guy was telling me that there was this other guy picking up young Native girls and prostituting them at Fort Wainwright. And he would just give them meth, give them alcohol, give them coke, whatever they wanted, just so that he could keep them in being prostitutes. And I also recommend that we start encouraging not only young people, but just, you know, people to start taking classes to become counselors because there is a shortage. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can try to answer some of the questions. So we are working on the turnaround for substance use assessment. We do recognize the turnaround is often too long. So what I mean by the turnaround time is the part between completing the assessment interview and then having the final written document to help go wherever the person is going for treatment. Depending on the expertise of the person completing the assessment, that can take like anywhere from a few days, a couple of days to like a couple of weeks, depending on that specific individual. So say they just started, it might take them a while because they might have to get revisions a couple of times. So some of those things are really problematic. One thing that I'm really excited about, so we actually purchased a software and we're working on that contract implementation process, and it's called the ASIM Continuum. It's a software that can help us spit out these documents a lot faster. So they're not this beautiful 10-page handwritten Word document. Maybe it's not as beautiful, but it'll get our needs met and it'll be a lot faster. So that's something that we're working on. We have our standardized ROIs. I know FNA often requests, they require us to use their ROIs. So for FNA programs, we use FNA's ROIs. And then in other cases, we have either the medical ROI or behavioral health ROI. That's the release of information that's required for us to exchange any information, and it's a legal document and required for us to meet federal regulation. And I do appreciate the other words, sharing the concerns about residential psychiatric needs and the current challenge that we're all experiencing and hearing about, which is like human trafficking that we're experiencing in the Fairbanks region. So I appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to thank the panel, I guess, for being up there. I just, Pat McCarty, first chief of Ruby. We're talking about behavioral health, and we have concerns right now in our little village of Ruby. It rained for several days. It's really slippery. Our kids the people are staying at home the way it is because of safety. And to contribute now to everything else, we have a behavioral health issue in Ruby. The council is aware of it, the tribe is aware of it. The health aid is fearful. It's that type of a situation. We yesterday requested VPSO rover to come out, be available. No response. But meanwhile, while something good happens, that that the situation gets addressed with, whatever needs that they need or is needed, aftercare or whatever, that all this good stuff that people's been talking about for the past hour, we do need, and requested some help, and there was no response, and, I think that should go for the record. When those situations arise, that should be jumped on immediately, not having for me as chief to be thankfully at a meeting to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Daisy, do you have someone you'd recognize?
Just wanted to recognize them.
Bobby?
Hello, everyone. My name is Bobby Dorton. I wanted to give thanks to where it's deserved. FNA and Tanana Chiefs have been implementing peer support programs. And for you that don't know what peer support programs are, they're a person like me that's with lived experience with substance abuse, prison, whatever that might be. I'm able to walk alongside the person that needs help and show him that door that Daisy talked about and hug him like Anna Frank talked about. And just being there is not only an advocate, but moral support. These are the programs that I've been seeing in the past 2 years that FNA and TCC have been posting on their job boards. They're actually meeting the clients where they're at. And I'm up here telling you with my personal experience as a guy that went to Old Minto and learned the event, the thought, and then the action of what I did wrong to get myself there. I learned that in there. It might have took me 7 times of going to treatment, but I got it after the 7th time. I realized that it was something within me that I needed to work on. So I say this because I want to give you grandma and grandpas and aunts and uncles some hope for your family that's going through the struggle. Don't give up on them. TCC and FNA doesn't give up on them. It's meeting them where they're at. Encourage them to keep trying to go and get that help, because it took me, remember, 7 times in 10 years of my life in prison before I was able to learn about me. And then lastly, I want to talk about the schools that are vacant, like in Healy Lake, that should be utilized. That could be used as another Old Minto style camp, or even there's mining going on in Tetland. They could make it a treatment center slash training center to train miners. They're accepting people with lived experience on that mine. I know a few of them that are working there today. We can really get ahead of things by looking at some of these vacant schools. I'm sure Healy Lake would love to see somebody come in and rescue that school before it sits there so long that it falls apart, because it hasn't been used in a long time. Not only Healy Lake, I've heard that Tanacross is in jeopardy of losing their school, shutting down from not having enough kids. So I'm saying this because I want to plant the seeds in your heads today that we can really utilize some of the things that are already there. That's all I got to say today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody for their input, especially Anna. She's right. She's been on me about getting elders in Minto. I just need to find a way to make that happen. A lot of good discussion here. A lot of it has to do with when they get back to the village, they need to be lifted up. I mean, we try to provide them with the services, but when they get home too, I get a lot of people that come back that repeat to say, I got home, but nobody was there to help me. So a lot of good input and stuff, and I want to thank everybody that asked the questions, and be prepared for the summit. Thank you.
I also want to add that FNA and TCC Behavioral Health work very closely together. We meet quarterly with all of our staff, our clinical staff. We try to identify the issues, the gaps, the services, and promote the programs that we are all both providing. So we're working really hard for all of you to try to meet the needs of the villages. And we do discuss a lot of these things that you have brought up, and trying to figure out how we can provide better services for our people. That Janessa and I talk about this all the time. We're here for our people. We really want to provide services for our people, and we try our hardest to do that. We know that there are a lot of gaps. We know our children are hurting. We know our elders are hurting, and we're trying to do the best that we can as much as we can. But I just want you guys to know that we partner a lot on different things in different areas. We attend a lot of meetings and advocate for our people for more services, for more programs. We really work on the state, because I feel that the state is not doing their job, especially in the rural areas.
Thank you, Barry. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for all of the feedback that we learned today. I'm very grateful to be back at Tanana Chiefs. I've been back here for about 2 years. And we really are fortunate to have the Gateway to Recovery and the detox program, and the programs that we partner with Old Minto and Fairbanks Native Association. I think we have a lot of good more work coming with the reentry program, and I'm just grateful to be here. Thank you.
Again, I'd just like to repeat, I appreciate everyone's attention today and all of the questions and feedback. We're really positive and excited about the direction we're headed in. We've definitely made a lot of improvements and grown a lot, and feel we feel really good about the services we provide. We do realize there's just not enough services. So again, Masi Cho Shalaknai.
Thank you to our panel. Before they step away, I just wanted to share a quick story. I think about 12 years ago, a friend was invited to AA to speak, and that friend knew that I was deep into partying then. And at AA, they ask you, who's been sober for 10 years? They go way out. And then finally they got, who's been sober for 1 day? And all by myself, I stood up because I partied the night before, and my friend knew that I was a partier, and I couldn't lie. And so in the AA room, I stood up, and for that 1 day I was sober, it felt good. And so I just want to share that if you have friends that party, just have faith in them, maybe drag them to AA with you. But that 1 day turned into 12 years, and I'm going on 13 years coming up in May. But I just want to say that continue to have patience in your friends, and I believe these programs are making a difference for people. And before I recognize our panel, I just wanted to recognize that we had young leaders in the room, and to continue to uplift them in what they're doing for our communities. Let's give them a round of applause also, please. Again, we thank Brian, Deborah, Greg, and Perry for their service to our communities. And unfortunately, I don't have a gift for our staff members, but our gift to you is thanking you for your employment and being at Tanana Chiefs Conference. And for Perry, we have a birch bark basket made by Lena Ticket, and we appreciate each and every one of you. Must say. And especially thank you to Janessa for handling all the hard questions and having the answers. We appreciate each and every one of our tribal members. You're the ones that make us stronger every day. Must say, let's give them another warm applause, please. So while they're heading off, we'll go ahead and welcome our chief chairman back to the stage. Thank you.
Hey, Sharon, one question. How come we never talk about people who smoke cigarettes and stuff like, we're all talking about alcohol and, people, how come we can help them quit and stuff like that?
That's a good question. Maybe during the conference that Janessa talked about that we'll be sure to include smoking cessation. And I know that the electronic smoking, those are a very big problem with our young people. And we'll be sure to include that. Thank you, Chief. Masi.
Thank you. Okay, bear with me. I've got a couple things I got to go through. So we're not meeting tomorrow, but we're still paying for tomorrow. So because of that, those of you, I know it's early, that want to be here starting at 7:45, we'll have free breakfast because we're already paying for it. So just like this morning, free breakfast for those that want to or can make it. Let me see. We'll be here in the gold room still because we still have the room available to us. Let's see. So that starts at 7:45. Starting at 8:30, because of all the losses and everything we're dealing with, we're having behavioral health and wellness and prevention host talking circles from 8:30 to 9:30 with any of those that want to attend. Again, no pressure. Those that want to, great. If you only want to come for breakfast, totally understand. But if you want to attend, I'll be honest, one of the first ones I went to was at Danakanaga this summer, and that was great. It was good to just kind of sit around with the guys and talk about some of the issues. And that was really my first one. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Building out, there was a request to have a men's gathering. So I do think with everything going on lately, trying to put together a gathering in the next month or two would be important. So we'll try to work on that. I already mentioned, because this really wasn't a behavioral health summit, I do think we need to try to put one of those on in the next few months as well. Let's see. As a reminder, so announcements, the funeral service for the late Chief Wilmer Beatus will be taking place tomorrow morning at the Chief David Salmon Tribal Hall. Viewing at 10, service at 11. And so that's why the talking circles will just go from 8:30 to 9:30 to give people time to get over there. Then tomorrow night, there's the BLM is holding a public meeting to discuss the recently released supplemental environmental impact statement on the Ambler Road. It's taking place at the Ravens Landing at 7 p.m. Let's see. Now, a new thing that I started as I came into this position, if I can ask Reverend Shirley Lee to come up here and do a closing prayer for us, please. And then after that, we'll do the motions to adjourn. And I think Shirley's fitting because she did so much work for us at TCC. Now she's over at FNA. FNA is a great partner. That's why we had them on the panel with us. So I think this is very fitting. Thank you.
The Lord be with you. Good and gracious God, we thank you for being here amongst us today as we grieve and deal with all these heavy issues. Lift each and every one up Give us strength to do the work that needs to be done. And especially bring comfort and peace to the families of those who have lost loved ones recently. We ask your healing touch be upon our chief and all those suffering. And we just thank you for the beauty of this day. All this we say in your most precious name. Amen.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Karma, second by Leo. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you.